No one's allowed in my house. It's unacceptable.
Dean, I think after this phone call, you don't have to worry about people wanting to come over.
No.
Oh, trust me, I assure you that this isn't. I'm not putting on a show for the radio.
No,
Everyone that I know.
Dean, I never think you are.
Nope.
Dean, I never think you are. We look forward to your phone calls, buddy, all right?
Have a good one, man.
Yeah, you too. All 8 people.
Don't come to my house. I live in a bunker in the woods. Only 8 people know where I live.
Yeah.
Couple ticket texts. Bridezilla Heather doesn't have time for you peasants' phone calls. And Smarmy Cookies needs a day's notice before you stop by to visit.
A 24-hour requirement.
John, you are the friendliest of the bunch, and a texter says maybe you let Clinton Portis over.
I would happy. That door would close behind him, and all things would change.
Okay. Texter says, my mother-in-law used to walk right in until she realized we were getting busy. She calls now.
So what do you guys think about...
Walking in now. What's that noise?
Well, and we had someone reference caller Lexi. She can call me anytime. Was that what Lexi was referencing? Nobody wanted to...
Of course it's what Lexi was referencing.
Yes, there were some follow-up questions that I felt were necessary, but
may have not.
The filter in my head said probably best not to ask that question.
We all thought it. We're like,
of course, that's what she was referencing.
All right.
Yes.
Tom, you had something you wanted to add?
Just imagine, like, the people here at the ticket that work. So, like, I think Doug would be pretty welcoming to this overall.
Sure.
Gator, oh my.
Oh yeah, especially if you had kids in tow.
Yeah. Well,
can you imagine doing this to Valeni? I can only imagine.
I don't know. Mike could surprise you
should do it,
sometimes.
Jim. You've been one of the few that are lucky enough to probably have been at his house before.
Show up at the front door. Hey, what's going on? What are we doing for dinner tonight?
Just
Take
in
my
the area.
shoes off. Yeah,
you bring bolognese with you. Hey, I brought. He likes,
yeah.
What is this stuff?
Yeah, you make fun of it.
So you got a can opener?
oh God.
I can't imagine. Like, seriously, I would love that video footage of that.
It would be incredible. Texter says it's a generational thing. If you were born past the 80s, you didn't grow up with people stopping by, nor did you stop by people's houses.
That's probably very true.
Jim is totally right. The person who's coming to visit you is selfish and, quite frankly, rude as hell. You're just going to show up at my house and hang out with me. My time is more valuable, is what you're telling them. I'm going to need some hours' notice on the ticket text.
But the whole thing comes down to you need to be a straight shooter. And if I'm going somewhere, or if it could be, hey, I've had a long day, I just don't want to talk. Appreciate you stopping by. Let's do it another time.
Sometimes that's easier said than done. For me, anyway. I'm not good at that. It makes me uncomfortable. But I get it. I agree with you.
I'm okay with some uncomfortable moments, obviously. I like to make things uncomfortable at times. Just for fun.
I've noticed.
Yes.
We are going to talk football this hour.
I can't wait to stop by Costas. Kind of want to do it now.
You're going to see the blinds close as you walk up to the front porch.
Then you start tapping.
Nobody's home.
I know you're in there.
Nobody's home. John's climbing in the catio in the backyard like, oh, no. 8:50. Did the Lions do enough to get over the hump? Let's get to Heather with the news.
All right, well, let's talk the Kelsey brothers. So recently retired Jason Kelsey has landed a new job at ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty cool. So he's going to be on the Monday Night Countdown pregame show. Mm-hmm. So that's basically like his first role since retiring. So good for him. We kind of knew that might be in the works. There was some word of that going on. And now his brother, Travis, is... now the highest paid tight end in the NFL. He just scored this new fat contract. So we don't know how much it is, but it's apparently
they'll announce it at some point. Yeah. And every other tight end in the NFL is going, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll be next.
Keep raising that bar.
Yeah.
With Jason, people are always curious because he's an entertaining guy.
Yeah.
I think the most important real estate is probably in-game. Most people watch in-game, but I like him on a pregame to throw a little bit of hijinks and loosen everybody up a little bit. I think he'll be a good fit.
Oh, yeah. He'll be a little bit of a wild card.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll offer a lot just in football.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there'll be that wild card aspect to it.
And I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of him because there's been other talks about him hosting that Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader show and a whole bunch.
I thought that was Travis.
Yeah, I thought it was Trav.
Oh, you know what?
I think it's
get
Travis.
the two confused sometimes,
Yeah. I know.
But yes, either or. I'm sure we'll see both of them more. You're right. It was Travis, but we'll see more Jason too. I'm sure of it.
Oh, yes.
A Dearborn Heights man is facing charges after pointing an air rifle at a man and his 4-year-old child. So on Monday, or over the weekend, I guess this happened, a 31-year-old Detroit man was outside with his 4-year-old son. They were doing some yard work at a neighboring home when this suspect emerged from his house and threatened them with this weapon. When police responded, it's alleged then that this suspect barricaded himself in his home. A 4-hour standoff ensued, and finally the suspect was arrested. He's facing multiple charges, including carrying a weapon with unlawful intent. Can't do that.
Nope.
The search for a missing Oakland County woman came to a sad end after her body was discovered in a park 2 days after her car was found with the keys still in the ignition. So you might remember the story. Police asked the public for help to locate this woman. The 38-year-old Independent Township woman, she was missing, reported missing on Saturday, and she was believed to be in or near Waterford Oaks County Park. Well, on Monday afternoon, the Oakland County Sheriff's Office reported that the woman's body had been discovered. They didn't say how she passed away, but they do say foul play likely didn't play a role. A patient at a Detroit hospital fired a gun at an employee before turning the gun on himself Saturday night. The employee was able to retreat, was unharmed. The patient, however, was found with an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound and is listed in critical condition. The incident is still under investigation, and it remains unclear how the gun was snuck into this patient's room in the first place. We've been talking a little bit about some generational gaps, right? Which is why maybe you and I, Jim, don't like the popover, right? We grew up in a different era. Well, this kind of relates to that. If you're over 50, I would say even over maybe 30, you should stop using some of these terms. Oh boy. So someone polled Gen Zers and asked them to name the most outdated acronyms that they think are cringe now.
Oh, these are the ones I have to write down and make sure I use them.
Well, for
when
example,
I'm talking to my kids.
LOL, number one.
We're done with that?
We're done with LOL. So if you text somebody in their early 20s, they're going to think you're a boomer if you use
Okay,
LOL.
can I use LMFAO?
No. Instead of LMFAO, you should write IJBOL.
IJBOL.
Yes, I just burst out laughing. That's the newer acronym you can use.
That's stupid, but go ahead.
I'm telling you, instead of...
You thought they were spelling something else, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Anyway.
move the letters around.
Okay,
here.
instead of YOLO, you're going to write, and I don't know if you say this, but you're going to write DIFTP. It means do it for the plot, which is...
I get the
Same
reference. It's
meaning.
more letters.
I know, but that's what the cool kids are doing. Instead of KK, okay, you write bet.
Okay.
Which means the same thing.
It's on Michigan's championship
yes,
rings.
it's
Bet,
bet.
yeah.
Instead
Bringing
of
everyone together. Back.
Right. Thanks, Jim.
Exactly. Instead of ROFL, rolling on the floor laughing, you just use the skull emoji.
Dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
Really?
the youngest one on the show gets this.
I would not get that, yeah.
Let's see. Instead of calling things fire,
Oh, we're done with fire?
we're done with fire. Lit is back now.
No, come on.
that's-
You
Can't keep up.
a Christmas tree is lit.
The oldest one on the show, yes. Okay,
Yes, I'm
don't
not
use
50.
gross. You call it
Gross.
ick. We know that.
Ick.
Yeah,
You can't just say that's gross.
You know
No,
the
you
Period.
ick.
ick, just ick. You never say, give me the 411 because nobody
knows
Nobody
knows
knows
what
what
411 even
411
means.
yeah.
Instead, what's the tea, spill the tea, things like that.
And now we know, John.
Yes.
File it away.
Yeah, I guess so.
Heather with the news, 97.1.
Hey, you guys, I've got some big news from Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration. Aesthetic Everything just named him the top hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest and one of the top aesthetic doctors in America. Congrats to him. And it's pretty incredible that Dr. B is right here in Metro Detroit, making it easy to restore your hair by the very best. So if you've been thinking about going to see him, get in now and look younger and feel more confident with a thicker head of hair by summer. Also, the sooner you go to see him, the more options you have. Dr. B does so much more than just hair transplants. He has the most up-to-date, well-researched medical therapies and natural pathways to stop your hair loss and improve thickness. With treatment plans that fit almost every budget, Dr. B takes the time to create a custom plan just for you. And he guarantees all of his treatments. So call Michigan Hair Restoration and speak to Maria. Mention 97.1 and you're going to get this complimentary natural hair remedy treatment at your consultation, and that's valued at $1,000. For more information and to schedule your consult with Dr. B, go to MichiganHairRestoration.com.
draft in the rearview mirror. Most of the offseason's over. Maybe still, some moves in the summer, but John, the Lions had their first wave of free agency, and they had their draft. And the question we need to ask is, did they do enough to get over the hump, close the gap, whatever phrase you want to use? Was the offseason a success for this team to now go out and win a Super Bowl?
So the question is, are they better now, or are they projected to be better this year than they were last year?
Yeah.
And I would think the answer is yes.
But then the other layer of this is everybody else feels the same way too.
Right. Well, not everybody else feels the same way. There are other teams that have made changes to their roster, some positive, some not, because of salary cap or because of trades or cuts or injuries, where they probably are going into the year going, we're not as talented as we were last year, but we could still be a good team. But for the Lions, I think they're a much improved team over last year. And yes, the draft has an impact on that. And that is very much TBD. When will they be ready to go? How quickly, will they be effective? What's the rotation going to be like? How much exposure are they going to get early? But when you just look at the free agent signings, I think DJ Reader is an improvement over what they had last year. He can be a run stopper. They can still be really good against a run, but he has the ability to put pressure on the opponent's passer. Youth, the development of youth. I think Aiden Hutchinson, I expect him to continue to improve. Aleem McNeil, Jamison Williams, all of these guys, even Amon-Ra St. Brown, he's only going into his fourth year. I expect him to, again, take another step in the right direction. Now, they're not going to be as big as steps as we saw from year 1 to year 2, but all of these things lead me to believe Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta, Brian Branch, that they're all going to be better than they were last year because it was such a young team that had success. They got a little bit of taste of what that feels like, and we heard it from Penei Sewell. They want it, and they want it now.
He said, I want the big boy. Talking about the Super Bowl, I want it now. He said he's rewatched the NFC title game at least 10 times, and it burns, and he wants that. He wants it as fuel. I mean, we can mix that in, as we talk about this, but I love that mentality. And if you look at the moves they made this offseason, DJ Reader is a run stopper with some pass rush upside, but he's a guy that directly counters what Philly wants to do and what San Francisco wants to do as run-first teams. That's a really good move. Now, the question of getting pressure on the quarterback. This is a fundamental belief. You can do it one way with 4 guys up front that win consistently, and then you drop guys in coverage, or the opposite. You blitz a lot, and you've got guys on the back end that you trust in man coverage down the field. And it's clear the Lions picked option B looking at their offseason. Carlton Davis is a man coverage corner. He's a vet. He's been very successful in that role. Both picks they made first and second round, physical man coverage corners. And they always say we want to be playing our best ball December on. Might not be week 1 for rookie corners, but the thought here is you'll be much better one-on-one on islands down the field. You can blitz. You can get away with it. That, to me, feels like a sound strategy from the team. Now, I don't know if you can win blitzing the elite quarterbacks consistently, so that's a fair pushback. But to win the NFC, to get back to the Super Bowl, to have a puncher's chance to be world champions, they absolutely had a successful offseason. 248-539-9797. You could tell me that Green Bay is on their heels. I like the Lions offseason more. You could tell me Caleb Williams, it's the start of something special in Chicago. Emphasis on start. That's still a rookie quarterback. They're still trying to keep up with the Lions, who have a top-to-bottom better roster.
Yeah.
That's the division. The Eagles, they lose Fletcher Cox and Jason Kelce. Linchpins in the middle of both lines of scrimmage. The Niners did not really address their offensive line. The Lions have the best O-line in the NFC. The Lions went into San Francisco and were bludgeoning the Niners a year ago. I don't think at all that they're better than Detroit, that there's some gap between the two right now.
Well, the gap is that they won,
right? But
they knew how to win.
But moving forward,
right? But here's the other thing: is they have to be better than they were last year because they're going to be playing a tougher schedule than they did last year. They're going to get the first place schedule, so they're going to be playing against other, first place teams.
They'll play San Francisco in the regular season,
right? And so you're going to have to be better, and your record may not reflect that. You may be 11-6. You may still be 12-5. Maybe you're 13-4. but you're going to be exposed to much better teams. And we don't know what the schedule looks like. We don't know how many of those games in November or December are going to be outdoor games. What does that mean for Jared Goff? What does it mean for this offense? And he's answered a lot of questions. Goff has, but there's still some that are out there. As every other, if your quarterback is not named Patrick Mahomes, then you have a lot of questions, or you have some questions about every other quarterback in the NFL.
And let's not mistake this as though the Lions don't have any holes on the roster. I mean, no team is flawless. We could talk some concerns in the 9 o'clock hour, but just as a Lions fan with the draft in the rearview mirror, with free agency's first major wave also in the rearview mirror, do you think they did enough? 248-539-9797. John, you mentioned the schedule. It'll come out in May. Mm-hmm. But in terms of outdoor games, their road games this year are at the Arizona Cardinals indoors, at the Houston Texans indoors, at the Indianapolis Colts indoors. San Francisco is not going to be some tundra when they play them. The only real outdoor games are the 2 division games, Chicago and Green Bay. Yeah. Everything else going to be a dome or in favorable climate.
And they've proven that they can win in Green Bay. They did that 2 years ago at the end of the season.
Mm-hmm. And to start the next year.
Well, but to start the next year.
You say weather, I know. Okay,
it just is a weather issue. And, obviously Chicago at home, they need some late game heroics, but they did win that one. On the road, they didn't look so great.
Let's get to Brandon in Woodhaven. Brandon, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Morning, guys. So you guys ended on player development, and I wanted to say how important I think it is for Jack Campbell to take a big step this year, because I think Alex Anzalone only has next season left, and I think that's our next unknown is this linebacking core. I think Derek Barnes, stepped up big in big games, but he really didn't do nothing during the regular season. He had good games, but I just think Jack Campbell, it's really important for him to be that star linebacker, so we can hit the draft again and draft the next linebacker for.
John, people don't realize this. Off air, Jack Campbell comes up pre-show a lot, and you think very differently of what he did as a rookie than, say, Tom does behind the glass. How his rookie season has been viewed, you think maybe better than people realize.
Yeah, I liked his reaction. I liked his growth throughout the year. He's a tackling machine, and I had certain expectations going into, and maybe mine were more tempered because it's tough. It's one of those positions that I think is really tough to come in and be a dominant force instantly, especially when your coaching staff, and maybe they did this because he wasn't ready to be a dominating force, when they're very measured at how they use you. But we saw them do that with Jahmyr Gibbs. We saw him do it with Brian Branch, even though Brian Branch had early success. We've seen him do this with Kirby Joseph, who in year one had, 4 interceptions, and 2 of them were on Aaron Rodgers. We've seen them be very measured in the exposure that they give young players, but then when they're ready to hit the ground running, they go.
He was their lowest graded linebacker on PFF. He did put up tackle totals. He was second on the team in tackles, and that's a position hey, lots being thrown at you as a rookie. Right. And so to his point, is there another gear that you expect this season?
Yeah, 100%. I think there's a much higher gear that you're going to see, and it comes with processing. It's reading an offense very much like a quarterback reads a defense. Things are going to be different. Things are happening at a much quicker pace. Now, he did come from the Big Ten, obviously, in Iowa, and he played Big Ten offenses, but it's a completely different game. Just like the quarterback's playing a different game at the NFL level than they are at college, it's the same thing with the linebackers. And I caution everybody, it's the same thing with the secondary.
Ticket, text, phone calls. Did the Lions do enough to get over the hump for the upcoming season? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. The rain shifting around the Tigers' rotation as they wait to begin their interleague series against the Cardinals. Jack Flaherty and a pitcher to be named will start today. Kenta Maeda pushed to tomorrow. Obviously, no game last night. 2 will be played at Comerica Park beginning at 3:40 p.m. If you had tickets for tonight's originally scheduled matchup, you can attend both games with that ticket. Those who were going last night will have to exchange them. Early 2025 NFL draft odds are dropping after things wrapped up in Detroit. A group of quarterbacks will likely vie for the top spot next spring, including Shedeur Sanders, Quinn Ewers, and Carson Beck. That's Colorado, Texas, and Georgia. Michigan corner Will Johnson expected to be the first Wolverine off the board at the moment, projected to be top 10 or even top 5. But again, very, very early. Some playoff eliminations happening last night. LeBron and the Lakers are out. James wouldn't answer a question about his future in L.A. Head coach Darvin Ham, who's from Michigan, may reportedly be out or at least unlikely to return. They lost 108 to 106, and Denver moves on. The Thunder also won their first series in 8 years, sweeping the Pelicans with a 97-89 victory. And moving on in the NHL are the Panthers. They wipe away the Lightning with a decisive 6-1 home victory to win that East Series 4-1. And there are 4 more potential elimination games on the ice tonight. Boston, Carolina, Colorado, and Vancouver can all advance. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Lions offseason, one goal. Build a team that can win the Super Bowl. Build off last season. Is it mission accomplished? And we're not going to know until they play the games. But as you sit today, you reflect on the draft and free agency. I feel like, yes, the answer is they are built to win a Super Bowl. They were built to go to the Super Bowl a year ago. Jahmyr Gibbs, a fumble. Josh Reynolds, a drop. Kindle Vildor off of face mask into Brandon Ayuk's hands. Those are just ridiculously awful mistakes to make in a game of that magnitude. I would tell you they were every bit as good as San Francisco on their field on that day, fell just short. Did they make up the gap? That's the question. I think DJ Reader stops the run against teams like San Francisco and Philadelphia. I think the corners that they've brought in, the trade-off is we are going to still blitz, but we're not going to get beat as deep as often because we've upgraded the corner room. That's the trade-off. I think there was a clear addition on the defensive side of the ball, which is what people wanted to see. Does this team still have holes? Sure, we could talk about it. Do you want a fourth option in the passing game? Do you want one more edge rusher for Aiden so you don't have to blitz? Sure. John, what is the biggest issue for this football team still? And do you agree that, yes, they are in that upper echelon of the sport?
For me, it's another edge rusher. And if we get a chance to, talk to Dan Campbell or anybody else on the coaching staff or even Brad Holmes, especially as we get closer to training camp, the question is going to be James Houston.
Yeah.
Do they believe and feel like now that he's healthy and has had another offseason to continue to improve and work on his craft, will he be that threat that we saw at the end of his rookie season?
8 sacks.
Yeah,
he was a game changer.
Oh, he certainly was.
But that's 2 years removed.
Right, 2 years, an injury removed.
Yep.
And we had heard last year at training camp, there was some scuttle that he wasn't doing the same things. And he's not going to be, nor do I think he will ever be, a guy that's going to set the edge. So he is going to be a third down pass rush specialist. Can he create and wreak havoc in the backfield so that it benefits Aiden Hutchinson, it benefits Aleem McNeil? And I think Jack Campbell, we talked about him. Jack Campbell can be a big part of wreaking havoc on the quarterback.
They used him a little bit like that.
Yeah, as a stand-up rush guy.
He's not Micah Parsons, but some of that role he played in spurts a year ago, does he have more on his plate in the second year? Of course he will and should.
But for him, it's not going to be lining up on the line of scrimmage. It's going to be just like we talk about creating havoc with blitzing the secondary. Mm-hmm. He should be coming from depth as well.
I want to be clear on something on Campbell. I include him as the top 4 guys last year that are going to be very impactful players on this team. Mm-hmm. What I've said about Jack Campbell has been so twisted. He's clearly the 4th. He made the 4th biggest impap of the 4 that were drafted.
And the other 3 were really, really good.
And if you like PFF or you don't, I'm indifferent, but I think it's a tool for us. He was in the mid-50s last year. The other 3 were in the 70s. Look, he was second in the team in tackles. Okay, well, some of that was chasing.
Right.
That's why Anzalone led the team in tackles, because he was chasing a lot. Okay, I mean,
well,
look, I'm not trying to tear down
linebacker.
Jack Campbell. I think he's got the most room for improvement. I wouldn't rule out that he could. I think maybe career-wise be better than Laporta. Probably not. Laporta looks special.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty high bar. He could be the second of the 4.
Yeah, as I look at the roster, the two things people bring up, receiver and edge, they bring back their 3 leading pass catchers from a year ago. Receptions, St. Brown, Laporta, and third was Jahmyr Gibbs, who they will continue to use in the passing game. I didn't mention J-Mo, who missed a good chunk of the season, and the expectation should be that he is more involved. Receiver, do you want someone, a guy that plays the Reynolds role? Sure. But I don't think it's this like major concern for a team to be the 5th leading target guy if all goes well. I don't think that's like, oh, they can't win a Super Bowl because they don't have a 5th option in the passing game. They'll continue to look for guys, and maybe it's Donovan Peoples-Jones or it's a guy who's not even on the roster. The edge is something I think that we may circle back to, just because I don't like that you have to blitz to get pressure. How much of that last year was, hey, Aiden's getting home, but no one's coming from the other side, and guys can step up, they can evade the rush. He's got to get a little better, but part of the offseason goal was collapse the pocket from both sides and not have to blitz to do it. I still feel like that's not their only path, but predominantly the path they're going to have to use.
Yeah, and some of it's going to be the creativity of Aaron Glenn. When do you blitz from the secondary? When do you blitz from a linebacker position? What are you doing? What is the position of Aiden Hutchinson? And with added talent up front with DJ Reader, Davenport can be, when healthy, an effective part of that equation. That's one thing that's kind of maybe the biggest question mark is signed him to a 1-year deal, missed almost all of last year with an injury. Can he be effective in all situations? Because you don't always want to have to bring in that pass rush specialist. That's third and long. Okay, it's obvious.
But you don't want to tip your hand.
You want to be able to rush the passer. Hey, teams are going to throw on first down. Can you put pressure? Can you make that switch from defending the run to rushing the passer?
Let's get to David in Clinton Township. David, did they do enough? Do they have any glaring holes or weaknesses?
Yes. I would make an argument that their biggest need right now is backup quarterback, and I think that's a good thing.
Okay, explain.
Well, this team is poised to make a run. If our quarterback gets injured, that is over. All the other stuff is, well, we could use this guy, we could use this guy. I'm hoping that Houston Pascal make a step up and more schemes and with the better other defensive backs. So I would say the backup quarterback is as of right now the most important thing they should get.
So they have Hendon Hooker. They have Hendon Hooker, but I think a fair point would be he has not played any meaningful snaps at all in the NFL. And if Goff goes down, how do you feel in a Super Bowl or bust year throwing out a rookie who has no live reps outside of what he gets in the preseason? But then the question is, are you carrying a third quarterback on this team? And is there any guy out there who you're adding as a third quarterback that would possibly keep the season afloat? I mean, most teams don't have a backup that's going to win a Super Bowl. So, I mean, the reality is that guy probably doesn't exist.
I think with this year or next year where they're going to have room, it would be a good idea to have a better than just guy to hold the snap. In the next couple years from now, you're not going to have that luxury when you're paying these guys again. I mean, I remember this is going back years, thinking to myself, when Jeff George got hurt, the Vikings were going to tank. And then all of a sudden, they brought in this rookie Culpepper, and he lit it up. I'm not saying Hooker could do that, and you don't know. So if you really want to make a run, the odds of Goff going 2 years in a row without a significant injury, they're not that great.
Well, David, football's a violent game, and John will nod his head to that.
Yeah.
But when you have a great offensive line, you limit the amount of hits that your quarterback takes. You're definitely nodding your head at that. That's part of the formula here. They've insulated Jared Goff to minimize, not eliminate, but minimize that.
Right, and to minimize just the fact of him moving around in the pocket. Not only do you want to prevent sacks and pressures, you just don't want to even move it around. He's not great at getting outside the pocket.
But his point, okay, if they lose their quarterback, they're in trouble. I mean,
so
I
who's
think
your option?
Most teams would say that, though.
Well, yeah. Well, who's your option? Ryan Tannehill? He's about the only one with decent experience that's not signed.
Yeah, I mean, I look around the league. Like, who are some of the best backup quarterbacks? Like Jacoby Brissett, Jameis Winston. I mean, the idea that most teams have someone.
I mean, we saw in New Orleans when Jameis Winston was called to duty. It didn't go well.
Alter the end of the game when the Lions played them, that he went in the game instead of Carr. It's one of those things that will forever be brought up on sports radio. Do we have the right backup quarterback? And I think in 30, if not all 32 cities, the answer is no. We don't have a guy who can step in and win the Super Bowl. That's just, there's not 32 great quarterbacks, let alone 45 or 50.
Yeah, and the Eagles kind of screwed that one up.
I know. Nick Foles ruins this.
Yeah.
Well, let's go get a Nick Foles. 248-539-9797. We want to get some of your calls in the mix. And then I do have a question for John Jansen, because we talked yesterday about Gio Manu, the polarizing pick that Brad Holmes made, the 6'8", massive human being who looks like a tackle, but isn't talking like a tackle. I don't want to read too much into this. I want to know what you think of it. Can this guy play guard, as is being discussed? It's 97.1.
Hey, the road to the NBA Finals starts now, and new customers on FanDuel can get their own playoff run. Get on their own playoff run with $150. Just place any $5 bet, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets, whether you win or lose. And you can use it on the rest of the NBA playoffs. I'll repeat that for the new customers. $5 bet, and you're going to get $150 in bonus bets, whether you win or lose. And you can bet on anything from, hey, points in a game, total points, over, under, three-pointers made, first basket score. It doesn't matter. Download the app, have some fun. You can get more information at FanDuel.com/Jansen. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA, and 97.1 The Ticket. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
We're going to get to the phones here in a second. The question, did the Lions do enough? What's their biggest weakness? Did they do enough to get over the hump, beat the Niners, play in a Super Bowl, win a Super Bowl? John, I did want to get your reaction to Giovanni Manu, the tackle/guard that they drafted in the 4th round. This felt abnormal that they would have a 6'8" interior offensive lineman, but he said that they are talking about him as a right guard as of right now.
So the transition is going to be, he's been in a left-handed stance for the last couple of years. I know in 22, apparently he started some games at guard before they bumped him out to tackle. So he's got an idea of what's it like in the inside. But again, he was playing against high schoolers. The transition first is going to be, because ultimately what do we think is going to happen is Penei Sewell moves over to left tackle. And if Manu is able to make the transition and become an effective pro, he's going to be the right tackle. Ideally, that's where you have it because you need that length at tackle. You don't need it as much at the guard position. It doesn't mean that it can't happen. 6'8" would be the biggest guard that I've ever heard of. But if he is the freak athlete that everybody talks about and he's got great knee bend, then he can get low. You can play with good pad level at 6'8". It's not
harder.
That much. Well, yeah, but it's not that much different than being 6'6". Like you're talking about a very smaller margin because there are guards in the NFL right now that are 6'6" that are very effective.
Right, but the type of bodies that you're going up against, typically edge guys are 6'3", 6'4". They're taller, longer human beings. A lot of the defensive interior guys are stumpy. You got to dig them out. You got to get underneath, and leverage becomes, it's always important. But to me, that's why I don't think we see a lot of guys who are 6'7" or 6'8" playing on the inside. Correct.
It is hard to play with good leverage, good pad level when you're playing against somebody who's 6 foot, 6'1", and you're 6'8". It's just, that's human nature.
So is this a transition guard with the option to play tackle?
I think it's guard to see if he's able to make the transition from left-hand stance to right-hand stance.
One thing at a time, yeah.
Yeah, and then it's, okay, we're comfortable with you at guard because there's less risk at guard too. I know the path to the quarterback is a lot shorter, but you have side rail, you have guardrails. You got,
it's like bumpers when you're bowling.
Right, yeah, and with long arms, when you're talking about an offense, yes, I know that they run the ball and it's a large part of their offense, but when you're talking about protected Jared Goff, you can never underestimate the reach at any position. Centers, guards, tackles. It's always better to have long arms, and if he's got a punch, like that can be very effective at the guard position. Now, you're not going to play this game in a vacuum. You've got to be able to do both, and I think the transition is let's get him comfortable at guard, and then let's bump him out to tackle and see if he can handle that.
You didn't love, not that it can't be corrected, him as a puller, though. And I feel like as a guard in a gap scheme.
Right. But that was more, I just don't think he's ever been taught that technique.
Coach him up.
And again, I go back to the reports that we're getting is that he is a freak athlete. And it's not just straight line speed, right? 350, you're running 4.950. Like that's impressive in and of itself. But if you're a freak athlete, then you are able to bend your knees. You are able to do things on the run and be coached up. There are certain guys that, hey, their wiring is just certain where you teach them something, you show them something on film, and they're like, okay, I can do that. And they just go out and do it. It's one of the things that will really piss you off about great athletes because they just go out there and they can do anything. It doesn't matter.
There we go. Nerding out of the trenches for a second. All right, let's get back out to Kevin and Macomb. Kevin, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, yeah, John. The blueprint to have a winning success is just it's up front, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. I would have preferred an interior lineman, honestly, but at the same time, I'm the same guy who thought that drafting Sam Laporta was a total abomination. And I kind of feel like it was, and when you look at him now, he's like a first-team All-Pro. So, yes, I would have wanted maybe an interior lineman with that second pick. I mean, honestly, even, and I'm a Michigan hater, I would have preferred a Zach Zenner, too, maybe in like the second or third round if we could have got him. I just feel that, for people that know a lot about the team, you got to think about Ragnar, who has that inoperable injury with his foot or his toe, and he is just playing on fumes right now, and we're lucky to have him, but it's just as soon as you lose a guy that valuable, like the one of one of centers in the middle, it's going to be a big loss. I do think edge was important too, but I mean, if those two corners end up being just like outstanding and just great starters, I really do think it's going to. I mean, the way the rules have been changing too with the hit tackles and that, it's like, I don't know. I'm trusting Holmes. It's cliche, but he proved me wrong so badly last year, and I was so happy that he did.
Yeah, and don't sleep on Christian Mahogany. I think he could be effective. I don't think he's going to come in and displace anyone, but as a guy that can be coached up, you love his mindset, you love everything that you see on film and everything that you're hearing, but I do think that his game will translate to what the Lions do in terms of how they operate and call their offense.
People got a lot to say about this football team. We'll keep taking those calls, those ticket texts. Want to mix in a little baseball before the hour ends. The idea, the question, Spencer Thorkelson. But first, Heather with the news.
So 2 months after losing his job, the former Oakland University soccer coach is now suing the school, alleging that OU unlawfully fired him for having debilitating depression. So in this lawsuit that was filed on Monday, Eric Pogue alleges that Oakland tried to force him out because he was struggling mentally. And he says that the university forbade him from speaking about mental health issues with the athletes and subjected him to a sexist environment that stigmatizes men battling psychological problems, especially men who work in the world of sports. He says that despite being one of the winningest coaches in the school's history, he was ultimately fired in February.
I was going to ask, was it performance-based? But if you say they win, then...
His contract, no, it wasn't performance-based. It wasn't any issues that he had. He did have a contract that would have taken him through 2025. He did take a leave of absence, and when he took his leave, the team struggled tremendously. When he came back, the team started winning again. And ultimately, you know, he also wants to make his story known for other people who are struggling with mental health issues as well, that this is something that needs to be vocalized and needs to be talked about and stressed. So the lawsuit has been filed. It sounds like the school actually hasn't been presented with it yet, but it's on its way. Yeah, here it comes.
Here's your notice.
Yep. John, I thought you'd like this story because whenever I see anything about fishing and wildlife, I think of you.
Oh, is this about the catfish?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a 15-year-old girl in Ohio that just set a record after she pulled in this massive 101-pound blue catfish, which is incredible. It's the new state record, happened on April 7th. High school sophomore was out with her dad, with a family friend, fishing. They were doing jug line fishing. I don't know what that is. Do you, like they attach a line to a jug and put it in the water or something?
Yeah, it's basically a bobber, and sometimes you can have multiple ones, but yeah.
So I don't know what that is, but that's the type of fishing she was doing. She said when they went to go pull it up, it nearly flipped the boat over. They were in this small boat. Yeah. That's a big. The picture is incredible of her.
So
with
when you're
this
going
fish.
for something like that, obviously a regular bobber is just going to go under. So you actually need a jug.
It's incredible. The fish was measured, weighed, examined by 3 Ohio game wardens the next day, weighed in at exactly 101.11 pounds, 56 inches long. Pretty incredible. Yeah. I thought you'd like that one when I saw that one.
Love it, especially a daughter out with her dad.
Yep.
That's a great story.
Yep,
you go fishing with your daughters?
All the time.
What's the largest catch you guys have had?
Ellie has caught a 6-pound walleye before. I think Lucy likes to be on the boat, but not necessarily fishing.
I'd be more with her, I think. I like to be out there. I'll leave the fishing to everyone else.
Yeah, so that's probably the big one.
I wouldn't mind reeling it in. I just don't want to touch it afterward.
Oh, the captain of the boat will take care of that.
Perfect. See, okay.
No
and then
problem.
As long as you put the whatever you were fishing with, the worm or whatnot.
Yeah, the lure.
You handle that.
We'll set the lines. Yep. You can have all the fun. Reel it in.
That's perfect.
Yep.
That's perfect. Now, this story to me is straight up out of a nightmare. My nightmares, anyway. Maybe not for somebody else. There's a little girl. She told her mom that she thought she was hearing monsters in her bedroom.
Oh, boy.
Did they find monsters?
No.
Yes, they did. 50,000 monsters. Ugh. Yeah, it turns out there was an actual swarm of 50,000 honeybees living in this little girl's bedroom walls. And I mean, when you see the images, it's not just like... It's intense, right?
It's 50,000 bees.
It's 50,000 bees and 100 pounds of honeycomb.
Yeah.
100 pounds of honeycomb in this kid's wall.
Been there
It's
a while.
disgusting. But no,
Depends if
it
you
was
like honey or
only
not.
8 months, they said.
Well,
In
so,
8 months'
yes, but
time.
Yeah.
These,
It's not like it happened in a week's time or
no,
overnight.
but
Yeah.
still. She shared the photos of like the thermal camera that picked up all the bees' heat.
Yeah.
Oh my
Terrifying.
gosh, terrifying. And she just basically had to live there, shut the girls' room, let them kind of live in that room while they captured them and moved them to a different location.
Well, you're sure the parents were like, "There's not monsters in
Right,
your bedroom,
sweetie,
sweetie.
there's
It's
no
fine."
monsters.
Yeah.
Come
then all
to
of a
find
sudden,
out.
yeah, they start buzzing.
Well, you know what else? There's monsters emerging from the ground right now. A different form of monsters in my mind, the cicadas. We've talked
Yep.
all about these trillions of cicadas that are going to emerge from the ground. Well, apparently the sound of these emerging cicadas is so loud that people are calling 911.
Oh, it's like a freight train.
I mean, I've
Yeah.
never heard it.
Oh, it's
I know
unbelievable.
cicadas themselves are loud bugs,
Yeah.
but like the sound of them coming up from the ground, people think that they're hearing like a siren or a roar. So they're calling 911, specifically in South Carolina. And now the Newberry County Sheriff, Lee Foster, is telling everyone, hey, calm down. It's just the sound of nature. It's just what we're going through. I love it.
He summed it
Yeah.
up
Part
well.
of nature.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, Torkelson. Is it time? It's 97.1.
In an instant, an auto accident can put you in the worst financial position of your life. It is a must to hire the right lawyer who will make sure that the insurance companies pay what they owe you. Injury attorney David Femininio and his team have been making insurance companies pay for almost 30 years, and he can help you with your injury case as well. David is ready to speak with you right now personally if you call 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
Couple quick ticket texts. We brought up Lions. Did they do enough? Any glaring weaknesses? Caller said backup quarterback. Texter says Steelers have the next best quarterback situation in the league. Another one says, I think solid signings for the Lions. One of them would have been Russell Wilson. Relatively mobile, different dynamic than Jared, someone who has won it. Okay, couple things about the Steelers situation. One, we brought up Justin Fields, only cost us 6th. But he wasn't coming here.
Right.
And Russell Wilson, same thing, wanted a chance to start. Both those guys are in Pittsburgh because they have a chance to start. They would not have the chance to start here in Detroit.
Correct. And Russell Wilson was not going to go anywhere to be somebody's definitive backup.
The other name he said was Michael Gallup, who just signed the other day with the Raiders. People who want like a 4th or 5th option for the Lions. Gallup, it would have been worth a flyer maybe, but I'm not to get bent out of shape about. Something that's a little more concerning. Spencer Torkelson. We are going to wrap up the month of April today. The Tigers will play a doubleheader. John, he is the worst player on this team. He is one of the worst players, in Major League Baseball.
You all right? He is.
Yes.
And I know you put together some stats, and everything that the stats show is that he is insufficient, has been woefully insufficient, and is as bad as it gets in Major League.
Yeah, here are the stats. So he's got 0 home runs in 26 games. Okay, that's one measure of power. The other would be just isolated power. He's 25th among first basemen. This is a guy who hits 3rd or 4th in the lineup most nights, and I know they're starting to bump him down. The question is, does he need to get bumped all the way down, clear his head as a Toledo Mudhen? Are we reaching that point? Again, the month will wrap up today. Maybe he goes and hits 2 home runs, and this whole conversation was pointless. But he is a negative WAR player. He does not rank in the top 900 in Major League Baseball. I will say that again. 900 Major League Baseball players have a higher WAR than Spencer Torkelson. There are not 900 active players right now. That's a concern. StatCast, because I know you're thinking, well, Jim, didn't he start slow last year and everybody started talking bust and he turned it around? StatCast last year showed that he was getting a lot of barrels, right? Getting the meat of the bat on the ball, and the hard hit rate was indicative, better days ahead. This year, it's a lot of blue, cold, poor performance. He's not getting on base. The exit velo's low. The barrel rate's low. The hard hit rate's low. This is indicative of a guy who's not performing, and there aren't indicators that it's going to turn around. So the question then becomes, he shouldn't be too good for this. We saw Max Scherzer go down and clear his head. Does he go down, hit a couple beach balls, build up some confidence, get his timing down? That's the thing AJ talked to us about a couple weeks ago, is getting his timing down. I know he's not going to get Major League timing down, but can he at least build some confidence, see the bat, hit the ball, and then come up and try to, reset? Because this isn't good enough. He's holding them back more than anybody else.
And they've given him more opportunity than anybody. He's got more at-bats than anybody else on the team. He's got 103, Riley Green with 96, Mark Canha with 92, 87 for Kerry Carpenter, 87 for Colt Keith. And it goes down from there. And if you're not productive, they've given you ample opportunity because they know what he was able to do at the end of last year. We all know what he was able to do at the end of last year. He really caught fire, and you thought that would carry over, even if it was a slow start, maybe 5, 10, 15 games. We're 28 games, and he hasn't even come close.
So then I think it's a fair question. Should he go down to Toledo?
I'd have no problem with it. He is not doing anything to help win, and because his defense hasn't been great either. So if that's the case, send him down, because as guys start to get healthy, then all of a sudden you've got to make a decision. Okay, Buddy Kennedy's probably the first one to go down when you need that roster spot. And then the question becomes, Wenzel Perez. Like, he's performed well since he's been up. Has he earned the right to stay versus Spencer Torkelson, who has had over 100 at-bats, very little production? Does he just need to go down, get a little bit of confidence, get comfortable with the swing again, and then come back up?
Yeah, and Buddy Kennedy's already gone down as of yesterday to AAA to make room for Andy Ibanez. So he's not even an option.
So that already happened.
Yeah. So, but again, they didn't play yesterday. It kind of gets lost in the shuffle. They got postponed. So Andy Ibanez will be back for the doubleheader. But yeah, like Perez, he's come up and he already has a home run. Buddy Kennedy, who's no longer even on the team, has a home run, and Torkelson doesn't. And I don't want to reduce it all to home runs, but when you are a power hitting first baseman, You got to leave the ballpark occasionally.
Well, so
can't be zero.
Ideally, you'd have both. You'd have a guy hit for average and have some power.
Sure.
But if that's not going to be the case, if you can't hit for average, then you better be, hitting the long ball.
Mm-hmm.
That's today's game.
But he's giving you neither. He's not giving you like a ton of doubles to make up for hey, I get it. He doesn't have a bunch of home runs, but boy, does this guy, he hits the ball to the back of the wall, right? We're not seeing that from Spencer Torkelson. So I think it's a fair question, and it's how much longer do you want to see this go? Is there a benefit to sending him down? Because April ends today.
Mm-hmm. And that's a question that it's Scott Harris, it's A.J. Hinch. Is this something that's fixable? Is it something that a trip to AAA can rectify? Because I'd rather him do it now. He's not providing anything now. So if he's not in the lineup, who cares?
It actually might be a benefit short term.
Yeah.
And if you get him right, it's a benefit long term.
Right. That's the thing is if you believe in the long term that you're going to have a chance to be able to compete for the division, and I know what I just said, that's a long shot. But if you believe that you're going to be able to hang close enough to be able to compete for the division, then send him down, let him get some confidence and some motivation. Maybe it's part of both, and come back up and be a part of that run at the end of the year.
Yeah, and some of this is messaging, right? I mean, maybe you say it could fuel and motivate him. This doesn't have to be like it is a demotion, but it doesn't have to feel like, we're giving up on you. It doesn't have to be that way. It could be messaged, hey, Torque, we believe in you. We need you to do this to get right so that you can come up and you can do the pizza celebration with your teammates for the first time this season.
Right, and here's the other thing. We asked this question coming out of spring training, and it was all, hey, the bats are warm up, not worried about them. Well, are they worried about them now? I would think they would have to be.
Well, I think even AJ, I think he's been pretty transparent about this. We asked him, it was on opening day. It's like, what makes you excited or optimistic? I think I said that the bats will heat up. And he said, well, we got to work for it. Like, it's not an assumption that we're automatically going to hit. They're going to have to work at it. I think it was a good mentality to have. He said the other day, Saturday night, we can't win this way. These come from behind miraculous situations. They boot 4 balls in the field and come back roaring back to win. They have 10 comeback wins. They have 16 total wins. 10 of them are come from behind wins. I think he's been pretty fair and reasonable about this. Like, this is not, he said it, this is not sustainable. They're going to have to hit more. Well, the key guy that needs to hit more than anybody else is Spencer Torkelson. So we tie it all together. Like, that's the key here, is if Torkelson was hitting even a little bit, does this 16-12, this winning record at the end of April, does it feel more sustainable if Torkelson's contributing? Absolutely it would.
Well, but here's the other thing is, and I don't know how it compares to other teams, but the makeup of the Tigers is really good starting pitching, really good bullpen. So you've got 9 innings of being ahead of the 8 ball because you got good pitchers. Other teams may have one good starter, maybe have 2 good starters, but they're only going 6 or 7 innings, and then you get to a bullpen that is not as strong. So the Tigers eventually, they know through 9 innings, whether it's the starter or the bullpen, will be able to attack one of them. They don't have the confidence that they can do both, but at some point they'll be able to put up runs, and I think it's just kind of how this team is built right now with really good pitching and an offense that is lacking.
And it's a damn shame. They've had great bullpens every year under A.J. Hinch, but the real benefit of having a great bullpen is when you have the lead, right?
Yes.
It's
talk about a closer.
Yeah, we're up 2 or 3, not down 2 or 3. We don't need 8th inning magic and smoke and mirrors. And I'll give A.J. credit. He's pulling the right levers and buttons, and hey, here comes a pinch hitter against the lefty. We're going to use a pinch runner. We're going to use everybody on the roster to get as many wins as we can. I give him all the credit in the world for that. But you can't fake it over 162, and I think he even admitted it. This is not sustainable the way we are winning right now.
Well, and it was paired with on Saturday with the amount of errors they had in the field.
Yeah, it was kind of a... And again, you like the fight, you like pulling stuff out, but like John, right now they are on pace for like 60 come from behind wins. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
They're on pace for 90 plus wins. I mean, this is a real conversation we have. As excited as you are about the team, can you fully enjoy it when you think the other shoe's about to drop? 248-539-9797. Thoughts on Torkelson, thoughts on the team Coming up next, I want to put something out there to keep an eye on tonight, and this could be completely reckless use of radio airtime, but just for a couple minutes before we get to Doug and Scott, we'll do it next, 97.1.
Hey, we all know that we love watching sports, so why not dive into the best pool in history and watch them at Stadium Swim? It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience that is absolutely built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. That's Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch all the great sporting events. So you got the NBA Finals, NHL, Stanley Cup race, swim-up bars, instant-ready selfie walls, and one nonstop party going on. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, and it's located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
A self-admitted waste of everybody's time. It's a pipe dream. It's something to look forward to tonight. I'll get to that in a second. Some ticket text on Torkelson. He will be just fine. Calm down. He doesn't need to be sent down. They do need to bring up Matt Manning. Why should we be calm about Tork? There's no indicators that this is going to turn around.
Or a better question, like how much patience are you willing to have? We're 28 games in, no home runs, and he's had errors in the field. He's obviously struggling right now.
Send Parker Meadows with him. That guy's giving you nothing offensively. Al says, I'm not worried about Tork. He's not number one on my list. I'd focus on Parker Meadows and Jake Rogers before. I have more faith that Tork fixes it than those guys. You could also throw in Colt Keith, by the way, who's, again, young bats. I'm not condemning them to bust status, but this is what happens with young bats. They're going to struggle at the major league level.
But for Jake Rogers, at least, I mean, he's obviously here for his defense.
And he's great at framing pitches.
Yeah. And so he's providing something. What is Spencer Torkelson providing right now?
Yeah. I supported Tork all last year, but felt somewhat vindicated by his production. But this year, I hate giving up on young guys, but 0 homers. I think it's time to send him down. That's Scott in Downriver. That's a conversation we had. And again, maybe he hits 2 home runs today and pulls it all together. But we have yet to see it, and there are not encouraging signs with Spencer Torkelson. And we don't have to pretend that it is. This is supposed to be one of the best hitters on this team. If what they're doing isn't sustainable, he's the chief culprit for why.
Yeah, and I mean, yes, there's a number of fingers you could point.
Uh-huh.
And if when everybody comes back healthy, somebody has to be set down, maybe it is Parker Meadows, and you keep Perez up.
Mm-hmm. All right, something to look forward to tonight. We all love when the Toronto Maple Leafs lose, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
We're joined at that one.
They're facing elimination tonight. It would be their 7th opening round exit in the last 8 years. How beautiful is that? Their core 4 has 6 points total in the series. Austin Matthews, the guy who flirted with 70 goals, was spotted on the bench in the second period of last game going at Mitch Marner, one of the other core 4. He appeared to tell him, "Stop bleeping crying, bro. This isn't junior hockey." Coming undone at the seams a little bit. Nylander and Matthews just signed extensions. Tavares is the captain with 1 season left. So does it make Mitch Marner the odd man out, the scapegoat, if they yet again fall short? Marner flirted with 100 points the 2 seasons prior. This year, 85 points in 69 games. He plays both ends of the ice. Selke votes all throughout his career. If there is a scapegoat, if he is made available, is this not a guy you call about?
Oh, certainly. If he is made available, you got to make the call.
And he has a no-movement clause, so can you go, hey, we're Original Six, we're the Red Wings, I'm Steve Yzerman, kind of cachet your way into the conversation. You've got this pipeline full of prospects. This isn't like, do I think it's going to happen? No, but do I think it's ridiculous?
Well, okay, so
only
let
a
me
little
ask
bit.
the
Only a
question,
little bit.
What do you have to give up to get him?
So I saw, it's funny you say that, some speculation that the Leafs would be looking for a massive return, but because Marner can pick his spot, they may have to settle for a first-round pick, an NHL-ready prospect, and depth pieces, depending on where Marner wants to go.
So we have a first-round pick.
We do.
Do we have enough NHL-ready prospects that?
It depends which caliber. You're not going to give up. You're not going to give up Edvinson. Probably not going to give up, Kosa, Kasper, Danielson, the down-the-middle centers that they've drafted in the first round.
Right. So but
it's
you
like
have
you want
to give
Bergeron,
up,
but yeah, they're not going to take Bergeron.
You have to give up to get.
Yeah.
And are you willing to do that?
I would tell you Yzerman, who's very conservative with his coaches, with his prospects, with his organization, probably won't. But this is something to keep an eye on tonight because we all want to see Toronto lose, and it may actually benefit the Red Wings.
Possible. We'll see. Yeah, little pipe dream. Because you at some point have to acquire, and I don't know that I would necessarily call him a superstar, but you've got to be able to acquire guys that are better than what you have. We know it's free agency, but a top-line guy that, Yzerman said, we haven't had lottery luck. They're not going to get lottery luck, so you got to acquire him somehow.
This is likely in place of a Patrick Kane extension. We don't even know if that's going to happen, or a Steven Stamkos reunion with Yzerman. That Red Wing fans online getting excited when Tampa lost last night. We don't know that that's going to happen. This is a guy who's 26 years old who plays both ends of the ice, and he scores a ton. He'd be the highest point producer on the team.
Yeah.
When he played in the All-Star game 2 years ago, he said the highlight was playing with, you guessed it, Dylan Larkin. So I'm planting some seeds.
Yes. Well,
I don't know if they're ever going to grow any crops, but seeds have been planted.
It'll be interesting, especially, what does it do to the production or the development of a Lucas Raymond? Because you mentioned he would be the highest point getter. Well, that might not be true. It might be Lucas Raymond.
It'd be a great problem to have.
What was he at, 85 this year?
I could double check, but yeah, I think he was.
Or no, it was a little bit less than that. We were hoping that he took that jump to 85 next year.
You're hoping that he becomes Mitch Marner,
right,
who's 26 years old and may become available. Something to consider for the Red Wings. Are you watching much of the NHL playoffs? It's just
no.
Okay, yeah, just me.
It's because I like watching the Tiger games, and you know what? I was disappointed when we didn't make the playoffs, and I don't want to. Washington got smoked. That would have been us. And I don't think that anything else would have been different, but it would have been nice to have a seat at the table.
I don't think the Wings would have got swept. I know that doesn't mean very much to people. I think we would have had an LCA playoff game. They would have won one. I think the Rangers ultimately win. I think the Wings would have put up a better fight.
Well, I mean,
hard to say.
Hard to make that sell when there was no fight
from the Capitals.
Yeah, in March.
Well, we all said this. We go, the Caps are a bad team. It was terrible goal differential, but they won the games at the end of the season. The Wings failed to, and that's why we end up watching somebody else get swept. And I think it did zap a little bit of the hockey playoff enjoyment for people here. I'm assuming
you are watching.
Yeah. I mean, not as intently, but I think it's the best postseason in sports, especially when it gets deeper in these 6 and 7 game series. We have a lot of lousy
Stanley Cup Finals. I'll tune in, but right now there's just the morbid curiosity and the fun of watching Toronto struggle.
Gator's coming into the studio. Gator, I just planted some seeds, and I said this could be just a waste of everybody's time, but if the Maple Leafs lose tonight, which we're all rooting for, right? Could it benefit the Detroit Red Wings? Does Mitch Marner become the fall guy? You have a big, robust pipeline.
Well, Toronto does love having a fall guy, don't they?
Yeah.
When they fail every year, most earlier than typical.
This would be 7 of the last 8 years bounced in the opening round.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that?
7 of the last 8 years. Look at the smile on his face.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. I love Canadian people. I love Canadians, and I can't stand the Maple Leafs. I think it's just the rivalry going with the Red Wings. That's why. But because I like the other Canadian teams for the most part. There's some others I don't like, but it could absolutely benefit them because Toronto is notorious for giving up quickly on things and overreacting and knee-jerking the whole bit. So, could I see, Mitch Marner, who's had a terrible playoff, could I see him moving on? Yeah.
Change of scenery, 26 years old.
Yeah.
I planted the seeds. I don't know if any crops are going to grow.
Listen.
It may go unwatered.
I planted it years ago. I started planning about getting ready for when Connor McDavid or Draisaitl's contract comes up that, when those contracts come up, the Red Wings have enough money.
Doug is in the studio as well. Doug, what do you guys got?
Crops looking?
Right. Yeah. What do you guys got coming up?
Well, our champ and chump have led us into a topic we're going to open with, and we have another edition of Who's on Top scheduled for the noon hour.
All right, it's all coming up. Carson Anderson, stay tuned. 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program here on a Tuesday on 97.1 The Ticket post-draft. There's still stuff to talk about with the Lions in the draft. Got some Tiger stuff we're going to mix in today, amongst other things. But I start with greeting you, my friend, Scott the Gator Anderson. And I talked to Kang about this and we got sidetracked. I owe you 2 lunch. How about Thursday?
Yeah, it works for me. Kang's Thursday work for you?
Yeah, whatever Doug wants to do, man.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's up to you, Doug.
Yeah.
We'll go for it Thursday. Now, are we going to do we have Evan go pick it up? Is that how this works? That means I buy Evan lunch too, but yeah, I'll talk to him. Chick-fil-A sound good?
Whatever you,
I get to choose?
Yeah, man.
All right.
We don't have to order what you order.
Yeah,
I don't need the superfood salad. I don't need it.
need that.
Chick-fil-A superfood salad.
Yeah,
really
go
good.
for it.
They've changed the name of it, but
We're pretty breezy.
Yeah.
Anything exciting last night in the Gator household?
Obviously, I was disappointed there was no Tigers to watch. So I opened up Netflix, which I haven't done in a long time, and started going through what have I, because I've saved like 30 things in my queue. I just haven't gotten around to watching much of it.
What did you choose?
So I found a docu-series on there called Wrestlers.
You don't say.
Yeah, I mean, it's of course it's on brand with me, right?
Somehow you found it, Gator.
Somehow I found it. Well, I don't think it was in my queue from last time, so this has been added since my last viewing, I guess. But it follows. It's like an hour. There's like, I don't know, 8 or 10 episodes, or like an hour each. They follow Ohio Valley Wrestling, which is based out of Louisville, Kentucky, I think.
Okay.
And it's former WWE star Al Snow is the guy who runs it and kind of brought it back from almost extinction. And they're having money issues, and they've got some investors, and there's lots of infighting, and it's interesting. It's interesting. I powered through 4 episodes last night. And
I'm surprised you didn't finish.
Yeah, no kidding.
I got to tell you,
through. Okay, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's hard to watch in some ways, because, I mean, these are people that they're not making money at all. I mean, hardly any, barely enough to survive. And, they live by very, very humble means. And it's in a very poor area of the country. And, they're trying to do this summer tour. I imagine this is from a couple years ago. And it's just, sparsely attended. And there are a few things sadder than when you go to see like a band play and there's 15 people there or something like that.
Right.
Because what does it make the band feel like? Like nobody came to see us. Yeah. You can take it 2 ways. You can either take it that way, or you can just say, you know what, we're going to rock the house tonight for
these 15 people.
And I love when people have that attitude. And these wrestlers have kind of had that attitude. Even though there's not many people in the crowd, they're still giving it their all, and it's kind of cool. So I've been watching that, but it was there was a scene that was like really hard to watch, involving one of the investors who had bought into the company, and he's kind of butting heads with Al Snow. So you got the marketing money side versus the guy who's doing the creative wrestling side. And something happened. I don't want to spoil it for people who haven't watched it.
Fair enough. I got into the Netflix wormhole. Was it last Friday, maybe? No, it wasn't last Friday. I guess it was before the draft. And I saw something on social media saying why people can't stop talking about this series. And I'm like, So it piqued my curiosity. The thing is, I'm almost a documentary only kind of guy now. I love documentaries. I prefer documentaries to anything else that is on Netflix or Prime. Although on Apple TV, I guess Severance, they've been shooting season 2, and Severance was great. But so I said, let me try this because of that teaser. Why people can't stop talking about this. And I watched the first episode, and I'm like, okay.
First episode of what?
I haven't said yet.
Okay.
I watched the first episode of this, and I said, this is highly disturbing, and I don't know that I want to continue with this. And it's the show Baby Reindeer. Neither of you have heard anything about it? I'm 1 episode in, and I feel like I am this close to committing and going all in and this close to pulling a plug because I'm wildly intrigued and yet not sure I want to move forward with it, if that makes any sense.
Am I allowed to read the description from Netflix?
You can, yeah. And if anybody, quick text, let me know. Is it worth going on? Because I don't know that I want to watch the rest of this.
When a struggling comedian shows one act of kindness to a vulnerable woman, it sparks a suffocating obsession which threatens to wreck both their lives.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a documentary.
No.
Okay.
No.
It's a drama. I haven't heard of anybody that's in this, so it's interesting.
Yeah.
Richard Gadd, who also created it. I don't know who he is.
Suffice it to say, I'm one episode in, and I don't know that I want to go on. But maybe
did the episode grab you, or was it just disturbing where you're like, I don't even know
how to describe it. I almost want you to watch it and come back after one episode and tell me what you think.
Well, I told you that I started watching that movie last week, and I got like a half an hour into it. I'm like, I can't. The subject matter is too much for me.
Oh yeah, what was this? What was the movie?
I forget what the movie was.
It was about the guy who had just a 9-to-5 job.
Yeah, I have a 9-to-5 job.
Auschwitz.
Yeah.
I mean,
living right next to Auschwitz. Yeah, so that was too much to watch.
So Evan just came in here, and he saw that. He's watched the whole thing, Doug. Okay, and I'm not going to spoil anything for you or anybody.
Yeah.
But he said it's based off a true story.
Oh, God.
And he watched the whole thing, okay?
All right.
He said it's awful. But I don't know what that means. Now, that could mean what you're saying, like, well, you don't want to watch it anymore, or does it mean
just
it's
feels
not?
Like it's headed to a very, very dark place, and
So take it for what it's worth. That's what he said.
Okay.
But he watched the whole thing.
But he kept going. Like,
he
I
finished.
want to stop. I want to quit you right now, baby reindeer. I want to quit you.
So I haven't seen this, but based on the description of a struggling comedian shows an act of kindness to a vulnerable woman.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
this could go many ways, Gator.
I know. It's like some guy performs, there's nobody there, he leaves the nightclub, and there's some woman who's on the street down on her luck, and he just offers her a cup of coffee or something like that, and next thing you know, she's just totally latched onto him.
No.
You want some of this feedback, Doug?
It's funny. It was tea that he offered her, and he was a bartender. But, yeah, give me some feedback.
All right, just real quick, all right?
Yeah,
they came in real fast, all right? Baby, here we go. Just finished Baby Reindeer. It gets much more insane after episode 1.
Yeah. I can see it coming.
All right. First couple episodes are pretty good, but the show drags on too long. It's from Tim.
Okay.
This one, unnamed ticket texter, it made my skin crawl.
Yeah, I can see that too.
The main character in Baby Reindeer is the creator and the one who actually this happened to.
No way.
Stay away, Doug. This gets very dark and effed up.
That's what I think. That's exactly where I think it's going.
Tristan in St. Clair says, I couldn't watch it. It was weird. Then it got weirder.
Yep. I think we all have just convinced Doug. I'm out.
It gets horribly uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I think you
One episode. And there's a lot there.
I got to tell you, I kind of want to watch just one episode.
I'm just looking at the descriptions of there's 7 episodes total. I'm looking at the descriptions of the first couple. I'm like, oh boy.
Once buckle up, Doug.
Yeah. I'm getting off the ride.
Baby reindeer. Oh, look at the baby reindeer.
That's kind of the whole point.
Oh,
yeah,
cute.
Yeah.
Let's check that out.
All right.
Dear God, no.
Yeah, right?
The hell? Dude.
I think I'm out. I think they've done a good job. They've convinced me. Don't do it. All right.
No more random acts of kindness, huh?
No, this is when there's no more Tiger baseball. This is what we're doing. Like we're watching Netflix.
Yeah, so All-Star break.
Okay. So, question about follow-up to the draft. Should I take this?
Right. Yeah.
Martello, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Martello.
Hey, good morning, guys. Love listening to you guys every day.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hey, listen, my wife and I started watching Baby Reindeer, and she liked it, but I could not stand it. It's don't waste your time. It's not worth it. It's disturbing. It's weird. Don't. I shut it off. And
but your wife liked it.
It's funny. My wife enjoyed it actually, and I didn't. So I don't know. I just thought it was It was weird. It's really weird.
Yeah.
Disturbing. Yeah, she liked it though, so I don't know.
Does it say? I don't know. I haven't watched this. Is it an indictment on women if they like this and the men don't?
I know. Are you a little concerned that your wife liked it and you were so disturbed by it, Martello?
Yeah, and I kind of sleep with one eye open.
Yeah,
now,
no,
yeah. So, I appreciate you guys. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Is that an ice pick in the nightstand?
So I jumped. I remember when I went all in with the series Crash on Netflix.
Yeah,
with Glenn Yoon. And you guys,
Glenn Yoon, Stephen Yoon,
Glenn Yoon. Glenn was his character in
Glenn on.
Yeah, my bad. Stephen Yoon. Glenn was the character in Walking Dead. Yeah. Anyway, you guys didn't bite at all. I watched the whole thing, and that got dark and disturbing. Why do I keep getting drawn into these?
Dark and disturbing is interesting, though.
I don't want to be disturbed.
Too disturbing.
Yeah, that got very disturbing. But all right, question about the draft, post draft. It's for you directly. Those of you that went there, and those that watched, and I know many of us did. We will get to that today at 10:20.
Did your wife watch the first episode with you?
No, and I was doing it while I was working out in the basement. I was thinking about telling her, I want you to watch this one episode and report back and see what she says. Maybe we'll do it.
What if she goes, ooh, it's good?
Yeah, then we'll sleep with one eye open. 97.1 the ticket. Hey, dingers, blasts, moonshots, whatever you want to call them, everybody loves home runs. And with FanDuel's Dinger Tuesday, you can love them even more. That's right. Dinger Tuesdays are back for another season on America's #1 sportsbook. Just bet on a player to homer, and FanDuel will give you $5 in bonus bets for every home run hit during that game. As if you need another reason to love the long ball, visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get in on all the Dinger Tuesday action. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel.com/Doug for Dinger Tuesdays. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum bonus is $25 per game. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, so Champ and Chump are posted on our website. You can go to 971theticket.com to check it out, or follow the link we have tweeted out, because it kind of has inspired a topic we want to bring up. We always discuss when Detroit gets the national spotlight, no matter what the event may be, we discuss how Detroit is perceived. We're somewhat sensitive to it because we've been the butt of many a joke, and that's fine. I mean, it sucks, but I almost have come to a point where I expect it. But whenever we shine, it's fun to champion our city and to see perceptions perhaps changing. And it has happened. It's happened quite a bit lately, actually, where people have their eyes open to the fact that maybe Detroit isn't worth being such a punchline in your Midwest Rust Belt town jokes. And we've discussed how that influences maybe the national perception. But what about the local perception? What I mean by that is there were record numbers of people downtown, right? And is it inspiring? Did your experience inspire you to spend more time in Detroit? Can you see yourself going, it maybe opened your eyes a little bit, or give it a shot if you haven't spent a ton of time there? I started thinking about in the last year how many times that in our free time we've gone into Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, I wouldn't know if we set a record or not, my family, but we've been down there more and more lately than probably any point in our lifetime. And the thing about Detroit right now is there's a ton of construction, which construction means growth, it means people, it means good things, right? And there were so many people, 775,000 over 3 days, breaking the record, that maybe sampled it and said, yeah, I'm gonna spend more time down there. And I'll give you just the example for me is we spent 4 days in a place I've walked past 100 times. And that's at Buffalo Wild Wings, the multi-level Buffalo Wild Wings. Yep. Now I like B-dubs, okay? And for the atmosphere, and I like chicken wings, and it's a good TV situation. I do like it, but we spent 4 days there, and I've walked past it a bunch. But now I can totally see it being a pregame stop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and because it's within walking distance of all the different stadiums and concerts and venues that you'd be at. And so for me, it just even if it's just one thing. I mean, I started going to the Y down there a lot when we did Tiger games. We'd get off the air and I'd run over and get a workout in, then go back to the game, and was able to do that again last week. And the Bulls Family YMCA downtown is beautiful. It's just beautiful. And they have drop-in fees, and it's not ridiculously expensive. And so I like doing that. But I'm just wondering if people find themselves inspired to say, you know what, I'm giving Detroit more of a shot here, downtown Detroit. Because I think with all growth, it's met with a bit of a skeptical eye, whether or not it's going to be successful.
Well, I certainly hope people are giving it more of a chance. There was so much momentum in 2006 when you had the Super Bowl that came through, and then the Tigers had that great year.
Mm-hmm.
And so you got to see it during the winter time, and unfortunately the weather cooperated during Super Bowl time, and everybody that came from out of town said how great the city was, and hey, it's going to make a comeback in this. And then you go through the summer that was great because the team was really great. Then you get to the fall with the World Series, and it was so much goodwill. And that's when plans started to happen, right? That's when they start to plant the seeds at District Detroit and everything. Unfortunately, you had a housing market hit at that time, and there were just some economic downturns that really kind of maybe slowed some progress. And there's some other things that happened too. And then you try to build back up, and it starts to, and then COVID hits.
Right.
And COVID stops everything in its tracks. But now it feels like we're 4 years past COVID, the initial start of COVID, and things are getting back to momentum again. I mean, there are buildings going up, the high rises are going up, and you can see the progress week by week, month by month. It's pretty amazing. And you can see there's construction all over the city right now. There are new businesses going in. One of the things I know is several new businesses going in. I just remember the walk from the parking garage over to the Buffalo Wild Wings, and there was a place called the Peach Cobbler downtown, and I'm like, oh, that looks kind of cool. I'd be interested. Oh, it's not open yet, but hey, they're starting to. It's going to be brand new. That looks really cool. And there's a bunch of places like that, coming soon, and signs all over the place. And it is starting to become something again. And with Joe Louis Arena knocked down, they're building up that riverfront area, and they have big plans for it. And it doesn't take much to make something special again. And then you look at the old the train depot that they've put the new windows in there, and that's gonna the Ford headquarters and all this. And
what do you mean it doesn't take much to make something special again? I'm sorry, I don't
think when you see like a concrete jungle, okay, and then you break up the concrete and you plant sod.
Mm-hmm.
That's not much. But that's all it takes sometimes to make something desirable, and you want to walk there, and hey, add some lighting so you feel safer, and all of a sudden it's great. And but to do better than that, they've actually invested more money. So that whole Riverwalk area is becoming better and better.
There's one thing that I just don't know, and it probably it's not even worth bringing up because I don't envision it ever being a thing in my lifetime, and that's mass transit, like a true railway system, a true subway, a true to get people in from the suburbs very conveniently and easily. I mean, the so many major cities that I've been to, you can take advantage of that, and it's hard to know like things like bus schedules and the routes it's just not as easily to figure out. I don't know. It holds me back, to be honest.
I get you, but the other thing is that I'm not sure if that's a smart move not to get involved with that or not because of what's happening. We're seeing now more and more businesses allowing people to work remotely, work from home. So going to a location is not. It's not anywhere near the norm that it was.
Yeah, from a work standpoint. I'm talking for me, for entertainment standpoint.
For entertainment standpoint, sure. But I mean, again, is that enough?
We were trying to figure out, my family coming in for the draft, our various options, and parking was going to be a challenge. And here I am looking up Amtrak schedules, like literally trying to figure out if there's any way that it can be done. And I mean, the Amtrak doesn't run nearly enough, but I thought maybe the timing would work out. But
well, I think another big issue with the whole mass transit thing is that we're the Motor City.
I know. Dude, I know.
It's a car manufacturing city, and we love to drive.
Well, again, that doesn't mean I'm not going. It would be a lot more convenient. It's one of the biggest things that I think handcuffs our area is the lack of mass transit. But 248-539-9797. All right, so question is, have you found yourself inspired or committed to saying, you know what, I'm going downtown more because of your NFL draft experience? It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. A little bit later on, post-draft, what's next for the Lions? We'll get to that at 11:05. Got some Tigers. I mean, we're ticking ever closer to that 40-game mark, which apparently Sparky said so we're in. It's 40 games, and we are getting closer, and they're still over 500, doubleheader today. 97.1, The Ticket. Mike writes in, hell no, I'm not going to spend more time in Detroit. My only use for it is sporting events and casinos. Everything else I can get where I live. Okay.
Well, all restaurants can be unique. Check that out. Do you have the riverfront? I don't know where you live, but
concerts.
Well, he mentioned concerts going down to LCA, right?
I said sporting events and casinos.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, concerts. Lots of outdoor stuff.
Unnamed texter, this really reflects the impact it had on the city and the local economy. Mike in Utica says that B-Dubs is really, really well run and overseen by a great dude. I know you're not reading this on the air, but Tim is really a great guy, speaking as a fella in his neighborhood. You're right, Mike. There's no way I'm reading that.
I thought I saw the other day they had a figure of $165 million was the financial impact on the city.
Yeah, I don't know how they come up with that, but I'm sure it didn't hurt.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how they come up with it either, unless it's just businesses tell you, oh, yeah, well, we were actually up 300%.
Well, when we were sitting there during the draft, day one, and well before it started, they said the gates are closed.
Yeah.
And it tells you a little bit, and one of the things is I suspect that there was a security issue in terms of overwhelmed by the number of people. I don't think they get the word out, hey, close the gates, find other options, if they were prepared for the number of people or had a real handle on how many people were going to show up. And I immediately thought all the local businesses, the bars and restaurants are like score, because if the gates are closed this early, and I don't even remember what time it was, but it was several hours before the draft started.
It was definitely well before, yeah.
Does that those people needed somewhere to go.
Mm-hmm.
And so they went to bars and restaurants, and a lot of money gets piped into the city that way. Zach writes in, Zach from Chesterfield. I went downtown Saturday and the experience was incredible. Every single person I encountered was respectful and everyone had a smile. My friends and I continued the night by going to the Tiger game and the casino. I will do this again if we get another chance. So the thing is, the draft is such a big deal, and there's a buzz. It doesn't mean that, the next time I go to Detroit on a Thursday, there's going to be anywhere close to that. But I mean, just overall, it feels as though, while it was a showcase nationally, I want to talk about the showcase locally and how people, might give it more of their free time. Detroit is not big enough for mass transit. Until city council expands out, it won't work, and the suburbs would never vote for mass transit to come out of the suburbs. Yeah, I know. I mean, I know that I said it's not. It's just not happening in Detroit.
I don't know if the people want it.
Yeah, and I would want it, but it's like I bring it up, but I just feel like it's always this thing that's going to hold Detroit back, and maybe I'm wrong on that, but that's. I think it's just too bad that we never got a real mass transit system put in. But that's just me. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, is it going to inspire you to maybe spend more time down in the city of Detroit with your free time, with your entertainment dollar? And anytime we bring this up, but we used to do this a lot more. I would get pushback from suburbs. People getting mad. Why are you pushing Detroit when there's plenty to do where I'm from, Ferndale or Royal Oak or whatever. I love my home in Plymouth or whatever. People are like, I don't understand why we have to go to Detroit. And I'm like, well, you don't have to.
Nobody has to do anything.
Yeah, nobody has to do anything. But
just having options is fun.
Yep. And then like the construction. And it's funny because construction's inconvenient, but construction means progress. You're not building new buildings when they're not wanted.
Right.
Typically.
I was talking to somebody at Buffalo Wild Wings actually, and he came up and talked about the show, and I said, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Well, I'm involved with construction, but it was road construction." Mm-hmm. And I said, "You have a thankless job, don't you?" And he's like, "Yeah." He goes, "Because people will curse you because there's road construction, and then they'll blame you because there isn't road construction. Why aren't you fixing the roads? Well, we're fixing the roads. Why are you fixing the roads now?"
Right.
It's a thankless job, but it's getting done.
Yeah.
I mean, that happens in every big city. They're always working on, a building or a road or whatever. That's part of being in a big city. And you're right, it means progress is being made. And not everyone has to go to the city or enjoy it, but there is a different feel and vibe in a big city. Whether it's New York, Chicago, wherever it is, it's a different feel and vibe. And so to have a vibrant one that's, hustling and bustling, that's a good thing. And it's a different feel. So for Mike, whoever texted it earlier, he only goes down for sporting events at casinos. Well, and you have everything else where you're at. Yeah, okay, so you have your Kroger or whatever. But, there's a different feel when you go downtown, anywhere.
248-539-9797. Matt in Dearborn, you're on 97.1. Hi, Matt.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Love your show.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was awesome. Went 2 days in a row. First day went with the kids and just the experience. Second day hit the Tigers game, then went and hit it again, and everybody was awesome. I mean, running into Bucks fans and Eagles fans and Bills fans, and I ran into a Raiders fan. It was just super cool, and the experience was awesome.
Yeah, I found it was fun Friday when I was at the baseball game after the show, and I'm looking from the press box down in the crowd, and you saw different jerseys of representative of like 15 NFL teams. That was really, really cool.
It was awesome. Yeah, we left the game when it was 1-0, then they lost 8-0. So, but no, the experience was great.
I mean, Matt, it's kind of been reflected by almost everyone we've talked to. 248-539-9797. Bob's in Shelby, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Bob.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
Yeah, my son works part-time on the weekends for his buddy that manages a sporting clothing apparel store. They have more than one location, but they have a location downtown. During the draft, they sold $100,000 of merchandise during the draft. Plus, they were selling Axel Foley Lions jackets, the one that has the 67 on the sleeve,
Yeah.
$400 a jacket.
Wow.
But they're good jackets. But I mean, $400 a jacket, and they were selling.
Well, good for them.
Yeah. That just to show you what kind of traffic there was down there.
That's really cool. That's really cool.
It is.
Yep. Thank you, 248-539-9797. The pop-up stores, and I noticed that I was...
What do you think I could get for my varsity jacket?
For your varsity jacket?
Yeah.
Do I think you could get $400 and you still have
I didn't say that. I said, what do you think I could get for my
That's fair.
varsity?
I guess I'm asking, would you get $400 for Gators varsity jacket? For a defunct high school?
Oh, that hurt. That hurt. That hurt more than I thought it would.
That wasn't my intent. I was just, it's closed.
It's a throwback, Doug.
We consolidated.
Okay.
Yeah, this is vintage.
Yeah. I mean, you could probably get some kind of tax write-off when you donate it to.
You think so?
So throwback stuff is in. Like, it's amazing. You walk around and I see some of the throwback stuff that my kids want. Like, I got a kid with like a Cam Newton, one of those shirts with his image on it that's huge. One of my kids has one of those shirts. And my daughter has a Chicago Bulls caricature shirt. And I'm like, why? And they're like, this stuff's in.
Oh, one of your sons that showed up with the Darius Slay jersey.
Right.
That was cool.
That was just a leftover more than a throwback. But anyway, so maybe your jacket could get, I don't know, $60.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'll hang on to it.
What size is it?
It's a lot smaller than I am now. So
I just want to say, I was wondering if you could squeeze into it for us and wear it in someday.
I don't think
we'd max out the
could.
Twitch and YouTube views.
Fat man in a little coat.
I wasn't going there, but I just
that's where it ends.
I guess that is.
Eventually.
248-539-9797. 11:05, a to-do list. What has to happen for Detroit to take the next step? Which Detroit team are we talking about? Well, the Lions. We'll get to that today at 11:05. When it comes to sports action, no one does it better than Twin Peaks. You know how awesome that weekend was and this football season was, and Detroit baseball trying to follow suit. They're off to one of their best starts in recent memory. There's also the basketball and hockey playoffs going on. And what makes Twin Peaks great on game day? For starters, you won't find a colder beer in the state. Their beer lines are chilled to 29 degrees, and when you combine that with a mug that's only used once a day and has been freezing for 6 hours, you get that frosty, ice-cold draft that's cold to the last drop. Order up their Beer of the Month Summer Shandy and see for yourself. Combine that ice-cold draft with their Scratch Kitchen, and you've got a recipe for success. Try some of their signature dishes featuring the house-smoked items like their ribs or brisket. Or if you're a wing guy, check out their always hand-breaded to-order boneless wings. Plus, they've got something for everyone. And I haven't mentioned the best part, of course, the Twin Peaks girls. They're great. Big week in Detroit with baseball, hockey, and basketball playoffs, and a monster fight night Saturday featuring UFC 301 and Canelo Alvarez. Make sure you stop in and see why Twin Peaks does it better than anyone else. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, and scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We'll continue talking about the city, if you so choose, and some of the cynicism and snark and some of the self-loathing cynicism. Look, you do whatever you want to do, man. Nobody's telling you what to do. or we simply asked a question that.
Don't tell me what to do.
Yeah, I know. I'm not interested in telling anybody what to do. We just asked the question: is a draft going to inspire you to spend more time in the city in your free time? And if not, okay, fine. that's totally cool. All right, so the Detroit Lions. We've had a couple days to digest what they did in the draft, and went back and Sione Vaki.
Yes, I was trying to figure this out on the way home. Like, what's the best way to remember it? And I thought it's like Rocky, but it's Vaki.
Yeah. And I
think I'm almost right on that.
Well, what's funny is I went back and I watched the YouTube clip of that I had watched originally to see how to pronounce, because you get a name and you want to make sure you get it right. And in the YouTube clip, I heard his name pronounced 3 different ways when I listened to it all the way through.
Well, that's good, because on our show I think we got to 4.
We might have. So we're with Sione Vaki. Now, this 4th round, to me, it's getting a lot of attention. It got a lot of attention yesterday, and it's very well could be completely inconsequential in the grand scape of the building of the Detroit Lions. What they did in the 4th round, completely inconsequential. Last year they had a great draft. By all accounts, that is one of the best Lion drafts ever. And it's one of the best drafts in the NFL last year, clearly. And they used 2 third-round picks, and they got nothing out of those 2 third-round picks. Nothing out of Broderick Martin and Hendon Hooker. Nothing, right?
Correct.
Yet. So any angst over Giovanni Manu and Sione Vaki, who were traded up, they couldn't afford to let them go. They traded to acquire these 2. It could be completely inconsequential, and we shouldn't expect them to get every draft pick right. But what's amazing about the 2 of them is they were both traded for, and now they both might be changing positions. Vaki has like 40 carries as a running back in his career. He was a safety, hybrid linebacker, and out of necessity, he moved into the backfield and got, I think, 42 carries. And the Lions drafted him and said, you're going to be a running back. Now Giovanni Manu has gone out and was doing a podcast on TSN, and he said, well, they was asked a question about what have they told you positionally. He said, well, I've played on the left side my whole life, but the Lions asked me about the right side, and what he said was, they talked about me playing next to Penei Sewell. And I something about it, I wonder if there was some crossing of the wires, or are they talking about making him the right guard? Are they talking about changing him from a left tackle to a right guard? Because it felt as though the pick would be one of these, okay, this is a project. We don't need him right away. But next year, he could be training as the right tackle, and then if Decker leaves, Penei Sewell moves to left, and Manu becomes the right tackle. But his words were, they talked to me about playing next to Penei Sewell.
Maybe it just means that's who you're going to learn from. You're playing next to this guy, your second team guy. This is your guy.
And I mean, I listened to it. Kang, you and I listened to it, and I'm like, I'm not sure that he means right guard here, but
I know what you're saying, Doug. To me, it seems like he means right guard. Like the Lions are going to try to put him at right guard and see how this goes, because he's a project. I mean, you could pretty much, put him anywhere right now, it seems like, because he's not even close to completely developed as an offensive lineman. Now, they asked him, and he said in his own words, where do you feel comfortable playing? And he said, I feel comfortable on the left side.
Yep.
And then they said, we were going to try to work you maybe, next to on the right side.
And they said next. He said next to.
Yeah, and he's not going to play right tackle. I mean, he's going to play right guard,
And I don't think they're making him tackle eligible every play, although he's a basketball player, elite athlete,
but,
right?
Then again, I mean, how many times did they use an extra tackle on the right side? I mean, they did it quite a bit. I don't think that's what he means, but Can you see a 6'7.5" guard?
That's why. Listen, the drafting him was already a radical move as it was.
Kind of felt like it.
Now moving him to guard and the other side, by the way, it just keeps getting more radical, right?
The other side thing, like if he says I'm more comfortable on my left side, I don't know if it's going to take too much for him to feel comfortable on the right side because he's so fresh to the sport that maybe, hey, all it takes is a little bit of time on this side and you'll understand that this is why you're there.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of it, and it's so funny because the fourth round. I mean, if they get nothing out of these 2 fourth rounders, they got nothing out of their third rounders last year, and who knows if they ever will. But any angst about what they did in the fourth round would be completely mitigated by the fact that their first 2 rounds, if they got one good corner out of that, they're a better football team. They're a better football team. And it seemed if Rakestraw had been the pick in the first round at 29, we'd be talking about could he be CB1?
We would have said, well, out of that, there's a group of corners there, and clearly they evaluated him as better than X, Y, and Z.
Yep. But they go corner, and I mean, after the draft, Terrian Arnold says, I'm a star, and I'm like, wow, if he is a star, this team is way better. If he's a star, if he's simply CB1, they're way better.
Yeah.
He doesn't even have to be great, above average, and playing might make them way better defensively because of what they had on the field in the NFC Championship game. And I hate to put it all in one play, but a face mask, bounce that I just don't think happens. Unfortunately, if there's pressed into duty, injuries, got it while he was out there, but it's a tough play to reconcile in a heartbreaking loss.
Yeah, well, there were several tough plays.
There was a bunch of them.
I mean, Josh Reynolds' drops are big, and so was the fumble from Jahmyr Gibbs. But I think I love his confidence, and I think that it comes from a good place with him. If you've watched, I watched a lot of that Hey Rookie special on ESPN, and they focused on Terrion Arnold quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I came away very impressed with the young man, and I'm looking forward to it because he's confident without being like super cocky. And I think he's been humbled by his upbringings, and I think he's going to fit in very well. But getting to the talent level of the NFL, he's going to be humbled on the practice field. He's going to be humbled on the game field.
Yep.
Okay? Because you had that stretch at the end of the season last year where Cam Sutton got exposed because he had to be CB1, and that was out of his comfort zone. And now he's having to guard and cover CeeDee Lamb. And hey, not just CeeDee Lamb, but here's Justin Jefferson twice that you're going to have to get him at the end of the season. And here's Big Mike Evans you got to take care of. And here's Puka Nacua. All these guys, some of the top receivers in the league at the end of that season, it was awfully tough, and they were exposed. And so would a lot of other corners be exposed in that situation. That's why you hope that drafting Terrion Arnold is going to, stop that, and that he's going to be able to hang with that. But it's going to take some time. It's so rare that somebody steps right into the league and they're Sauce Gardner from day one.
Right.
It's rare for that, and that's not my expectation for him. My expectation for him is he's going to have some growing pains, but he'll be better, and he'll be CB1 at some point this season.
Well, look, the fourth round's intriguing, and the more I think about it, honestly, the more I don't like it, but the more I realize I'm not sure it even really matters because they went out in free agency, they checked a bunch of boxes in the draft, they clearly went after and have the good fortune of drafting the BPA at a position they needed. And I think the sixth round, I love what they did in the sixth round, but I don't love what they did in the fourth round. But last year's draft should teach us a lesson. And that is, even if you don't get anything out of an entire round and players you moved around for, if you get enough right, it can be considered a wild success. And last year's draft was a wild success.
Are we focusing too much on the top 2 draft picks and not paying enough attention to the 2 guys they signed in free agency?
In terms of the secondary?
Well, if you
or
mean
with the trade and the free agent signing.
in the immediate wake of the draft, no. But in the grand scheme of things, I think we've focused a lot on the guys they signed in free agent or the trade and the.
So
and the
now
free
marry
agents.
the four players together, and
It's hard to
it
imagine
feels
the
like-
corner
it feel-
position being worse.
Yeah, no,
It
I agree.
has to be better.
I agree. It has to be better. I'm just wondering in my mind right now, am I short selling the guys that they brought to this team a couple months ago?
I don't think you. I don't
Because
think
of the
you or
bright,
we are.
shiny
No.
things here.
Yeah, well, the bright shining things are right in front of us. It just happened. So I don't think we're short selling them. If we are, our apologies to Amik Robertson and Davis. Carlton Davis. Thank you. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Today will be the third doubleheader of April for the Tigers. They've lost 3 of 4 games in Twin Bills before today. The rain makeup gets going at 3:40 p.m. A reminder that tickets for tonight are good for both games, and everyone who had tickets for last night must exchange them. Today is also the makeup for Bark in the Park. and dogs do need to have their own special tickets to bring them. Jack Flaherty and TBD are listed as the pitchers for today. Maeda goes tomorrow. This is also the third interleague series as they take on St. Louis. They're 3-2 in those games. Dan Dickerson is going to call both games today right here on 97.1. Revenue sharing for college athletes could be on the way. ESPN reporting there are deep discussions happening on a potential settlement over antitrust lawsuits against the NCAA, and a solution could be a multi-billion-dollar agreement before the case hits the courts in the beginning of next year. After the Lakers were sent fishing last night, many eyes going to be on LeBron James and what he'll do this offseason. He wouldn't answer a question about LA and his future last night. He has until June 29th to opt in on the final year of his contract with the Lakers. And about to get going in minutes, the IIHF Under-18 Hockey Championship game between the U.S. and Finland. Both are undefeated so far in the tournament, and the Finns are on home ice. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Good morning, and get some Tiger stuff coming up. I got an afternoon start, 3:40 against St. Louis. Makeup game from last night, doubleheader as they'll play again tonight. Tigers trying to stay over 500, 16-12 right now. And we'll discuss some Tiger stuff coming up a little bit later on. It's getting intriguing. It's getting intriguing. In the meantime, post NFL draft, we're a couple days away, and look, this team. This offseason, they've between free agency and the draft, the talent influx and the positions the influx is at feels useful. And I'm not sure there is a box they haven't checked. I think people would say edge rusher opposite of Aiden Hutchinson, and that still could be something that's coming. I think third wide receiver is something that needs to get looked at. But at the end of the day here, we're doing this with the idea that, trying to check every box. There's no such thing as a perfect team. You can still address some needs, whether it be through free agency or trades, and maybe they'll give it a go with the group that they have accumulated to play opposite of Aiden and rotate some guys through and see if anyone emerges, whether it be James Houston or Marcus Davenport truly recaptures some form from earlier in his career in New Orleans. But Gator, there is always a presumption that players are going to get better. And I don't know why I call this the Jerebko effect. In my mind, is this
what you call this?
I call this the Jerebko effect.
Okay.
Remember when Jonas Jerebko first got on the court for the Pistons?
Swedish Cowboy?
Yeah, we were like, this guy is just scraping the surface. Imagine how good he's going to be in a few years. And it was completely inconsequential in the timeline of the Pistons organization.
This is true.
And so we're sitting here assuming some players are going to get better. Who are the guys that absolutely, no questions asked, have to get better? It's a requirement that they get better. We've assumed it, but it's a requirement that they get better.
I think it's all the people from last year's rookie class that got to play. I think Brian Branch has to get better, but to me, Jack Campbell is number one. He stepped into the team. I think a lot of it was expected of him to be this guy, and he showed some flashes and was a very solid player. A lot to like about him, but he's got a big step that he can make, I think. He's got to be the guy that eventually unseats Anzalone when Anzalone's career is done here. And I think he's got a big step to make. If I look at one guy, to me, it's Jack Campbell.
Kang, who would it be for you, the one guy that we might get a little presumptuous that he's going to get better, but he needs to. And if he doesn't, we might have a big problem in Detroit.
This may be a super easy, simple, obvious answer, but I got to go with Jamison Williams. He's been my guy since day one, right? I always kept telling you guys, hey, how he never lost the mental side of the game when he wasn't getting the ball and he wasn't getting playing time, that he was always fully engaged, downfield blocking, things like that. So I said, don't give up on this guy, even though he doesn't have the numbers that some of the other younger receivers have. The reason why I think it's important for him to step up is With the loss of Josh Reynolds, and it doesn't seem like they really replaced him, he should get more volume in targets, which hopefully means more volume in yards and touchdowns and big plays. I expect him to take the next leap so you don't have to depend on that third, fourth receiver as much as you have had in the past. St. Brown's going to get his, as he should. He's an all-pro receiver. But the guy to take the top off and make this offense really explode, or as you say, explode, is Jameson Williams. And by the way, on the Jack Campbell thing, Gator, I think also not just taking over Anzalone's spot, but they blitzed him a lot last year, and he kind of didn't get home as much as he should have. Hopefully, with another year of technique and film and all that stuff, to help Aiden Hutchinson and the rest of that pass rush, when they send Jack Campbell, because he's got that size and athletic ability, he can get there, and that would help a lot too.
So I'm going to go with James Houston. And, what he did his rookie season was it 8.5 sacks in 8 games or 9.5 sacks in 9 games? Yeah, he was a sack a game guy. And I think there's a lot of angst about that edge rusher opposite of Aiden Hutchinson and I understand it, but if James Houston truly can be a live in the backfield, get to the quarterback kind of edge rusher, and look, let's face it, it was pretty clear after last year they were trying to expand the repertoire of what it means to play the position, not just a speed guy off the edge. I think eventually a speed guy off the edge, if that's all you're bringing to the table, and everybody knows it, it becomes easier to take care of you and to block you and to account for you. If everybody knows it, if that's all you're bringing to the table is a speed guy off the edge, you have to have some counter moves. You have to be able to do some other things.
Yeah, you have to be a pass rusher. You can't be a one-trick pony unless your one trick is the best anybody's ever seen.
Which could be the case.
Yeah, but you have to have an arsenal, I guess. And I like what he showed certainly that first year, and wish we got to see something last year, but unfortunately the injury prevented that from happening. But I think he's a player that the team is counting on. And maybe I read too much into it based on, hey, they brought in Marcus Davenport, who's, kind of a not that he's a project, but you're going to get what you're going to get if he's healthy.
Yeah, I don't.
But they didn't go out and try to sign Brian Burns or Danielle Hunter, or at least they didn't seem like they were, or, some of these other free agent edge rushers. They didn't go for the big guys because maybe they think that they've got the guy with James Houston. They didn't draft one either.
No.
So does that speak volumes to how much stock they put into James Houston, perhaps what they put into Davenport as well, or just the handful of guys that have the ability to play inside and outside as well, that they think they've got this? And like King mentioned also, and I think very astutely, Jack Campbell.
All right, so Jack Campbell, Jameson Williams, James Houston, players that we assume, I think everybody kind of looks at, they're early in their careers, we think they're going to be better, but they kind of have to get better. Who's the required players that need to get better? Who else should we put on the list? And if you want to double down on anything that's been said already, feel free at 248-539-9797 if the Lions are to take that next step. In the meantime, we'll get to some Tiger stuff coming up today at 11:30. Tigers afternoon game against the St. Louis Cardinals. A reminder, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. You can also stream through our website, 971theticket.com. Streaming with video, twitch.tv and youtube.com. I know a lot of people sampled that to see our broadcast location from down at the draft. We're there every day. Search up 971 The Ticket and bam, there we are. 248-539-9797. Look down at Twitch. Somebody said James Houston. Or I'm sorry, not James Houston. James Mitchell, the tight end, being a player that needs to take a step forward. I would think of that as icing on the cake.
Well, stay healthy, and you're looking at he's going to compete for playing time with Brock, and who's going to get it.
Mm-hmm. His numbers over a 2-year span at Virginia Tech, big play tight end that were reminiscent of Brock Bowers' numbers in terms of yards per catch and touchdowns, but I've always found him very intriguing. We just haven't seen it really translate just yet. And who knows if the opportunities are going to be there. Laporta's freaking awesome.
Well, Laporta's the guy, but, if you need to have others, because obviously injuries are huge in the NFL.
Charlie writes in regarding what we talked about last hour. Does the NFL draft and the next possibility, the upcoming NHL All-Star game, open up the possibility of the Summer Olympics? I don't think so. Detroit
I would love to entertain the idea of a Summer Olympics here, but you got to combine it with. I think they really have an opportunity to combine it with like Windsor, maybe just a whole area.
Then he writes, Detroit will need the MLS stadium, but has the Wayne State Mercy facilities to assist. That's from Charlie. I mean, shoot for the moon. These things cost money, though, to even make a bid. I don't know if it's.
No, that's true.
Feels like it'd be a waste of money. Hey, cool. Nice idea. But like the fact is, the NBA was here looking because they want to bring an all-star game.
Well, they should.
Yep.
I mean, regardless there should be the rotation anyway of every team getting the all-star game is kind of like how they've operated. And now that there's the brand new arena downtown, absolutely they should.
I expected that announcement way earlier for the NHL and NBA All-Star game. As soon as LCA was up and running, I'm like, all right, when's the announcement? But apparently they've said it's the hotel space thing, but now they're getting more hotels, and it's apparently on the horizon now. But I've been waiting forever. I thought this was foregone conclusion.
I think it's more surprising to me that the Red Wings haven't gotten the All-Star game, because it's been they had one of the Joe in the late 70s, like 78, 79 when they had it, and they haven't been there since. I mean, that's 45 years ago.
Stephen Moreau says, my wife moved here from Pittsburgh and she loves going into Detroit. Went to a Tiger game on Friday, then to the draft. We go down there to bike the river walk out to Belle Isle and then hit various restaurants and bars. We enjoy bike racing in the Lexus Velodrome, a gem on Mack Avenue. That's from Steve. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, Tiger Talk at 1130, 97.1 The Ticket. So, two things. One is AJ Hinch just said on MLB Network Radio that Matt Manning will start Game 2 as the 27th player for today's doubleheader. He's putting together a nice season here as a call-up just to pitch doubleheaders.
Yeah,
You know?
he is.
Yep.
Well, I think was that his third start of the season? A lot of doubleheaders to start.
There's been a lot of doubleheaders,
I don't think I like that.
Well, a lot of weather, which brings me to the second part of this. So yesterday, I'm at a high school baseball game. And when I got out of work, I think it was like 80 degrees and it was sunny and beautiful. But I knew there was rain in the forecast. Essentially, by the time the game started, it had gone from shorts weather to about 60 degrees, wind, and rain. But they've had so many games rained out that they were like, we're playing. And the rain started and stopped and started. It never got real bad, but the teams played through it. And I think when you're playing in it, you're fine. I will say to all the parents out there that are sitting through these awful spring weather games, whether it be, I know there's a lot of soccer being played and baseball and softball and track and field. And I think lacrosse is going on now. All these outdoor high school, we're getting near the end, people. Like I looked at the forecast and I'm like, these bad weather games, it's been so bad. They've been so bad.
Well, you as parents, you have no excuse. We went through this a couple weeks ago. You've got the solutions right in front of you on how to endure the weather.
Right. The little huts, the personal.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it, man. I'm not doing it.
Come on.
Why don't you do it?
If I do it, will you do it?
Maybe.
You go first.
You can buy these clear plastic domes that you can put around your chair and sit.
What's it called again? I don't remember. We got to look it up so people know. They can Google this.
You're right.
I think we retweeted it.
It's basically like a bubble boy.
Yeah.
Like a personal to help you.
Your personal bubble. It basically covers you while you sit in a chair.
Yeah.
It's a pod, a personal weather pod.
Weather pod. Yeah, that's what it is.
And it's made of clear plastic.
Brave the elements.
And you can sit in it and right. Well, look, I'm just expressing sympathy to, I'm feeling you baseball, soccer, and spring parents, sports parents sitting in brutal weather. And I know it always gets thrown in my face. I did have an umbrella. I did have layers on. It doesn't mean it's nice.
When the game started, the weather was fine?
No. By the time the game started, the temperature dropped 20 degrees and you could tell it was going to start raining.
Okay, but it didn't rain yet.
It hadn't rained yet, and then it started. And they're like, we're playing. We are playing anyway.
I mean, it feels like once you start, you're committed to it.
Yep.
Which is why I always hope in baseball, I'm like, just get the first pitch out there.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you don't, and it's just this light drizzle, like that annoying little light drizzle, they won't play. They won't start the game. But they'll play in it if you already started it.
Mm-hmm.
Which doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
All right, so we're talking about which Lions, it's a requirement that this player gets better. So here's some interesting feedback. Jared Goff has to get better. JMO is always open. That's from Jody in New Haven. If Jared Goff comes back and has the same year next year he did this year, I'll be very pleased.
Well, they should be right back in the
with everybody else,
the thick of it.
With the personnel upgrades they've made, I think they have a better chance to advance to the Super Bowl than they did this past year.
Well, as much
and
as
they came dangerously close.
We've spent a lot of time talking about the improvements on the defense and specifically to the secondary. That I think they do have depth on the defensive line. The linebacker crew, they really didn't change because they probably didn't need to. I like what they've done on the defense. But the offensive side, losing Josh Reynolds, there is production they lost that maybe people just kind of blow off. And maybe I'm just expecting that J-Mo's going to step up and pick up most of that slack. But he's not going to pick it all up. So we touched on it briefly yesterday. It does feel like, the more I thought about it last night, I do think they need to get another receiver.
Yep.
But the question is, how big do you want to go? Like, do you want to go after one of the bigger free agents that are out there, like Odell Beckham Jr. or now Jarvis Landry? Apparently, he took the year off to heal up from injuries, and now he's ready to work out for teams. And
you see, Zay Jones just got released by the Jags.
I was always a Zay Jones fan. Always a Zay Jones fan.
Two of your favorite guys are out there, DJ Chark and Zay Jones.
I'll go with Zay Jones over DJ Chark.
Between them, do they have two ankles?
Yes.
I have no idea what Zay Jones' injury is.
Unnamed texter says, Josh Pascal, thanks. I mean, Josh Paschal, I don't know that we're counting on him taking a big step forward. Be awesome if he did. Absolutely awesome if he did. 248-539-9797. Dan is next on 97.1. Hi, Dan.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Scott. How you guys doing?
What's up?
I was into Kansas City for the draft last year, kind of right before it started. And I just to say, that was a pretty cool experience. But what Detroit put on was so much more of, I think, a better experience for the city, more about the fans. Because I think the Kansas City experience, it was all about the team, right? So, for coming off a couple Super Bowl victories. And so I thought this year's draft in Detroit impressed a lot of people, and hopefully they impressed the league. It was a really good experience, and I guess I was just in Kansas City for the draft last year, and saw locally what happened here, and just had that sort of opinion. So for sure, the Lions player I want to I don't mean to improve it, but I think somebody who has a high ceiling is Aiden Hutchinson. I think his rookie year was incredible. Sophomore year was okay, better than okay. But if this team's going to have success, he is going to be the focal point of getting home and getting turnovers and getting those third down sacks that the Lions are going to need if their secondary is going to play that we hope.
Yeah, Aiden has a chance to be one of those guys in the NFL that has to be accounted for every snap. The game wrecker, TJ Watt kind of guy.
Max Crosby.
Yeah, there's not much.
I think the guy that I comp him to is Jared Allen. I just, if that's who he could be, and I know Max Crosby and JJ Watt were amazing, but that is the attitude I feel like he can bring and the energy he can bring to this team. And gosh, it's exciting to think about for sure.
You want to compare him to all the greats. I hope he's Myles Garrett.
Again, it's almost like the golf thing, though. If he comes back next year and has the same kind of year, I'll be happy with that. But he seems, when you're only in your second year going into your third year, it feels like you could still grow, right? Golf's kind of defined where he is at this point in his career. That doesn't mean he can't be more efficient within this offense. However, Aiden Hutchinson's not defined. When you're that young, you could still take off. And I think, the what he did last year becomes the floor for everything moving forward. And, 11 and a half sacks, another 14 tackles for loss. But, TJ Watt, 19 sacks, 19 tackles for loss. There you go. Be that guy. And I'm not asking the impossible, right? We're not asking the impossible to be, in that top echelon, that upper tier. 248-539-9797. Someone texts him Melifonwu. Melifonwu is a guy that they need to get better.
Is that a guy who's real? Is another question.
That's
was that real? What we saw from him at the second half of the year?
It suddenly became a shot out of the cannon safety who was all over the field,
making plays and stripping the ball away, and was a real contributor second half.
Another one here. DJ Reader will help Jack Campbell to get home on the blitz. Yep. Donovan Peoples-Jones will replace Reynolds on top of that team. On top of that, the team returns their top 4 receptions leaders. Do they? Josh Reynolds wasn't in their top 4?
I thought he was.
Well, Laporta, he's counting, right?
Yep. Yeah, of course.
Laporta, ASB.
No. Josh Reynolds was 3rd behind Amon-Ra and Sam.
He was 3rd in yards.
And
receptions?
He was 4th in receptions.
Maybe that's what he means.
Yeah. Well, even so, he was, 3, he said top 4. But okay. Actually, I want to move on. We're going to do some Tiger talk. I want to push it back because there is some news this morning that I don't know if it's great news, but it certainly will impact a lot of people. We'll get to that today at 11:31 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. We will talk some Tigers. I apologize. I wanted to audible because saw the story and I find it wildly intriguing. And I'm not sure it's what we want. I'm not sure if it's a great idea. But apparently Dave & Buster's is either mulling over or have decided to allow people to bet on arcade games.
What?
Yep. Dave & Buster's is going to apparently allow people to bet on arcade games. So, like, this is me versus you in skee ball.
You don't want any part of me in skee ball.
I don't think I want to bet at Dave & Buster's. It officially will begin loyalty members the ability to bet on its games. Adults 18 and older will be able to place real money wagers on arcade games with friends. Technology is coming in a couple of months.
Okay, the technology. Let me clue you in on how this works. Here's the technology. Bet you $5 I can beat you. You're on. That's the technology.
No, they want to make it official.
Oh,
no, the technology is we need your bank account number, Gator.
Yeah, that's not. Here we go. If it's me and you, King.
Yeah.
Venmo me the money. Boom. That's it. I mean, what are we doing?
Let's not bury the lead. Do you have Venmo now?
No. Good call. No. Do you accept cash?
Yeah.
Actually, no, I don't.
You're saying, like, hey, we can already do this. Why do we need Dave & Buster's,
What do we need
right?
Buster's for? And by the way, Dave & Buster's is going to set up, and now you're going to have other people around that are going to bet on the game. You know what's going to happen?
Fights.
Fights will happen, and why would fights happen?
Drinking.
Okay, and what else? Because people will throw the games.
Well,
I think I was going to say machine malfunctioning. That happens all the time at these type of places.
Tilt.
But I mean, when you say throw the games, if I'm betting you, what's my and with my Dave & Buster's account on the Dave & Buster's app, where I'm betting against you in Papa Shot, how does it benefit me to throw the game?
I think that there'll be some way that somebody's going to benefit from throwing it. All right, because I don't know how is this. We don't know what this is really entailing. Will this allow the whole bar to bet on this matchup between?
It doesn't look like it. It looks like customers can make friendly wagers on hot shot basketball game, skee ball, other arcade games. I think I can only bet with you. I don't think you and I can be going like 6 people lined up at the Papa Shop machines, and I'm got the guy in the purple shirt.
Yeah, no way. That'd be nuts.
So then why are we doing this? Why do we need an app or whatever to do this? You just do it. This has been going on forever anyway. I went back 30 years ago at the bar. I was throwing darts at my brother against the Frass brothers. What are we doing?
Against who?
The Frass brothers. Like $20. You want to go $20? Yep. All right. We just did it.
I want to know.
Who needs approval?
Okay, Kang, let's make a note. There's got to be a story about the Frass brothers, but not to get sidetracked here. Of course, you're right. But they're trying to capitalize on the gambling craze, and this is their way of doing it. They can offer something that nobody else can, and that is bet on yourself in Papa Shot. Dude, if I can bet against somebody in bubble hockey, it's on.
You always could.
I know.
How is this unique?
That's why I'm saying there must be some kind of, like you mentioned loyalty members, Doug. There must be extra incentive as rewards or whatever to your account, because you're going to have to put in some kind of information, right? Your email, your address, banking information, so you can transfer funds.
Here's what you got to remember, Gator, and this is what you really are missing the boat.
Uh-huh.
If you and I just bet $5 on bubble hockey, and I put $5 down and you put $5 down, and the winner gets both fives, you can walk away with $10. You do realize Dave & Buster's gets none of that cut. But if they come up with an app,
right,
where we can officially bet,
how do we make money on these people that are betting on this? I got it. We'll make an app.
They can get a cut of the
We'll take 50 cents out of every wager. Or I'll just say, what do you want? $5 on this one? Sure, sounds good. And
I would hope. Am I wrong to think that this is not going to lead to fights?
This is the dumbest idea ever.
Okay.
Will it lead to fights? No, I don't know if it'll lead to fights because, again, this is the same thing people have been doing forever. Since the first, since Space Invaders was out there and one guy thought he could beat your high score. Okay, but you can't. How much? $5. Here you go. It's happened forever. Or bubble hockey or whatever, or skee ball. People have always wagered on it. What happens now is that more people will wager because it'll be maybe other people didn't even think to do it before. Now like, oh, wait a minute. We can do this. Yeah, you can do this. It's an agreement between the two of you. You don't need Dave & Buster's to say, we bless this betting.
Yeah, but in this day and age, with apps and people not wanting to use cash, if you don't carry cash, I can't put $5 down to bet you. And
yeah, but everybody other than me has Venmo, so you can do that.
Oh, that's true.
People also bet beers. Like, I'll buy you a beer.
Yes,
right? It's not even like
right.
So
I'll buy the next round. That's exactly how it works.
How do I build a 5-leg parlay?
That's how it worked with the Fast Brothers. The first couple rounds were about the first couple games were about beers, and then it got serious. All right, $20. All right.
Wow.
So Joe Pompolano, who does sports and business writing, he's a really good follow on Twitter. He retweeted this story and said, "I'm not sure there's a better sign that America is headed toward a gambling problem than Dave & Buster's offering its customers the ability to bet real money on Pop-A-Shot and skee ball games." So I'm with you, Gator. I don't know what there's a difference though, for sure, other than me and you just making a friendly wager between us two. Somehow Dave & Buster's is going to make it incentive where use our app, right? Or use our our gaming system.
I bet $50 you get, 10 free game tokens.
Every time you make a bet, you earn a credit, you get 10 credits, you get a free app. I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying? There's going to be something like that.
You get after $50 you get a free pull at the claw machine to pull out some, crappy stuffed bird. I don't know. But yeah, that's what it would be. Hey, you get a $5 coupon for food.
Sign up for the app, $5 off, and
or don't sign up for the app and just bet your friend.
I know, dude. I know. But I mean, part of this too is the question: if we moved to a place now in
ridiculous.
Society where we need gambling everywhere, like everywhere,
or we need it sanctioned everywhere, right?
That's the other thing. They're not calling it gambling, so they have less restrictions. They're calling it challenges because this isn't a game of luck. They're saying it's a game of skill.
It's how FanDuel first did. They worked their way around it when you were playing against somebody else in fantasy football or fantasy.
Yes. Head-to-head matchup.
Yep. They worked their way around it till gambling was made legal. Like you can still go. There's plenty of states I've noticed in traveling around where I can't bet my dollar on the FanDuel app because gambling's not allowed in certain states. But I could go one-on-one against somebody in their fantasy games. 248-4-MONEY. 248-539-9797. Eric, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Eric.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, the Dave & Buster's thing, it's probably just like on DraftKings and FanDuel. Like when you play someone heads up, say you play them for $1, you're only going to win $1.80. They keep 10%. That's exactly what Dave & Buster's is going to do.
They're trying to get a part of the cut.
Yeah, they're just going to make money off of it.
And they're going to incentivize it with stuff like appetizers, $5 off appetizers, or as Kank said, free claw, free shot at the claw machine. But the bottom line here is, they're trying to capitalize on it. And
look, if you're telling me I can beat Kang in Pop-A-Shot and get a dozen mini corn dogs,
yeah,
now maybe we got something. All right, maybe I've been selling this short.
Remember when you could just go play and win tickets?
Yeah.
And just exchange them for overpriced candy?
So embarrassed. You walk up there with 3,000 tickets.
Well, I've been waiting for a real reason to really hone in my whack-a-mole skills.
Yeah.
The day has come. The day has come.
I don't know if they'll let you gamble on whack-a-mole.
Me versus you and whack-a-mole?
My reaction time isn't very good.
We go to Ryan. You're next. What's up, Ryan?
What's up, guys? I think you're not looking big enough picture here.
All right, good. Tell us what we need to do.
You're going to have the option to enter a 3-day Pop-A-Shot tournament with all the Dave & Buster's competing, and the winner takes home the grand prize of $5,000 or whatever you have. It's not just you and your buddy. You're going to be betting against everybody over like all kinds of options.
See, that's
Tournaments.
a problem, though.
right.
Ryan. If you start betting against everybody, then you start opening up the integrity part of the gambling, right? And am I going to trust?
Think about poker stars. You can play with your buddies at home, or you can play with 2,000 people at 2 a.m. For a chance to win whatever off of a $5.
I guess I'm looking at it differently because there aren't any odds placed on this yet. This is just a straight up bet. Once you get odds involved, then
I can see this being fun because if you put me in a Galaga machine for money, I will take people down.
See, here we go. It's happening. Hey, your move, Chuck E. Cheese. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson.
Spark a comeback for Chucky.
Could. It could.
Get those animatronic rats out there and, have at it.
How you feel about it? You're soon will be able to bet against who you're playing against. And we always say friends.
Good luck.
Well, hold on, though. We always say friends. What about two strangers? Like, do two guys just...
Yeah,
you wanna
this
go?
is how.
You want to go?
You know what? I didn't have skee ball on my parlay sheet, but now I do.
Let's go.
I don't know. I don't know about this stranger. Where are you from? Clarkston? I don't think people in Clarkston know how to skee ball like we do here in Sterling Heights. I'll take you on.
97.1 the ticket.
And Detroit, spring is definitely here. The weather is getting warmer and it's getting nicer. And there's red, white, and blue trucks. They are on their way to help you out. You don't want to get caught with a flooded basement. You check it out, that in the crawl space. We got a lot of rain lately. Want to make sure that it's taken care of. And if you got a scorching hot house because your air conditioning is on the fritz, you got to do the right thing and call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. Now, remember the deal that I was telling you guys about? Well, it ends at the end of April. So this is it. Today's the last day of April, right? Yep. So they're giving all customers a free tankless water heater included with the purchase of a full furnace and air conditioning package. But you better act fast. So whether it's a flood in your basement or the AC unit not working for you, call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
I don't know. It seems like a horrible idea to me, but everybody's trying to capitalize on the gambling, and Dave and Buster's is the most recent. But now you can bet on yourself.
Is it because do they have? I haven't been to a Dave and Buster's in forever, so I don't know the answers. Maybe either you guys do or somebody else does. Do they have signs at Dave and Buster's that say no gambling?
I've never noticed them. I go all the time. I go a lot, I would say. As far as I've at least 5 to 10 times a year.
Wow. Well, you got kids.
I guess. And I live literally right next to one.
So you could see like yourself in this environment with your kids and people gambling.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm going to a party at CJ Barrymore's in a week. I mean, why would it stop at Dave & Buster's?
It wouldn't.
You guys mentioned Chuck E. Cheese. I'm at Chuck E. Cheese, 5 times a year, right? Or whatever it is. Yeah.
Can you imagine though kids' birthday parties now with the dads over in the corner gambling?
I already see that. It's just not legal.
How about the dads betting on their kids?
Dude, well, first of all, you have to be 18 or older, right? According to this press.
Well,
release.
Yeah, but that doesn't stop me. No, that's a great point.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the kids aren't allowed.
Dude,
they're not.
It takes on a whole new meaning. Like
this is letting the kids at the casino. This is right and watching it happen.
You got to earn your way to college, kid.
But, Dad, why do I have to go back and train on Papa Shop more?
Just college doesn't pay for itself.
There's a big birthday party coming up. There's going to be like 25 kids there.
Could be a big moneymaker for us. Daddy needs a mortgage payment.
I mean, I can't imagine.
Tug on your ear if you're getting tired. Just tug on your ear if you're getting tired.
I can't imagine a kid saying, "I'm sick of going to Dave and Buster's to train on whack-a-mole." But a ton of feedback coming in. I think Dave and Buster's is going to set odds of you getting more than a certain number of points in Papa Shot, like plus 230 for over 26 points. You're going to bet against the machine. Okay, so yeah.
Whatever way you can bet to benefit you is what you'll do.
But if you only can wager on how many points you'll score, and you've got to put in $5 to get over a certain number of points, and if you do, you double your money.
But doesn't it specifically say that this is betting one versus another person?
It doesn't really go that far. So customers can make a friendly $5 wager on Hot Shots basketball game or bet on skee ball competition or any other arcade or another arcade game. The betting function expected to launch next month. Next few months will work through the company's app.
And it's only $5.
Well, I mean, I think they're just using
for you,
it
that's huge.
Yes, it would be. But no, I don't know. I think they're just using that as an example. The ability to bet against anyone and make sure you get paid, Dave in Clinton Township says. The ability to bet against anyone, make sure you get paid. So is he saying that's the upside, Dave?
Because people make bets and they don't pay them off?
Yep.
I'll get you tomorrow.
Was that text from Dave?
Dave in Clinton Township.
Yeah, his buddy Buster agrees.
Yeah, hang on.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait to hear promos on their deals. Deposit $10 and get $200 in whack-a-mole bets. Hi, guys. This way Dave and Buster's gambling thing will likely work is there will be a call for bettors. Somebody playing skee ball will pull out a challenge looking for a match. Okay, so you'll be able to put out a call for somebody to go against you in skee ball?
Are you not entertained? You all gladiator on people. Who's next? Let's go.
Dave in Flat Rock says, Gator is correct. Want to hang out with the fellas? We always bet a beer and skee ball, but mostly the basketball games. It's nothing new. I'm just going to keep it the old-fashioned way. That way it cuts out Dave and Buster's 10% handling fee.
No middleman.
Doesn't seem necessary. But, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if Dave and Buster's, I'm not going to not go to Dave and Buster's because there's gambling. It's not going to keep me away, but I'm also not going to go because there's gambling. I don't think it's going to impact my Dave and Buster's experience at all. And quite frankly, I usually go to Dave and Buster's when we're on the road and there's kids involved.
Well, it might impact you as far as the one text said, like the dads or whoever are going to be on the side,
The idea of dads betting on their kids playing these games during a birthday party is hilarious.
It's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
It's frightening. Timmy's going to go against Aiden. It's happening.
Yeah.
My God.
Mason versus Jackson. It's happening.
Yeah. It's happening.
It's a bracket style.
Yeah.
You think sports parents are bad now?
Yep.
What, do you put the betting in there?
Oh, God. There's like sports games there, too, like throwing a football through, certain like points or whatever it is. There's
So wait a
stuff
sec.
there.
All right, since we're coming up with $1 million ideas here all the time on the Carson Anderson program, can we create the app where travel sports parents can bet on their kids' teams? Let's introduce that. You think you're hot stuff, Varder? It's a travel soccer program around.
Is that it?
Yeah.
What if
My
you bet-
God.
but
I mean, honest
you can
to-
do that.
like-
You just can't bet against your own team or in the facilities, right?
Introduce that app to travel hockey.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Hockey parents aren't bad enough.
Yeah.
Let's see it get worse.
Honey Bake versus Little Caesars. Woo!
Here we go. Game on.
Yeah. It's a 2014's going at it right now.
Kids born in the year 2014.
Yeah.
You know how that works?
Yes,
See?
exactly.
I
Yeah.
got it.
You're damn right I'm betting on 10-year-olds.
If I don't, somebody else will.
I don't have a problem.
There's no problem.
I
But
just
look,
owe
I mean,
Dave and Buster's a lot of money.
If that's
Hurry
what-
up, Joshy. Get down the ice. Shoot it.
How about you go up to the goalie parents afterwards? Your kid cost me $50.
Yeah.
You
Or-
owe me $50.
Here's $50. Have your kid, maybe not save everything.
Whatever.
That's where it's going to get bad.
It's going to get bad. Sports parents are going to get bad.
They've been angelic to this point.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, there you go. Gambling coming to a Dave and Buster's near you. 248-539-9797. People still answering the question about players that need to step up for the Lions. Scott writes in, Donovan Peoples-Jones and Jamison Williams will be way more productive this year. DPJ, second year in the system. JMO has really only played 1 year worth of games. Go Lions. So Donovan Peoples-Jones is interesting. He was essentially a non-factor post-trade deadline. They went out and got him. But 3 years ago, he caught 61 passes on 96 targets, 839 yards, 3 touchdowns in Cleveland. He hasn't scored a touchdown. He didn't score a touchdown last year. 7 games in Cleveland. He only had 8 receptions, 18 targets, 5 receptions on 7 targets in Detroit. Just because he came to Detroit and didn't play much doesn't mean he can't break into the rotation now. And perhaps, do you think that he's one of the reasons, their faith in him is one of the reasons why they comfortably let Josh Reynolds walk? Is it possible that it's, Donovan Peoples-Jones will be just fine here, or no?
I think it's quite possible. He's not far removed from being very productive in the NFL. And, you get a whole offseason to heal up from whatever ails you, and he'll have an opportunity. I mean, how old is he? 24?
He is 25. Just turned 25.
I mean, that's a young fella.
Yep.
Don't really worry about the receivers till they hit 30.
248-539-9797. Who is the Lion that needs to step it up? The in-house guy that needs to step it up the most. In the meantime, the Detroit Tigers are 4 games over 500. We are getting inching ever closer to 40-game mark, which is kind of the first time you do an inventory of what you have. Then you see how it plays out over the next couple months before you do anything at the trade deadline. Is this Tiger team, the way they're playing, sustainable? Because I think I've really crystallized what they are, Gator. I think I've simplified it. And you tell me I'm wrong, okay?
Okay.
We'll get to that today at 12:05 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Gambling at Dave & Buster's.
Like there wasn't already.
I know, but I hope they up security. That's all.
Someone alerted me to Twitch, and one of the comments was there, instead of at Fast AF, it's going to be gaming there at Fast AF. It's going to be Bet AF.
Bet AF?
Bet AF, yeah. That should be the gaming app. The official gaming app of Fast AF.
Bet AF?
The grocery store.
Get your bets in quick.
Yeah, well, you better.
All right, so Tigers, you heard their doubleheader taking place today, make up for last night's rainout against St. Louis team that is, what are they, a couple games under 500, 13-15. Detroit is 16-12. What's your gut telling you on the sustainability of this, what they've done so far?
Well, Doug.
Because you know what their pace is?
Here we go.
You know what they're on pace in terms of to win?
97 games. I don't know.
94 games.
Okay.
Yep. Which, if you're 4 games over every month, would be an incredible success.
It would be.
But
it would be.
That doesn't feel sustainable, does it?
No, my gut tells me is that the pitching might cool off and the bats will heat up. And there'll be some kind of balance where they probably maintain above 500 but playing at a 500 level for a while. I don't know what to I think Skubal is absolutely sustainable. I think he's a stud. Knocking on wood and hoping that he stays healthy because that's the key. Beyond him, I mean, I expected Casey Mize to take a step forward. And he's gotten better with every start that he's out there. What else is there? Reese Olson? Reese Olson doesn't have a huge track record of being a stud. He wasn't in the minors, and he had a great final 5 or 6 games last year. A little hit or miss this year. And then they got the 2 guys that they signed in free agency that neither of us are really in love with. So you're really relying heavily on a bullpen that I'm concerned it will get overtaxed quickly. And when you have this many early double headers on the season, I think this is where my concern comes in is because you're having to exhaust the bullpen. And that's not a good route to go. So I'm worried that the bullpen is probably the least sustainable of all of it. But I still think this is a baseball team that can win more games than they lose.
So here, if what's happened so far is sustainable, basically what we're talking about, Gator, is a 500 baseball team that can parade out an elite starter. If everybody else is a 500 baseball team, everybody else on the roster other than Skubal is a 500 baseball team. Because Skubal's got 6 starts. He's 4-0. They've won 5 of the 6 starts. So in games he started, they're 5-1. He's got the decision in 4 of them, 4-0. Can everybody else be a 500 baseball team and Skubal takes you to the next level because he's that good? And, you're worried about taxing the bullpen. Do you know where the Tigers are in bullpen innings pitched so far this year?
I don't.
They're tied for the 7th fewest. So their bullpen, their starters are going deeper into games than almost everybody else in Major League Baseball. And, there's only 6 teams that have had their starters give more innings than the Tigers. So I hear what you're saying. I hope they can maintain that to a degree to keep this bullpen as fresh as it can be moving forward.
I guess when I look at what's unsustainable, this team doesn't win games by more than a run. They've had 10 of their 16 wins are come from behind wins.
You know what that is? It's grit.
Well, it's grit, but that's unsustainable. That's not going to happen. At some point, things are going to start to collapse. And where is it most likely to collapse? From the bullpen. So that's where that is. Do I think this team can hit better than 223 collectively? Yeah. Do I think their OPS should be better than 650 collectively? Yeah.
And yet last year they were horrible. But they should be better. They should be. But Spencer Torkelson, for the first month of the season, has given them very little. 10 RBIs in 26 games is not bringing home the bacon, No. No home runs, obviously, in 103 at-bats. That's not a good stretch if you're Spencer Torkelson and you're counted on for hitting over 30 home runs. But it's not all on Tork, of course. It's shared throughout. And we've seen Kerry Carpenter go through a little bit of a slump here, but he's still a productive player, but he's gone through a slump. Riley Green has some monster hits, but he's only hitting 240.
No, but his OBP is so good.
Yeah, but that's going to come down as well at some point. I mean, these are things that are unsustainable. Do I expect Riley Green to have a 383 OPS on base percentage? No. Or Mark Canada have a 402 on base percentage? No. But how much will they drop? That's the question. How much will the guys rise up? They've gotten very little production from a couple guys. I think they were counting on getting it from Torkelson and even Colt Keith to an extent. That neither guy has really been impressive through the first month of the season. Where I think you start to ask yourself, all right, how much more rope are we going to give these guys before we make a decision to send Colt Keith down and bring somebody else up who's productive, or tell Spencer Torkelson, you've got to take a couple weeks and just get yourself right, and we'll bring you right back up when you are. But I mean, I think you might be 2-3 weeks away from making that the decision if he continues to slump.
I know. Look, at some point you got to focus on winning games and not worry about developing your player, right? I mean, the job right now, it's in their best interest to have Tork at the plate because we know what he's capable of. We know what he has done. He's way too young to have crested and started down the far side of his career. Now, that doesn't mean what he did last year wasn't fool's gold, but you have to give it a chance to play itself out. I don't know when they hit the point where they say, sorry, but we got to focus more on winning games here. But this Tork start to the season, I feel like the only way that they take that next step is if he turns the corner and gets it going. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ned. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Ned?
Doug Gator, just enjoying some chili cheese fries here on this lovely Tuesday. How are you guys?
We're good. Thank you.
Nice.
Awesome. Listen, I'm listening to you guys. I always do. I want to chop it up with you for a minute. I think I think our pitching staff has been, lights out. I think if we could get Reese Olson some run support, we'd have 2 or 3 more dubs in the win column. Mm-hmm. But like you guys were just saying, Torkelson. I went to the game on Sunday, and I'm watching these guys at bats, and Torkelson just looks lost up there. He's and Waka. I mean, what's coming from Waka off speed. Breaking pitches. He hits the spots, but it's all going to be breaking. And he just looked he was slow on breaking ball after breaking ball, and it's come on. So my question to you guys is, because in Toledo we don't really have anybody standing out, nobody's really crushing the ball in Toledo. I mean, Akil Badu's down there doing all right, and Henry Malloy, but do we make a move early for a bat? I think we just need. I think we're a good bat away from taking the AL Central, and I'm willing to say that in May 1. But
Cleveland's off
in the middle of our lineup.
It's interesting because we start talking about the division, and it used to be punch button. Well, the division sucks. The division does not suck.
No,
4 teams are better than 500. 4, and Cleveland is. I think they have the second best winning percentage in baseball. They're off to an amazing start. So are those teams are probably asking themselves the same question: Are what's sustainable? What isn't sustainable? But I mean, the question is, how long do you give Tork before you give him the Scherzer treatment? Say, look, it's not good enough right now. We know you're going to be here soon. You got to figure it out. But right now, we need to give somebody else a chance while you are figuring it out. And you look at the guys at Toledo, and he's right. Nobody's killing it at Toledo, but there's some guys that had some nice, years so far to start, but it's not a killer start. But I think it's way too early to think about Jace Young, who's hitting 258, but has 22 runs driven in 26 games. Justin Henry Malloy is hitting 267, but only has 2 home runs on the year. They don't have a ton of guys that are really doing well right now, but they have guys that have played okay.
248-539-9797, talking about the sustainability of this Tiger start. Is it simply as they're a 500 baseball team with an elite starter, and how far can that carry you? And, there's also more to give, and maybe some things that aren't sustainable. I know that you're worried about the bullpen not being able to keep this up. I'm happy they haven't been as taxed as much as other bullpens, but they could get tired. They could wear down a little bit. Tigers 16-12 taking on St. Louis later today.
Well, something that adds to that is just the high leverage situations that bullpen's been thrown in. Because of those 10 out of 16 wins coming from behind, the bullpens had to do their job of hanging on, right, and giving a team a chance to come back at the end. And here they come. The bats come alive in the 8th inning or the 9th inning, and you get some miracle comebacks here. And it's a lot of high leverage that is going to be taxing on the team to this point.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, speaking of taxing, you want to make sure that your yard is as beautiful as can be because you do not want to be frustrated with it. Do the best thing possible. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and you stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN's a telephone number, and for a limited time, you purchase a full lawn program. You get free grub control, but you have to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. We got warm weather on the way. That means dandelions are going to start to pop up if you haven't called Natural Way already. Now, dandelions are bad. They rob your lawn of water and nutrients. It's a weed. You got to stop them before they go to seed. And right now, still not too late to treat for crabgrass. You don't want to see crabgrass at all in the summer because, well, by that point, it's just too late. Call right now for a beautiful weed-free lawn this summer. There's no runaround with Natural Way. They know what they're doing. They've got certified applicators and arborists that have been trained to do this. They custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home because, let's face it, your lawn is different than your neighbor's lawn, and they're going to do the best for you. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. They've been locally owned for over 30 years. And it's a company that I've trusted to do my lawn for almost a dozen years now. I love what Natural Way does. Give them a call today at 888-GET-GREEN or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Got another edition of Who's on Top coming up today at 12:35. Been a while since we've done one of these, so looking forward to that. Talking a little Tigers about sustainability of a team that is on a pace to win 94 baseball games, which doesn't sound real, but they got off to the hot start. They got to, 5-0, and have been a game under 500 since. So maybe they are basically a 500 team, which is what they were kind of expected to be, although another way to look at it is they're a 500 team with Tarek Skubal. And if Skubal's going to win if they're going to win 5 out of every 6 starts of his, then they could be a team that makes a little bit of noise. If everybody else, the accumulation of all the rest of the players, because let's face it, the pitching for the most part has been really good. Bullpen work's been great. Defense has been a bit of a wild card, and the offense, they haven't been very productive at the plate. And still, what was the goal differential for the Washington Capitals? Remember how bad that was? They had all kinds of metrics of a team that shouldn't be that good, and yet they made the playoffs. Now, different systems and all that. And I'm not making it apples to apples. It's just you can be flawed and still make the playoffs.
Yeah, I think their goal differential was actually minus 37.
Wow. Was that for just the postseason? Thanks, Washington. Thanks for working so hard to nab that last playoff spot and then piddle it away in 4 quick games.
See, they had 40 wins on the year, 91 points. Red Wings had 41 wins on the year, 91 points. And yet it was Washington that made the playoff. Brilliant.
248-539-9797. We go to Stan in Shelby Township. You're next. Hi, Stan.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I think I agree with everything you guys are saying, except there's one thing. The over-under for the Tigers this year was 80.5, so we knew they were going in being a 500 team, and I appreciate what Doug said one time on his rant, that he's in, they're an improving team, let's stay behind them. And I think that, and I predicted that they'd have 87 wins and win the division. Currently, they've won every one of Mize's games that he started, and Reese Olson has a 3.18 earned run average, which is above average. It's I think the average is 4.25. So I think we're steady there. And the biggest thing, I guess, that gets under my skin is that people say the bullpen is good. The bullpen is great. It has the second-rated whip, and it has the number 8-rated earned run average. So I think we're in good shape. Torkelson, it's a struggle. I know his numbers aren't terrible, but he looks so bad on the defensively. He's cringeworthy. But I think that they're not going to push down either, Colt Keith, Parker Meadows, or Torkelson. They're going to ride with them to at least the trading deadline, and because they're winning, and they're going to stay with the plan. What do you think?
Well, look, I think the pitching, you're right. The bullpen has been great. I think people use the term good because they expect it to level off a little bit and just think it'll be an asset as the season goes on. Because what they're doing is lights out. They have been lights out.
Which is why I say, or you ask the question, is it sustainable? I don't think it's sustainable to be this. I think they're playing really well right now, and it's awesome. But at some point, it's going to come down. It doesn't have to come down a ton. I'm not saying it's got to be worse than the league, but I expect it to come down a little bit from where they're at. And at the same time, I do expect the offense to move up.
I just wonder, at what point the organization says, all right, we got to shift gears with what we're trying offensively. And I don't think it's yet. Okay, let me be clear on that. But they have to be looking at some point in time where they're going to go, okay, we continue to hang around near the top of the division. And, what's too early to make a bold move? Do you wait till the trade deadline? Because right now they're in second place. They're 3 games out of first. Cleveland team is playing lights out. And, I would imagine in Cleveland and Kansas City, they're doing the whole same topics. Like, how real is this? They're playing above what the expectation was. And at the beginning of the year, it was all about the schedule. Well, Detroit survived that stretch of games against Texas and Minnesota. And if you haven't noticed, since Detroit beat Minnesota, Minnesota's won 8 in a row.
Yeah, they've decided to start winning some games.
Yep. So they feel like they're back in the formula here. And all these teams are going to feast on Chicago, right? I mean, the whole division being over 500 is in large part because Chicago is 6-23 and has played everybody. And so they've all kind of got some freebies against Chicago.
Right, but I mean, your question's fair. At what point do you start to say, okay, is it something where we can look at another team and try to poach one of their players? You look at like the Mets, for instance. They're floundering. They're 500, but they're already 5.5 games behind Atlanta, and they've got, I think, Pete Alonso's contract. I think he's expiring after this year. He's a free agent at the end of the season. So do you talk to them and say, hey, maybe we can get Pete Alonso? You'd have to give up something. But that's a kind of impact player. He's got 8 home runs already. And
I feel like the Tigers wouldn't want him because they don't want to be locked into a guy that's positional flexibility is limited.
Well, he's not. I mean, he's not a Scott. I don't think he's a Scott Harris guy because of how much he would command. And do you want to do a rental for this year? I mean, that's probably not. But I'm just bringing it up. It's the first name to bring up. It's the first one off my top of my head.
Now, would he be better than Torque?
Yeah, but I can't explain why Torkelson's been just. It's not snake bitten. It's just bad.
Yep.
You know, yeah, there've been some plays where it's he lined it down the line. It was a foot foul. Well, it was still a foot foul.
And there are guys though that are on this roster that probably have the clock ticking a little more on them than Torque. And it's probably, I mean, it's got to be Parker Meadows and Cole Keith. Akil Baddoo is having a decent year at AAA.
He is. He is. And Wencel Perez deserves to be here until he doesn't, right? He's stepped in and done a real nice job for the team, despite only 35 at-bats. But in the 35 at-bats, he's hitting .286, .359 on-base percentage, .873 OPS, just hit his first career home run. And they've got him hitting the top third of the lineup.
Colt Keith. I mean, Colt Keith, Andy Ibanez might be.
Ibanez is back.
Yep.
There goes Buddy. They sent Buddy Kennedy down, and Ibanez is back, and yeah, I think they count on Ibanez to be a force against left-handed hitting for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But does he start to get more reps in at second base because Colt Keith isn't hitting yet? What concerns me about Colt Keith is he's not even hitting it hard. Like every hit he has, it feels like it's a bloop single.
It's just,
but he plays nice defensively.
And I'm not trying to rush anybody out of here. I want them to compete. And when it's time for them to say, okay, we can win this thing, you kind of run out of patience. And we're not there yet.
Right.
Right. We're every game is another tick closer to that time.
Wyatt Langford just hit his first home run of the season. It was an inside the park home run. Okay. So, it's sometimes you start off with a little bit of a struggle. I'm not moving Colt Keith out of there either. I know AJ Hinch isn't just yet. I mean, I think he even said the other day that, look, we don't want him looking over his shoulder. He's here for he doesn't have to worry about it just yet, which is great confidence to give a player. Now, let's see Colt Keith start to do what he did all last year, which was just mash the baseball. Be nice to start seeing him hit some line drives, get one over the fence. Will give you a ton of confidence and probably you breathe a breath of fresh air. And same thing goes for Torkelson. I have a feeling once he hits that first home run, they're going to come in bunches. But he hasn't done it yet.
Carl is next on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Carl, what's up?
So, Torque played 1 year last year, right? So this year, it's just a second year. So he's still really figuring it out, and he's kind of like Maeda. So let's give him 2 weeks of weather of at least, 75 degrees or more, and then let's assess after that.
Well, I mean, yeah, this is technically his third year. He played 110 games his rookie season and hit 203. Then last year, in 159 games, I mean, the guy's kind of a workhorse there. Didn't hit well at 233, but he was productive. 31 homers and 94 runs driven in, and a lot of that came late in the season. I'm not moving Spencer Torkelson down to the minors just yet, but I'm saying maybe you start a discussion with other guys within the organization about, okay, we have to start thinking about this and what's wrong with him. Is it just dumb luck? Is it something with his swing? Is it something he needs to work on specifically, or is it just he's got to get his confidence back? Let's send him to Toledo and get that. And how long do you wait before you make that move?
Carl's more right than wrong. Us having a discussion about Torque in this season by no means is indicative of we think he should be moved now. Okay, but you have to start positioning yourself to make a move if necessary, right? I mean, you prepare for scenarios, and one of the scenarios is that we get a month from now and Torque still isn't hitting. Then what? Do I expect him to start hitting better than this? Yes.
Well, last year in April and March combined, his OPS was below 600. It was 599 for April, and it was 0 for March in the 4 at-bats he had one game. Then in May, it ticked up. His OPS was 783, 716 in the month of June, but he had 7 home runs in June. Jumped up to 749 in July, 892 in August, and 820 in September, and 833, and only hit 3 at-bats in October. So he was a very productive player really from July through the end of the season last year, and even starting to pick it up in May. So, look, he's in his 3rd season. It's too short of a career to start labeling it. This guy's just a perennial slow starter. I have no idea. This is his year number 3. But I do think that there's probably a limit of at-bats that they give him before they say, all right, we got to do something.
Another edition of Who's on Top coming up at 12:35, 97.1 The Ticket. So the most popular bold-ass prediction for the Tiger season was that Torque would hit 40 home runs. To show you where we've come, Kang, you've seen feedback, popular feedback today with Torque?
Yeah, just not just feedback, but social media. Yeah, is today's the day, guys.
Today's the day?
Today's the day that Torque hits his first home run.
Torque. Okay.
And we're going to continue this until he hits one, is what I predict.
Sure.
But I like what Gator, you don't want to predict his next home run because that's, cliche. Everyone's this is the day, and then they'll claim you got it right. You have a better prediction, right?
Yeah, for me, it's not the first one, because I think you can just say it every day. And today's the day. To me, it's the second one. And my prediction is that he'll hit his second home run within 15 at-bats of the first one.
Okay. All right, so hits a home run, and within the next 4 games, basically, he'll hit another one. And then that'll get kickstart him and get him going a little bit.
That's right.
Wonder what to get the over-under on number of home runs he'd hit this year right now. Is that a prop bet you can make after the season starts?
I don't know. It's interesting.
What would you set it at?
Probably 25.
I'd probably go lower than that. I bet the under on that.
23 and a half? I don't know. He had 31 last year.
I know.
And he's basically gone the first month without doing it, so 6 home runs a month, roughly.
I'd probably come in at like 19 and a half. But, I don't know. I don't know what the right number would be to set it at. Get Vegas. Vegas, get on that for us, would you? All right, time for another edition of Who's on Top. Are you ready, Gator?
I think so.
Okay. We have found a list of the most iconic celebrity first names. Okay? So these are people that are just simply known by their first name. If you, like in Detroit, if I say the name Barry.
Right.
Yeah. Kwame. Right? These are names that everybody knows.
It's interesting 2 names you bring up.
Well, I just tried that. First 2 that came to me. Now, these are some names that missed the top.
Sheila,
Yeah. Names that miss the top 10 nationally. Kanye. Right? People know these people by their iconic celebrity first names. This is a top 10, Gator. I'll give you 3 guesses. Ready? Go.
Okay, and this includes dead people?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Sounds so mean. Dead people?
Yep.
Yeah, jeez.
And with
Thoughts and
the
prayers,
first
man.
selection, the dead draft, I will say Madonna. She's not dead. I will go with Kobe. And technically it's not a first name, so maybe I shouldn't do it, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'll say Prince.
I actually think that is his first name. I think it's Prince Rogers Nelson.
Okay.
Yep. Gator got 2 in the top 10. He got Madonna at number 5.
Rochester's own.
And Prince at number 2.
Kobe's not in the top 10.
Nope.
Kang, are you surprised Kobe's not in the top 10?
You said this. Did you say, I know you didn't say who published this top 10. Did you say how they came to the top 10?
I will get to that later.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Without knowing any criteria, Gator, man, this is everybody. Musicians, actors. So I'm not too surprised.
I mean, if it makes you feel any better, Kobe's just outside the top 10.
Yeah, I can see
he's
that.
13. But
Show some respect for the dead, I'm just saying.
well, who else deserves to be on this list? Top 10 celebrities known solely by their first names.
I think this is probably going to be a good list. I mean, I had Kobe, but he's 13. Got it. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people who go, oh, yeah. All you have to do is say is the first name and you'll get it.
Yep.
So that's why.
Okay, 248-539-9797. You tell us who deserves to be on this list of celebrities simply known by an iconic first name. You're rolling your eyes.
Yeah, I'm all right.
Are you mad?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. Gator got 2 of them. Help him round out the top 10. He got number 5 in Madonna and number 2 in Prince. And I think everybody on this list, I'm pretty sure it was their given first name. So not like a nickname or a made-up stage name or anything like that. I'm pretty sure everybody on this.
It's like if you say,
well,
I mean,
careful.
the person's real name is Reginald, but he has a stage name.
I don't know who you're talking about. I have no idea.
It would not be the stage name. It would be the first name, I believe.
Okay.
They're known by their first. They're known by their first name.
Yep.
One name.
Okay.
248.
I'll say it afterwards.
Okay.
Unless it comes up, then I'll be like, hey.
All right, let's go to Michael. You're on 97. Want a ticket? Hi, Michael.
Hey, guys. Got to be the king. Got to go with Elvis.
Gator, do you think Elvis made the list?
Yes.
Michael, Elvis is number 1 on the list.
There you go.
Well done. But there's still plenty in the top 10. Help us round out the top 10. 248-539-9797. Yep, Elvis. Number 1. Most iconic name. Single, known as just their first name. Let's go to, who do we got here next? Jeff, you're on 97. Want a ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, man, how you doing? I got one for you. How about Tiger?
Tiger. Gator, do you think Tiger made the top 10?
Well, this would fall into that. His real name is Eldrick. So,
yeah. Yep. He did.
I would say no.
He did not make the top 10. 248-539-9797. Who else would you put on this list of the most iconic first names that all you got to do is hear the name and bam, you know who it is? Again, Elvis is off the board. Just a heads up to people calling up.
Elvis has left the building.
Elvis has left the building.
Elvis has left the competition.
Prince is off the board. Gator's off. Gator got Madonna, who's off the board. We go to Ken, who's next on 97. Won a ticket. Playing Who's on Top. Hi, Ken.
Hey, this got to be number 2, Serena.
Serena. Do you think Serena made the top 10, Gator?
I do not.
Serena did not make the top 10.
You mean Serena Alchil?
No, not from MTV. Nice obscure reference. We go to Lisa next here on 97. Want a ticket. Hi, Lisa.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Taylor.
Taylor.
These days, wow. You know what? I'm gonna say no, but there's one that I think is. It's contemporary.
Taylor Kang?
No, I was just gonna say I don't think so, Gator, because it's a full name with her. I think she's a Taylor Swift. You always say her full name when you mention her.
Yeah, you're Swifties, you're not
Yeah,
Taylors.
but you knew what Taylor I was talking about when I said Taylor.
We did.
Don't argue with me.
Lisa, we did, but she did not make the top 10.
There you go,
248-539-9797.
Back off, baby reindeer. We're all right.
Steve, you're next. Hi, Steve.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
What's up?
We got one of the most polarizing figures in sports, LeBron.
LeBron. Do you think LeBron made the top 10?
Yes.
LeBron did not make the top 10. He checked in at number 20, though, but did not make the top 10.
Kobe better than LeBron.
Jeff, you're next. Hi, Jeff.
How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, I got Michael.
Michael.
Pick either one of them. Yeah, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan. Either one you want to take.
That's why I'm going to say no.
Yeah, it did not make the top 10. You split it in two, and that's probably why.
Yeah, I was thinking Angelo.
Yeah.
Right? There's too many Michaels, Gator. Am I right?
I have no idea. What is that from?
Michelangelo.
Oh.
But it's not Michelangelo. It's Michelangelo. That makes it even funnier.
Yeah, thank you, Gator.
Yeah.
Kang made it funny.
No, I'm dumb. That's what it is. I'm dumb. Let's go to Nick. You're next. Hi, Nick.
Hey, how about Babe Ruth?
Babe. Do you think Babe gets him in the top 10?
I don't, because it's a nickname. His name was George Herman Ruth.
He did not make the top 10. CT is next here on 97 on a ticket. Hi, CT.
Hey, how about Pele?
Pele. Do you think Pele makes the top 10?
I'm going to say no, but I like the guess.
He did not make the top 10. We go to David next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, David.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
Shaq.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Shaq, like Shaquille O'Neal?
Shaq. Okay, yes. I thought he said Stack. Do you think Shaq made it?
If LeBron and Kobe are on the list, I'm going to say no to Shaq, but I like the guess.
Shaq is at number 11. We've done a better job at getting 11 through 20 than we have 1 through 10. We go to Steve next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hey, how's it going? Shout out to King. What's up, man?
Shout out to you.
We don't
do shout outs, though.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Anytime you shoot a piece of paper in a waste paper basket, Kobe.
It's already been guessed, and he did not make the top 10. Sorry. 248-539-97.
Kobe?
Yeah. Aaron, you're next. Hi, Aaron.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
How about Dwayne?
I'm going to say no because I'm not sure which Dwayne you're referring
Yeah,
to.
which Dwayne are you talking about?
It's like Dwayne the Rock. There's only one.
Oh, okay. No, he did not make the top 10. Sorry. Take a couple more.
Dwayne Wade.
We go to Nate. You're next on 97 the ticket. Hi, Nate.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I'm going to go with Bono.
Bono. Do you think Bono made the top 10?
It's not his real name.
And it did not make the top 10.
What is his real name? Something Houston. I forget what his first name is, but it's not Bono.
Kevin, you're next on 97 the ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Hey to you all.
Hello, Kevin.
How about Kareem?
Kareem. Do you think Kareem made the top?
Interesting because his real name is Louis Alcindor, but then he changed it to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Correct.
Kareem is very recognizable. I'm going to say no, though.
He did not. He did not make the top 10. Wow. All right. You're going to know everybody on this list. We will get to the top 10 coming up and tell you who is in the top 10 for single iconic first names. You know who they're talking about. We'll get to that today at 12:50 here on 97.1.
Well, recently I had some issues with my garage doors at the house. They were both ready to go at any moment. So I did the right thing. I called Precision Garage Door, and they took my call immediately and scheduled an appointment right away. The guys came out, and they helped me tremendously. They were awesome. John, Jeff, the whole crew, easy to work with, true professionals, and frankly, at a time when finding great service is really tough, Precision Garage Door. It's hard to say precision unless you just don't even think about it. Precision. Precision Garage Door, these guys know what they're doing. And they installed the garage doors within a few weeks once they got into stock, and it was awesome. I'm really happy with them now. They look fantastic. And now I don't have to worry about them probably for the duration of me owning that house. So if you want your garage doors done right, do what I did and call Precision Garage Door today. It's 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR to schedule an appointment. That's 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR.
All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. You all right? That was a audible sigh.
It's just to know that there's how many are still left in the top 10?
I think 7. This is one.
I think I have one for sure.
Okay, let's hear it.
Beyonce.
Beyonce's number 3. So well done.
Thank you.
These are the top 10 most iconic celebrity first names. So you hear the names, you know exactly who we're talking about. All right. You ready?
Yes.
We start at number 10. This is the only one that surprised me, to be honest with you.
Give me, if it's a sport, tell me the sport or whatever. There's a musician, whatever.
It is not a sport. I'll just tell you. I'm not going to worry.
Right.
Zendaya came in at number 10.
The actress. Oh,
Yep.
Interesting.
At number 9, Shakira.
Oh, look at you. You're happy.
At number 8, Cher.
Yeah. Okay. Although, is that her real first? I guess it is
her real name is like Sherilyn. I looked it up.
Okay.
At number 7, Adele.
Yeah.
At number 6, Marilyn.
Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah.
That's not her name was Norma Jean.
I thought she officially changed her name though.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
All right.
At number 5, Gator, you got Madonna.
Madonna Ciccone.
At number 4, Tupac.
Tupac Shakur.
Yep. Number 3, Gator, you got Beyonce. Number 2, you got Prince. Well done by you. Number 1, Michael got Elvis. Is the number 1. Now, we did pretty well from 11. I actually printed up the top 20.
Okay.
And it's from ranker.com. Shaq was 11. Keanu was 12.
Keanu.
Kobe was 13. Dolly, 14. Barack, 15. Britney, 16. Denzel, 17.
You know someone famous, Doug.
Doug, there's an actor. There's an actor who's in the top 20. Well, who do you think it is?
I don't know. Denzel.
Yes.
Usher, 18. Ozzy, 19.
But that's not his name.
LeBron, 20.
Ozzy is Jonathan Osborne.
Well, he made the list anyway.
Now this list is totally bogus. You take the nicknames or not? What are we doing?
I'm just giving you the list. Ranker.com. Gator, I'm sure you can pen a long, angry email to Ranker.
Email?
I'm sure
I'm
you
going
can.
all Al Davis. I'm going to send a letter.
You're going to send a long letter?
Letter.
Okay, so I want to be clear on this, and we always want to know if it impacts us, right? Is it true that LeBron has opted out and is now a free agent?
Not yet.
The word is he's going to opt out and become a free agent.
Mm-hmm.
And is it true that Bronny has put his name in for the NBA draft?
Yes, his name is in the early entry, but he can withdraw, and he still has his college eligibility left.
Okay, does any of this impact us?
Well, I mean...
By us, I mean the Pistons.
Probably not. I don't think LeBron's going to finish up his career playing for the Pistons. If the Pistons draft Bronny...
That's what I mean. And would you? And it's not to get Bronny the player.
Well, certainly not to get Bronny.
Not to get Bronny the player or LeBron, even LeBron the player. It's to get somebody else that wants to play with LeBron. You see what I'm saying?
I think he hasn't.
I thought I read the Pistons have the most cap space in the NBA.
Wouldn't surprise me.
And if you have LeBron James here, who only wants to be here because the Pistons draft Bronny, is this a backdoor way into getting yourself a premier player?
It's funny you mentioned this because we literally got a ticket text about this today.
Did we? Look, this is the most convoluted, quite frankly, I'll call it a dumbass Doug theory as I've come up with in a long time. But would you do it?
You said some dumb stuff lately, so really?
Yep. But this one I put thought into.
Okay, well, fair enough.
This one I've been thinking about.
Yeah, I guess I might be too jaded on LeBron James to think, does LeBron James still have that kind of pull where guys want to play with LeBron James?
I don't know. I mean, like,
at this stage of his career, I think it's like LeBron has to go where other guys are.
The way this would work for us is we would draft Bronny and LeBron would go, yeah, no. And so we'd end up with our idea is if we topple this domino, it'll topple the next domino, which is get LeBron, which will topple the third domino.
So, that's the other thing that's ridiculous about this whole thing, because the Pistons could end up with the first pick overall. They're like guaranteed no worse than, what is it? Fifth?
Yep.
So you're not taking Bronny James in the top 5 of any draft. Even guys named Bronny, you're probably still not taking Bronny. So
let's just go with guys named James instead of Bronny. But
So you're looking at a second round pick. Do you even, I don't, of course not. This is ridiculous. LeBron is going to go to a team where he can win a championship. And I'm curious to see where he'd go. Does he go to, Milwaukee, Philadelphia? Does he go to Boston? Does he go to
Golden State?
Does Golden State still think they have a shot? They still have a window open with those guys. Does he want to go to San Antonio and play with Wembanyama?
So we got this text from Dakota earlier today. I found it.
Okay.
He says, I know this is not on topic, but my group chat is talking about LeBron possibly being a free agent. And I said I would pay LeBron a max contract for 3 years and take Bronny first overall to get him here. Am I insane? Cade needs to be around a winner.
So
yes, you're insane.
I wrote him back. He's insane.
The insane part is paying him a max for 3 years. Well,
more insane than taking Bronny over one overall.
No, it's all insane. But I'm just kind of trying to think if those two dominoes topple, who else can you get to come here? Do people still want to play with LeBron?
That's the question I ask myself, and I don't.
Because right now, you know who wants to play in Detroit? Nobody. Nobody wants to come here.
They're literally the worst team in the league.
And we went from thinking they had young players that people are going to want to play with. I'm not so sure anymore. How else do you make this an attractive stop? You could sit here and say, just stand pat and do it the normal way. Okay, and what if nobody wants your money? What if nobody wants your money?
So Dakota wrote back again. He said, I think it's more likely we get struck by an asteroid than LeBron coming here, but I can't get over the fact that this is supposed to be the worst draft class in years, and there's no other way to pair a superstar with Cade than to do something drastic like this.
Well,
are you texting the show, Doug, at the same time while hosting?
I am not. Projected practical cap space, the Pistons, $60 million. Philly, $55. Utah, $37. OKC, $35. So to go from 1 to 5, the Pistons double up cap space, the team that's 5th.
Yeah, except you know how this works. If the team, so you're talking about free agency, right?
Yep.
So if a team wants to re-sign their own free agent, though, they can go above the cap, and there'll be a penalty if they reach the luxury tax. But teams don't care about that if they're winning. If they're a winning team,
desperate or creative, or just dumb as hell. 248-539-9797. This opens Saturday. We'll get to that today at 105. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Here's a lineup for the Tigers in Game 1 of their doubleheader with St. Louis. It starts at 3:40. Riley Green leads off in DHs today. Matt Vierling bats second. Wenzel Perez is right back in there in right field. Carpenter, Torkelson, and Keith in the middle. McKinstry, Carson Kelly, and Parker Meadows will round it out. Jack Flaherty was originally scheduled to start the regularly scheduled game tonight, but he will go in Game 1. He gave up 4 earned runs on 7 hits in his last outing against the Rays. A.J. Hinch explains how Tampa got it done the last time. Matt Manning is the 27th man today and will start Game 2. Both games can be heard right here on 97.1 The Ticket, beginning at 3:15 with the pregame show. Michigan State football has seen a lot of their players enter the transfer portal since their spring game, 13 to be exact. Today they added a piece, however, as defensive back Ed Woods announced his commitment. He was a 2-year starter for Arizona State the last few years. He was also considering Alabama. Woods has 1 year of eligibility left. Today is the last day to enter the portal for most players. Grad transfers have until tomorrow. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, just throwing it out there. Looking to get creative.
Oh, you're looking.
I mean, they could sit back and they could draft Reed Shepherd, but I'm not sure that's exactly going to get the juices flowing. So I'm looking for alternatives.
Is he French?
No, he's not.
Well, then,
no.
C'est la vie.
No, he's from Kentucky.
Thought all the top players are supposed to be international players in this draft.
There's a bunch of them, but yeah. Did you, by the way, see the interaction he had with the fan? We should get to that. We will in a sec. I promise something else. You know what opens Saturday?
A pool? I don't know.
That's right. Cedar Point opens on Saturday.
That's right. A pool of sun. That's right. Cedar Point opens up.
Well done, Gator.
Yes, thank you.
Which is funny because it's not particularly on my radar. When the kids were little, there were a couple trips, but one of my kids, my daughter, loves Cedar Point and goes to Cedar Point all the time. Kang, are you taking your kids to Cedar Point this summer?
No, but I used to go all the time too. I was just like your daughter. It was it's like that. That's how you kick off summer. Almost it was like, hey, we're going to Cedar Point.
Mm-hmm.
Summer's here
when everybody else goes, and it's absolutely jam packed. Gator, when's the last time you went to Cedar Point?
1998.
Is that wow? Okay,
something like that. 97, 98.
We went with the kids. I don't know. They were really young, so probably early 2010s. 2012, 2013, something like that was the last time I was there. Kang, when's the last time you were there?
Oh God, it was before the kids. 2000 in the teens, probably.
What's wild about it is how much it changes. It really does change.
Well, they seem to add for a while there, it was like a new ride every year, like big ride, not just something off in the distance.
These, what is it, the Top Thrill Dragster? Is that the one that goes straight and shoots you straight up in the air? That looks like it's way too quick and way too not something that appeals to me.
Well, I'm not a roller coaster guy, so they all don't appeal to me.
Okay.
I don't like the stomach drop, and that's what happens.
The idea of waiting in line for a long time for a ride that's over like that.
You don't like to wait in line for anything.
I don't like to wait in line for anything.
Just tell them who you are.
The Voice.
Yeah, in Ohio, they'd really appreciate that.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you know who I am?
Yes, sir. Right this way.
Yeah, we got to catch a ride for you. It's over here.
It's on this dark alley over here. Yep.
Woo! Are your affairs in order?
Yeah. Leave your jacket.
28-1. And as Doug's getting pushed out. Yeah, but 2-0 against. Oh!
My belt's not fastening. Yeah, that's fine. You're fine. You're fine, sir.
Right.
You're good.
We chose this seat specifically for you. It's all magnets. You don't have to worry. Yeah.
Oh, clicking.
How long does the ride stay underwater? I didn't read about this. It's called the drowned rat. What does that mean?
All right, so Kang, no on Cedar Point with the girls yet.
No.
Is your oldest even aware?
No.
Okay.
You're still lucky.
And what about Disney? Where are we with Disney?
Oh, boy.
You know how I feel about Disney. I'm trying to avoid that at all costs.
Okay.
Problem is, though, my family, or not my family, my wife started talking to Gator's brother and his wife, and they're like the Disney, they might as well work for Disney World. Right, Gator? I mean,
well, my niece technically did that.
Oh, yes.
The summer, yeah.
Technically,
and they loved it. Yeah, and they were like, "Hey, well, you got to go." So my wife's like, "We got to go."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, if you had questions, that's who I would steer you to, without question.
I mean, amusement parks are fine. I mean, yes, it gets crowded. You're gonna have to wait. I mean, that stuff comes with the territory.
You
so
have
I
to
get
know
that.
what you're getting into.
Exactly. Doug, you're beyond that, though.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're at the point now where the kids, if I ever went and the kids went with me, I would be ghosted immediately. They'd be off and gone, which is fine. The funny thing is about the whole Disney experience is how much I grew to love Epcot. I thought Epcot was easily going to be the most boring. They got some pretty cool rides, but
I don't even know what the hell the difference is.
Epcot has this setup around this giant lake with all these different countries that have like, some of them have rides, most of them don't, but they'll have different foods and clothing, and I thought it was going to be boring as hell. But you know, when you're in Mexico and you get a margarita, and then you go to Canada and you get
Isn't that the goal?
Maple whiskey. And
like to have a drink in every country or something?
Kind of is, yeah. So the one thing that they did though is I don't even remember who it was, but they had like clues for kids. They had like little phones, and they had to go like take pictures and answer the questions. And so they were on this quest. And meanwhile, I'm like, well, give me another stein of beer in Germany. And all the kids are searching for it was cool. Epcot was really cool.
Aquavit.
I can't remember what the hell that was, though. What we were chasing after. It was some
buzz, apparently.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah, but I'm talking about with the kids. Yes, the buzz. Mission accomplished, too. And what was it? Test Track. Test Track is like it's probably their best ride at Epcot. But, yep, Cedar Point. It's opening
But it's different from the Magic Kingdom. Or is the Magic Kingdom the whole thing? I don't want to talk about Disney. I'm nervous about Disney.
You're nervous?
Well, no, it's not nervous is the wrong word. It's not my kind of place, I don't think.
Okay. Apparently, it's Top Thrill Dragster is apparently closed. It's Top Thrill 2. So, is it the same concept, straight up in the air and straight down? I waited in line for 2 hours for this. That was an exhilarating 23 seconds.
It's like Mexican food. It's just all wrapped up differently.
Yeah.
It's the same concept.
Gotcha.
Right? I mean,
Mexican food, it's all delicious.
Oh,
yeah.
by the way, just a real quick aside about Mexican food. I did something Sunday night that I have not done for, I'm guessing, 20 to 25 years.
You crap your pants?
No.
What? Jeez. Oh, he's done that more recently than 25 years.
What was it? What was Scott Van Pelt's line? There are men that will admit they crap their pants, and then there's liars.
Right.
I made a run for the border.
Taco Bell?
For the first time in 20, 25 years.
Wow.
We found ourselves in Adrian, Michigan on a Sunday night at 9:30, hadn't eaten, and I was wanting to get home, and my daughter was hungry, and I'm like, all right,
what do you got with chicken?
Well, no, I mean, the thing was, all these other options. She wanted Taco Bell. I said, fine, we'll go to Taco Bell. And I was like, I'm not going to go wait in line at Taco Bell, then go wait in line at Burger King was the other option. Impossible Whopper, yep. So we made a run for the border, and I had 2 Doritos Locos Tacos with chicken. Mm-hmm. Now, there have been other runs since, and I knew it would happen, but it's been a minute, and I went to Taco Bell. And I thought of you guys.
And Doug, you're alive.
I am alive to share the story.
Good for you,
Taco
man.
Bell's so good.
Yep.
And so good for you. Chicken.
Yeah. They got a Fresca style, Doug, that you would appreciate. It's like more tomatoes and no cheese.
That's the thing about it.
The cantina menu.
I really had it was unexpected. I would have consulted with you guys before I went, where you guys could actually tell me something I'd like, because I got to admit I did not love it, but I was hungry. So,
well, what made you go with the Doritos instead of a regular taco? That can't be.
because we pulled up to the board. My daughter ordered, and she said Doritos Locos. I'm like, yeah, I've had those before. Two more of those with chicken, and then let's get out of here. And then
let's get out of here. What do you mean? What can you make quick? Everything's quick, sir.
Yes.
And Doug doesn't want the burritos because he doesn't want to have the tortilla to eat that. So it's interesting you went for the. You can get. Do they do burrito bowls now at Taco Bell?
Maybe in that new Cantina menu.
Yeah, maybe.
I gotta get caught up on what's going on at Taco Bell. All the same package.
Well, download the app.
Yeah. All right. LeBron had an interaction with a fan last night. We'll tell you the story and wonder if you've ever had a similar interaction. We'll get to that today at 1:17 on Carson Anderson, 97.1. So last night the Nuggets finished off the Lakers, and LeBron didn't say anything after the game, whether or not it'd be his last game with the Lakers. And hopefully this drags out and dominates the news headlines for months. But because it will.
The decision.
Yeah. But during the game, he was arguing over a foul call. It was on a rebound. Yeah. With who did he get tangled up with, Kang? I'm sorry.
It was Jokic.
Okay, thank you. He's tangled up with Jokic, and he's arguing, and he's walking up the court, and a woman in the front row starts to takes her hands and starts pretending she's crying and like drying her eyes underneath. You know how people do that. Quit your whining, that whole thing. And LeBron, out of the corner of his eye, obviously saw her, and he turned to her and kind of flinched at her like he was gonna
he was gonna step to her, right?
Yeah, like he was gonna step to her. He gave her one of these, and she kind of flinched back, and then he laughed and pointed his hand and all that. It was one of those moments I can't tell if it was kind of playful and funny or just childish and immature, but she got a reaction out of him. She got a reaction out of him. And I think that there's a good percentage of you out there in the audience that have heckled an athlete at some point or yelled something from the stands at athletes. The question is, have you ever gotten a reaction? Have you ever gotten a reaction? I've told the story on the air once, and I felt terrible about it. But I was growing up. I was young. Went to a Padre Cubs game at Wrigley Field, got tickets in the right field bleachers to see what was my hero. I was a big Tony Gwynn fan as a kid, and he was still playing, and I'm in my 20s, and he's out there in right field, and I'm, Tony, you're the man. Tony, you're the guru. That was my big thing. You're the guru. You're the guru of hitting, Tony. And I just kept yelling this over and over. And
the guru.
I know, it was so stupid, but whatever. I was 25, 24, whatever it was. I was a few beers in, too.
24, and you're saying you're the guru?
Yeah, I'm a few beers in. Relax. Don't judge me.
Not for this.
So after a while, people were starting to laugh at me and all that. And then finally I started yelling, acknowledge me, Tony, acknowledge. He didn't acknowledge me. And that's like the 8th inning. And finally I say, hey, Tony, we're running full after the game. We need a point guard. And because he played at San Diego State. And that made him react. He turned and he pretended like he was shooting a basketball. And the bleachers went nuts. But after that, they started to heckle the hell out of him because the message was clear. He can hear us. And, the one line I'll never forget is one guy kept yelling, hey, Tony, play the line. Don't sniff the line. And I'm like, he doesn't have a drug problem. Why? But, people yell random things at players, right?
Don't you talk about Tony like that?
Kind of. I was ready to step.
I'm sure you were ready to step.
I was going to step. Anyway, so I've told that wildly embarrassing story so that to set the table for if you ever got an athlete to acknowledge you when you were heckling or calling out to them at a game. Have you?
Do pro wrestlers count?
Yes.
So met the matches. I'm probably 16, 17 years old. And we're at, I think this was Joe Louis Arena. May have been Cobo, but I think it was Joe Louis. And we brought signs with us to hold up for the wrestlers. I'm not sure if I can say this, but I'm going to say it, and I'll rely on your discretion, Doug.
This is never a good idea. Maybe you shouldn't say it.
Well, there's not a word that's bad in it. It's just the implication. So it was a tag team, Greg the Hammer Valentine and Brutus the Barber Beefcake were a tag team at the time. So we held up a sign when they got introduced. And we had like third row or something like that. And the wrestlers are walking around, they engaging with the fans. And our sign says, I probably shouldn't say, Greg hammers Brutus's beef is what the sign said. That was one of the signs, man. That was the tamest sign that we had. Others were very explicit. That one, kind of, little fun with the words. Greg the Hammer Valentine at Bruce the Barber Beefcake. So I saw that. Hammer just kept walking like he never saw it, but he saw it. Beefcake looked at it and he kind of went, "Oh, okay, all right," and he kept looking around. Other wrestlers reacted to signs they saw. We had one for Cowboy Bob Orton Jr. that I can't say, but when he saw it, he looked at us, pointed, and laughed. He's like, "That's funny."
That's good.
And then Leaping Lanny Poffo, who was the late Randy Savage's real-life brother, was known as the poet laureate of the WWF at the time. He used to read poems all the time before matches, and then he'd throw out a couple of scrolls to the audience. And we had a sign that told him where he could put the poems. And when he saw it, his face dropped and was the face of sheer disappointment in young fans. And we're like laughing and pointing at a sign. People are laughing at it. And when Lanny's face went like, all birdie on us, we felt terrible. We just devastated Leaping Lanny Poffo.
Sorry.
He now must feel awful. And now I feel awful.
Kang, have you ever gotten a reaction out of an athlete?
I don't think I've ever yelled at an athlete. I'm a good fan.
Oh,
I'm a perfect fan.
Listen to this guy.
No, seriously, I don't think I've ever done anything. I just never felt the need. I'm not looking down upon anyone that does it.
I would never do it now, right? But I mean, you were never young and dumb and did young and dumb things?
Oh, all the time. Just I don't think I did it at a sporting event.
Just not that way.
Yeah, against a guy who's like twice my size.
Right. 248-539-9797. Christopher, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Christopher.
Hey, how are you?
Okay.
I got a good reaction this year so far out of an offensive lineman from Indiana at the Michigan-Indiana football game.
Yeah.
If you'll remember, one of the first drives from Indiana, they came back, kind of hushed the crowd with a nice long touchdown run, and the particular offensive lineman, Benson, came back up and shushed, put his finger to his lips and shushed the whole crowd. So, kind of left a bad taste in my mouth. Every ensuing drive, I would call out to him, say a certain amount of things. Ended up in the second half of the game so far in his head that his performance started waning a little bit and let through a couple of sacks, one of which was a strip sack fumble recovery. You could tell it was he was decently couldn't control his emotions. So a little bit of a reaction on that.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Not sure I really followed. Did he start to cry? Is that what he's saying? Jay, you're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Jay.
Hey, how's it going? Great show.
Thank you.
So I remember being a kid. We went down to Tiger Stadium. They were playing the Twins, and they had Kirby Puckett out in right field. So we were up there with the bleacher creatures, me and my brothers and my dad and all these other guys, drinking beer out of the cooler. And I was too young at the time. We were shredding Kirby Puckett cards and sprinkling them on the field, chanting Kirby, Kirby. And he leaned over and picked up one of the ripped cards and turned around and flicked us all off.
Really?
It was awesome. Yeah, he was really upset.
Well, that's I'm always surprised when they react to stuff, but they do. They do.
I think sometimes it's just it becomes either too much or maybe by a reaction if you have something stored away that it kind of shuts them up, you can do something like that.
But you know what? Getting the bird from an athlete, if you're heckling them, probably feels like a badge of honor. Like mission accomplished. I did it. I got into his head.
When I met John Jansen, I had no idea his history with Clinton Portis. And then I found out. And then the next day I came to work with a Clinton Portis jersey on. He tried to kill me.
You've been pretty relentless in teasing him about Clinton Portis.
But I wasn't,
and Evan.
I wasn't a fan at then, and he wasn't still playing.
That's true.
So.
Chris, you're next. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
So one time at a Pistons game probably a couple of years ago, my buddies and I were sitting about fifth row. We were playing the Hawks, and I started heckling Trae Young. He missed a couple shots, and I started shouting things like, "Coach, he needs some Gatorade. He's tired." And then at one point, Sadiq Bey started backing him down, and I started yelling mismatch really loudly, repeatedly. Sadiq backed him all the way to the basket, got an easy bucket. Trae didn't like that. He looked over in our direction after that. And then ends up second half, I think I might have pissed him off a little bit because after he started warming up and he started hitting a couple jumpers, after 2 of his jumpers, he kept staring over in our direction with a glare on his face.
Dedicating them to you.
Right. And then after shooting
dedicating
67
him to me.
second half
I
free
got under
throws.
his skin a little bit.
We now have Vegas odds on where LeBron's next stop is going to be.
Oh.
And there are odds on Detroit.
Oh.
But there are odds on every team.
Oh.
The Pistons have the same odds as Oklahoma City, Indiana, and Charlotte. And I guess I was surprised that they were in the same place as those teams. But we'll get to that today at 1:32. Also, there's odds on who's going to draft Bronny. And there's one guy that the Pistons might be able to get. They're the second favorite to get him. Vegas odds. We'll get to that today at 1:32. 97.1 The Ticket. LeBron's next team, if not the Lakers, the favorite is Golden State at 4-1. Cleveland 5-1. The Knicks 6-1. Chicago 7-1. Philly 8-1. Miami 9-1. Detroit is down near the bottom, along with Charlotte, Indiana, and Oklahoma City at 66-1, which is perfectly fine. Kevin Durant, odds of not with the Phoenix Suns.
Here we go.
Miami 3-1. OKC 4-1.
Detroit, yeah.
New York 6-1. Philly 8-1. San Antonio 9-1. Detroit is down near the bottom with the Denver Nuggets at 50-1. We're in Nugget territory.
That's funny. They must not have realized that Kevin Durant said he really likes Cade Cunningham.
They must not. Bradley Beal's next team, if not the Phoenix Suns.
Here we go.
The Lakers 5-1. The Golden State Warriors 11-2. Philly 8-1. The Knicks 9-1. Orlando 10-1. Detroit and Brooklyn 12-1.
Oh, so you're saying there's a chance.
Devin Booker's next team, if not the Phoenix Suns. The Knicks 3-1. Detroit 7-1.
What?
Yeah. And then there's odds of being drafted. Bronny James, odds of which team will draft him. Detroit is plus 5,000. Only Charlotte at plus 6,600 is worse. So.
Will the odds change? How much will the odds change if Weaver is brought back to be the GM and still make picks?
They'll probably go way up.
Yeah. I think so. What did Bronny play? Like a handful of games at USC, or did he actually? He had the heart issue, right? Was it a heart issue?
Yeah, and he got cleared.
Got cleared. I can't see him entering the draft this year.
Well, he's declared.
I know he declared, but you can pull out what? I don't know how many hours
I think
ahead of time.
You got 3 weeks or something like that. 3 more weeks.
But he hardly played, I guess is my point. And
he played 25 games, 19 minutes a game, averaged 4.8 points. So before you scoff, he averaged 4.8 points.
5 points a game in less than 20 minutes of work. I guess
he did shoot 26% from 3.
I mean, that's not like taking a shot on the fifth starter for Duke.
No.
Or Kentucky.
No. That's how do we get LeBron to play in our town? Right? Okay. 248-539-9797. Back to people. LeBron reacted to a fan last night, and then there was some back and forth between him and the fan. And we were like, hey, have you ever heckled an athlete and gotten a reaction? We will go to Brian next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Brian.
Rieger, I don't want to talk about LeBron, but I have a story for Gator.
Did you call somebody Rieger?
Huh?
Did you call somebody Rieger?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Gator,
or yes.
You were talking about Leaping Lanny Poffo.
Yeah.
Listen, I was at a house show at the Silverdome in '87. After his match, because he was, one of the first matches because he sucks, but he went through the concourse by the concessions. He was just signing autographs. And he was standing right by, the aisleway to the entrance going back down to our seats and just signing people's autographs. So I gave him my Miss Elizabeth program, and he signed it. I was in 4th grade. I took it the next day to show all my classmates. And the other one I have is at In Your House up in Saginaw. This was 95. We got in the auditorium early, and you could go up by the railing to where the entrance is, where the wrestlers come out. And Shawn Michaels peeped his head out the curtain, and I saw him, and I go, Michael Hickenbottle. And he looked at me. He was like, who the hell are you? And then he said, Hickenbottom.
Yeah.
I said his last name
that's
wrong.
His real name. His last name was Hickenbottom, yeah. So the house show, that wouldn't be a house show at the Silverdome. That would have been WrestleMania, wouldn't it have been?
No, it was
in
a house show at the Silverdome. Yeah, and they had the curtain up when the old Pistons games were there.
Really?
And the main event was Hulk Hogan versus Killer Khan. It was the fall after WrestleMania because I was going the next year into 4th grade, so that's how I remember it. But
fair enough.
Yeah, and they had house shows at the Palace too, but a couple at the Silverdome.
So what was the real name?
Sean Hickenbottom, or Michael Hickenbottom was his Shawn Michaels' real name.
Oh, okay, gotcha. And he decided to drop Hickenbottom, huh?
Yeah.
You didn't think that was good for his wrestling career?
No. There's most wrestlers.
Sounds like a move. Give him the Hickenbottom.
Change their names. Steve Austin, his real name is Steve Williams, but he couldn't go with Steve Williams because there was another Steve Williams that was wrestling at the time, so he couldn't use his real name.
Gotcha.
Dusty Rhodes' real name was Virgil Riley Runnels Jr. So, yeah, they've all changed.
Yeah. Steve is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Steve. Oh, that's my bad. There he is. Hi, Steve.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
It'll take you back to 1985. I'm probably, 7 or 8 years old, down at Tiger Stadium. Received a ceramic beer stein as a gift that year of Reggie Jackson. So me and my dad, we decided to go down.
You're 8 years old and somebody gave you a ceramic beer stein? A Reggie Jackson ceramic beer stein?
It was a gift for being in a wedding.
Classic.
I was a little ring bearer or whatever.
All right.
Awesome. It wasn't full.
Yeah.
But anyway, me and my dad, we decided, hey, we're going to go down. Angels are in town. Let's go down and try to get his autograph. So we make our way down, get the cheap seats, but we make our way down to the railing. And Reggie Jackson's in the on-deck circle. And me, not knowing any better, Mr. Jackson, can you sign my mug? He's not paying any attention to me, so I thought. He goes up the bat, 1, 2, 3, strikes out, comes back, looks me dead in the eye, and says, see what you made me do, kid?
Wow.
And I turned into a ball of tears.
Oh, yeah.
In the middle of Tiger Stadium.
Yeah, that's awful.
Oh, yeah.
That's awful.
So to this day, Reggie Jackson is my most hated player ever.
I got to tell you, Steve. I got to tell you, Steve.
And he tried to kill the Queen.
As you true story. Now, as you grow up, I bet you wear it as a badge of honor now.
I do, absolutely. All my friends know the story. After every 12-pack or so, the story comes out and it gets better and better. But it's a true story. As my wife would say, it changes every time. But it's a true story.
Parts of the previous story are actually real. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ron next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ron.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
What's up?
Oh, yeah, I remember the Bad Boys back in the 90s, and we were playing against the Celtics, and what a heated rivalry that was.
Sure.
And we were at the Silverdome, and we walked down during halftime. We got right down on the court side, and the Celtics were sitting on a bench, and we started yelling at Kevin McHale, Kevin McHale, you suck, you suck. And we didn't think he could hear us, so we started yelling louder and louder. He turned around and gave us a look that was just so evil, and I thought he was going to come after us, man. He just had such an ugly face and a mean look. And it just, those guys are so huge when you get close to them, too. It was amazing how big and how ugly he was close up like that. But
he was part Frankenstein's monster. That's fact.
Right.
That's fact. So that would be, if you were to Silverdome, that would have been like mid to late 80s because they moved into the Palace in the 89 season. So
yeah. So didn't they win the NBA title first 2 years there in the Palace, right?
Yes.
So yeah, mid to late 80s when the Pistons couldn't get over that hump. And then Kevin McHale went out and did one of the coolest things ever.
Yep. He appeared on Cheers. Did. Oh.
No, he shook Isaiah's hands and said, congratulations, now go beat the Lakers. You got us. Go beat the Lakers. And I'm like, no.
And that was cool.
It was very cool.
And then when it was time to hand the torch over to the Bulls and Michael Jordan.
We did the exact same thing. We did the exact same. Congratulations, you finally got us. Congratulations. Now go win it all, Michael.
Well, Joe did.
The rest of us were leaving.
Yeah, the rest of them, they were gone.
I think that whole thing was misinterpreted. They were preparing what they were going to say to them in the tunnel when they shook their hands, right?
Oh, in the tunnel.
That's what it was, yeah.
That was it.
Let's go to Craig. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Craig.
Hey, guys. That guy did call you Rieger, by the way.
That was weird, wasn't it? He called us Rieger. I'm like, what are you doing?
Everyone's texting in. He totally called you Rieger, man.
What? No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. He was quick to say no. Anyways, this, again, not my proudest moment. 30 years ago, my dad came home with 4 tickets to Bears at Lions, 4 seats right behind the Bears bench. Kevin Butler was warming up into the net, and we were such dopes. But, you kick in the net, we say, oh, miss, or wide left, wide right. Kevin Butler ended up missing 3 field goals that game. They moved the net to the other end of the bench. Maury Buford's telling us to go blank ourselves. Dan Hampton's telling us to go blank ourselves. You come down here and block it. I laugh when I talk about it, but there's a little bit of shame in that. But that was quite an awesome reaction.
No shame needed.
I got to tell you sound very shameful at the moment. I think it's great.
But a couple of days later, my dad came home and said, "Hey, blank, guess who's never getting tickets again?"
Oh boy,
because they were first row seats. I mean, these are prime real estate, and you had a bunch of knuckleheads sitting there for a game, but. Yeah, me and the boys still talk about that one.
That's great. Hey, thank you for the phone call. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
So I had a great experience recently when I needed to get new garage doors. I called Precision Garage Door, and they took my call immediately to schedule an appointment right away, and they helped me out tremendously. We selected the perfect door for my house, and we got it installed in no time. The guys there, they're amazing. John, Jeff, the whole crew, they're easy to work with. They're true professionals. And frankly, at a time when finding great customer service is really tough, not at Precision. These guys are amazing. So if you want your garage doors done right, do what I did. Call Precision Garage Door today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. That's 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR.
Tiger baseball this afternoon, 3:40, game one of a doubleheader with the St. Louis Cardinals. Last night's rained-out affair. And Tigers hoping to get 2 and stay above 500. Jack Flaherty with the first game. Matt Manning, the second game. He's been the ace up their sleeve when it comes to the rain-out doubleheader. He's gotten the 27th roster spot for every doubleheader they played this year. Before we move on, Kang and I put a pin in this, and I want to circle back to the Frass brothers. Is that right? Frass? Wasn't that Frass?
Yeah.
You and your brother would gamble against the Frass brothers in darts?
Yeah, we would play for drinks, and then we would play for money.
Okay.
Playing darts, playing either cricket or 501. Usually it was cricket.
Is cricket the one where you have to close out 15, 16, 17?
18, 19, 20
in the bullseye.
Yeah.
Okay. And then 501 is you go from 501 down to 0. And you have to get it right on the money.
That's correct.
Okay. And were the Frasses good?
Yeah, they were pretty good. We were pretty good, and they were pretty good. I think we were probably like 500 against each other.
Okay, so this is you're in your 20s?
Yes.
And you and your brother, how did you come across these Frasses?
Well, the oldest of the Frass brothers was Mike, and Mike was friends with a good friend of mine named Scott. And so I met him at the bar through Scott, and then came to find out, these are his brothers, and eventually start playing darts. And my brother came to the bar one night, and then it was on.
Okay, and it stayed on. It sounded like
for about a year. Yeah, about a year or so. It was good competition, a lot of fun.
Okay,
a lot of beers.
And you think it was about 50-50?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, gotcha. And have you checked in on the Frasses?
I have not.
No,
I have not.
I haven't heard what the Frasses. They're not professional darts players.
I don't think so. Mike, Matt, and Mark, I believe, were the 3.
Okay, but there were 2 of you.
Yes. Well, sometimes they weren't always at the bar.
All right, gotcha.
Usually it was against Mike and Matt.
All right. I just want to make sure we kind of close the circle on the Frass brothers, which sounds like one of your made-up names.
No, I wouldn't make this up.
You wouldn't make up the
name. I
name.
could, but I did not.
You could make up the name Frass. It does sound
made up. It's not.
Yeah. All right, gotcha.
They were good guys. A lot of fun.
Yeah, whatever, Rieger.
No, Doug was Rieger.
Yes, he totally called me Rieger.
Doug was Rieger.
Yeah.
He knew who I was.
Yeah, he did. Yep. He totally called you Rieger.
And then tried to deny it?
The denial was the worst denial ever. No.
Anyways, Gator.
Right. Yeah, right. Let's get into wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
He called you Rieger. There's no question.
I thought it was pretty clear. Champ and Chump are posted on our website. You can follow the link that we tweeted out at DunGator971 if you so choose.
Which is interesting because the one who, with this topic about, heckling players and getting a rise out of them, that's 100% Rieger.
Oh, Rieger would be the best at it.
He did it. He used to do it all the time. I thought he remember telling me he got kicked out of a game. Rieger
did?
Yeah.
I hope that doesn't happen anymore.
Probably last week. It's frowned upon to do it from the press box.
Do you remember what he did to get kicked out of the game?
I think it was just over yelling too much.
He was just talking.
Yeah,
in his own mind, he was just talking.
I don't know if you've ever talked to Jeff before, but he's loud. So if he's trying to be loud, can you imagine how loud and obnoxious that is?
Yes. All right, let's get back to your phone calls. LeBron reacted to a heckler last night, kind of stepped to her. She flinched. Then it was back and forth, and I couldn't tell if they were funny and it was laughing.
He looked like he was laughing about it.
But I also think I think it might have kind of been super immature, but LeBron is polarized. He's polarizing within my own view of him. Like there are times where I think he's awesome, and there are times like I can't stand him.
I hear you.
We go to Brandon. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How we doing?
Not too bad. I've kind of got 2 reactions. I just got off the plane, flew in from El Paso for a buddy's wedding. Missed the bachelor party the week before. Well, long story short, we're playing the Angels. We go to the game, and Torrey Hunter, he's playing for the Angels at this time. My little brother say, "Hey, Torrey, your booty stink."
Wow.
Said it again. "Hey, Torrey, your booty stink." Next pitch, Torrey Hunter hits a solo home run. We lose the game 1-0.
That's your fault.
So
yeah, that's what everybody around us thought.
Did they turn on your brother?
No, it wasn't nothing like bad. It was just heckling amongst us. We were actually in a good group of people. We laughed about it, but the jokes were directed at him.
By the way, this is one of the ways that somebody can become like your favorite athlete. It's like you heckle them, they do something like that, and then all your friends I love Torrey Hunter now because he put it in. That's what guys do. We champion those that make our friends look stupid.
Todd Jones told some great story about interaction with a fan by the bullpen. The fan wanted a baseball. And Todd's, I couldn't give it to him, whatever. Right. And the fan said, "That's all right. I'll get it later when you serve up a home run."
Yeah, I'll just sit in the outfield. I think is what I'll just sit in the outfield and get it then. He also another one of my favorites that Todd Jones said is somebody say, "Hey, Jones, are you sure you're a right-handed pitcher?" Incredibly clever, and to Jonesy's credit, he loved these.
Yeah,
he thought they were great.
He tells the story.
Yep. What do we got next here? Michael, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Michael.
Hey, so many years ago, I have his Wikipedia page pulled up. It must have been between 2010 and 2014. My brother and I were watching the Tigers warm up in the bullpen, and my brother asked Phil Koch for a ball in a very rude way, like something a 13-year-old would say.
Yeah.
And Phil Koch laid it into him with vulgarities. My brother called him like a chump or a punk or something, or told him that he sucked. And Phil Koch was, I can't say any of it on the radio, but he was like prison talking to him. It was so funny at the time. So I always liked Phil Koch because every time we were watching games, I would tell the story. But now that I'm, 30 years old, it's kind of embarrassing. And Phil Koch is yelling at a 13-year-old like that.
Yeah.
It was bizarre.
I mean, maybe
13-year-old probably shouldn't have said some things he was saying.
And maybe Phil Koch didn't know he was 13. Maybe he didn't know who he was necessarily yelling at. But yeah.
Oh no. But yeah, it was. Yeah, he called him like my brother called Phil Koch like a chump or something, and he just went after him. It was funny at the time, but it was pretty embarrassing now that I think about it.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is, I see why athletes ignore everything, and why they should ignore everything, because it just. The longer it goes on, the more you react, the more you're asking for it.
Exactly.
Yeah, so,
no point.
Nope. All right, Tiger doubleheader this afternoon, leading into Game 1. Here is Rico Beard. What's up, man?
What's going on, guys?
How are you, Rico?
I'm good.
I walked out of there. He was pretty mad about the lack of correct answers in the single name, the iconic first names.
I was yelling at the radio in the car because I was running errands. So I'm yelling, Beyonce!
Beyonce was on the list.
Cher.
Yep.
Beyonce was fourth on my list.
Yep.
But I was only allowed 3.
Yep. And Beyonce checked in at what, 4th overall? No, 3rd overall. Yep.
Yeah.
The single most iconic first names in entertainment and celebrity. Elvis 1, Prince 2, Beyonce 3.
And then I was corresponding with Kang over McDonald's breakfast that he.
Dude, I feel like we let Kang down by not bringing this up as a topic today. Is today like the anniversary of them introducing McDonald's breakfast?
Every day's the anniversary. You celebrate that every day, my friend.
Yeah.
Gator, you know what I'm talking about.
Like, yeah, it was a game changer. I was just like, yeah, I remember. Every Saturday, me and Father would take me up to McDonald's for breakfast. So yeah.
Is that right? Hot cakes?
Yep.
Yeah.
Cakes and sauce.
Oh, how things have changed. 'Cause back in the day, you would go to eat at McDonald's. You wouldn't take it home. You sat there.
In the styrofoam little thing container. Yeah.
Yeah, I did eat there. I have to admit, way back in the day.
Doug was normal once.
Kang retweeted a historic video of McDonald's announcing breakfast for the first time in 1979, and Kang's caption is, "This has to be up there with the moon landing."
And I was like, yeah, it was a game changer.
That's a day, man.
Wow, McDonald's now has a breakfast, so yeah.
Well,
first time I had McDonald's breakfast, we were traveling from Detroit to Florida to see my grandparents, and we stopped off at a McDonald's in Kentucky, and the total was $6.92. I remember this to this day because my mom and I still joke because the accent of the person who was the cashier was so thick. That'll be $6.92. So to this day, if I say $6.92 to my mom, she'll crack up.
She'll know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
What do you guys got planned coming up next, Rico?
We're going to talk a little Tigers. You know what? They needed to be above 500 by the end of this month for me to actually have a little bit of a buy-in factor.
And they've done it.
And Yeah, because they've done it. It's not great, but you know what? You passed.
Mm-hmm.
You've moved on to the next level. Now let's see where you go.
Yep.
So have people, are they starting to buy in or not? And also I found out Jimmy is like the hidden talent, quite the arborist.
Jimmy Powers, a boss?
Yes.
Interesting.
Like
He's got a green thumb.
He knows his trees.
Apparently today's the day Torque's going to hit a home run, by the way. It's going around.
Is it?
It's going around.
What do you get it for? What's the bet?
I don't know.
I got to look that up.
Yeah, you can see what you can get. I'm sure it's available. Check the app. Put your dollar down. Have a great day, everyone. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Ahead of their doubleheader with the Cardinals, the Tigers have officially announced that Buddy Kennedy is heading back down to Toledo, and Andy Ibanez has been activated from his rehab. Ibanez is not in the lineup for Game 1. Jack Flaherty is set to face the Cardinals for the first time since being traded away last August. He said, quote, "Just happen to know these guys a little bit better than anybody else. I'm sure I'll hear them. I'll try not to, but I know I'm going to hear them. It's going to be a little different," end quote. This afternoon's Double Dip kicks off at 3:40. You can hear both games right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Former Michigan State football coach Mel Tucker has been accused of withdrawing money from a joint account with his wife without notice to paying off legal fees. She filed for a divorce 3 weeks back, and now parties have been granted a restraining order as of last Thursday. Shortly before filing for the divorce, Tucker reportedly withdrew all the funds from his 2 retirement accounts to a different account that his wife had no access to.
This will end well, I'm sure.
Yeah. Michigan State football now has 14 players in the portal, as well as offensive tackle Ethan Boyd has entered his name. Boyd started in 3 games for the Spartans last year, but was not seen practicing or on the field for the spring showcase a couple weeks ago. MSU did add a piece earlier as defensive back Ed Woods announced his commitment. He was a 2-year starter for Arizona State. Woods was also considering Alabama. He has 1 year of eligibility left. Today is the last day as well to enter the portal for most players. Grad transfers have until tomorrow. At the Coral Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 971 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, hold on. Now, I is that some form of AI generated? What? How did we come up with what just took place there? Because I'm kind of scared.
I was just a singer I know I hired. She came in, sang the song.
I don't believe you.
It's generated.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I was wondering.
I know they've been doing that in New York with Tiki Barber for a while. So I figured that's how because they do this thing on the Fan called Bad Tiki, where they basically have Tiki AI version, and he says some of the most horrific things you can say, like because it's unbelievable. That I go, okay, wait a minute. If there were a song that featured Rico Beard the Deflator, you don't think we would have unearthed this by now?
Yeah, Roberto arranged the song and placed it in the machine, and there you go.
And it sang it back.
Yes.
Okay, I have to tell you, that's terrifying. That's
very much so.
So,
wow.
We could have a new version of Virtual Mike Friday.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
We
sure can.
And I'm not
Can we
liable
actually
for
get
anything
it in his
does.
voice?
Yeah, well, here's how it works. The
That
way
is beyond
No, because
scary.
I know the guy who does it in New York. Like certain people's voices work better than others. What I've been told on an outside consultation is if we wanted to operate an AI personality on this station, do you know whose voice would work the best? And it's not even close, according to outside counsel I've received. If we wanted to start this bid
on this station,
one person's voice,
Mark Ryan,
rises so far above and beyond that it would be flawless. You wouldn't know the difference.
Jim Costa.
Keep going.
Is it Ryan? Mark Ryan?
John
Nope.
Jansen.
Right there.
John Jansen.
Because John has a slow speech pattern, you're going to be able to replicate him better. Now, if we wanted to do it, now I've offered this to Cookies. I said, look, man, it's your show. It's either his show or Gov's show. I can't tell depending on the day. The point is, I said, if you want Bad Jansen, we can do this. But we haven't gone there. And the reason is it's terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying.
Okay, that was my real first brush with the AI. Like, how did you flip that song? Like, wait, these are real
basically
lyrics.
what Roberto has figured out is a way to work less. Now he just types into a machine that does his work.
Because I'm sitting there thinking, what song is
I was
this?
going back to Motown days. I'm like, is there a Motown song?
Right. In all the years, I've known Rico for 15 years. You don't think if there were a song that featured Rico's name, we wouldn't have been hip to it on this
then
show?
It said my real name. Like, wait a minute.
Right.
No, it's just a coincidence. I was going through my vinyl last night. It said on the
Right.
backside, the deflator.
Right, exactly.
So, yeah, Roberto's found a way to make his life easier.
Scary stuff. Now, it's not
Work
bad.
smarter, not harder.
It's not bad, but that's unbelievable.
Okay. I'm now a victim of AI.
In a nice way.
No, in a nice way. Right. Yeah, because I don't think we can get AI of you yelling. It's
difficult to replicate that. So, like I said, when John's like a very monotone guy. If you were going to do it, I had a test done. I told you, I know the guy who does it in New York. So I had him run a test on all the coworkers here. John, he's like, this one dude in the morning, it's just the scores are off the charts. The machine loves him.
See, now I wonder what did I sound like?
You know, just leave it alone. Okay. You do not want to go there. Okay. We just need the real deflator. Now, Let's get to business.
No,
shall we?
how about we don't?
What?
I'm playing along.
Oh, no.
You said the deflator, so I said, how about we don't?
Yeah, no. We're leaving you.
David got it.
Okay. We need to talk a little Tigers. I'm done with the whole draft memory lane thing. We've asked every question, covered every angle. We've heard every grade. We've gotten your TripAdvisor review of the city. We're good.
No, we didn't ask how was your experience.
I don't
Did you
care.
go down all 3 days?
The answer is I also don't care. So now we're going to move on because we have a baseball team that's going to take the field here, pregame starting at 3:10, and I want to talk about them. Now, we have asked of them. This is going to be the ultimate brain game for people because while the team is doing what we've asked them to do, which is finish the month of April above 500, just do that for us. The problem in this town is when you put a goal out there for a team, no matter how low it is, people they freak out about it. They're like, oh, my God, if the season ended today, ... Stop. Stop.
I figured you would like that.
I didn't. I also want to remind you that finishing a month over 500 is not some accomplishment. It's a bare minimum if you want to care about the product. Now, with that in mind, they've done it. But let me tell you why I'm not excited. So understand, I'm not angry. And as long as they keep winning, I'm going to keep paying attention. But I won't get excited until they fix one key number. There's one number. It's a number that I do believe denotes quality. It's a number that comprehensively in my world speaks to both offense, defense, and pitching. It represents who you are as a complete baseball team. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. But it's a good indicator. And when we're this early in the year, I think when you see a number that is standalone, you have to talk about it. So, do you know what that number is? Do you kind of know where I'm leading?
No, I saw it on the show sheet.
Oh, well, then
no. And then I went away from it because I was waiting for the big reveal.
Okay, so the Cleveland Guardians. God knows how many times I'll end up calling them the Cleveland Indians this season because it's like the San Diego Chargers.
They'll always
for me.
be the Cleveland.
It's a screw up for me. But the Guardians have a run differential of plus 46. They are 46 runs better than their opponents through a 30-game sample size.
Okay, now I understand those numbers. Okay.
Do you know the Tigers' run differential?
It can't be what you wrote on the sheet.
It's one more than Kenny's testicles. 3.
No.
3. 1, 2, 3.
Kenny, have
3.
you checked this morning?
3. So while you're winning, you're the only team I can find in baseball with a run differential that bad. That is 4 games or better over 500. Even 3 games or better. Then I factor in, listen, everybody you play who's on your schedule. Cardinals are in town. The Cardinals are a bad baseball team. They're not good. Tigers' mission, take 2 out of 3. Let's get to 18 and 13. And I can separate my worlds. I can stay with this baseball team. And I can follow it, and I can be happy that they're winning. But happy and excited, 2 different things. See, happy's just what you're hearing here. Excited is this. I'm not that right now. Because when your run differential is essentially 0 or almost negative, you're fraudulent. You're not good. And you're not going to win a division with a run differential of 3. It just is not happening. You are 43 runs worse than the Cleveland Guardians. So if you want excitement, I got to see this team play what I deem to be good baseball. If you want to look at 16 and 12 and call it good, do it. We have different ways of viewing this. My goal from spring training on has been win the Central. What is it going to take to win the Central? It's going to take a run differential where you got to probably be at least plus 30. You're going to have to just play a better brand of baseball over the long haul.
Yeah, you can't get by playing lucky baseball where you just happen to squeak out games in extra innings. You do this, you do that. You're going to need some of the young bats to actually wake up and do something. Looking at you, Torque. Yeah. Wow. 3.
46-3. So I wanted to ask David, Kenny, and you.
I'm like, who's number 40?
I know.
I'm thinking about people.
I do try to put things on the sheet where I don't totally explain it
and that's why I just left it alone because 3.
And look, you're going to go through stretches. And look, if you can win where your run differential's damn near negative and you're 16-12, I'm never apologizing for it.
It's just not sustaining.
And it's not interesting to me because I know that it won't sustain.
Right.
So they have to play a better brand of ball.
Right. You're the guy who's on the heater in Vegas. Eventually, Vegas will catch up to you, and they will get all their money back. And you're right. Right now, you're above 500. If you sweep today, you'll end up 6 games above 500. If you lose them both, you're 2 games above. But you're above no matter what. You get to move on to the next step. You still are interesting. But, yeah, the way you're scoring runs is concerning because, it won't – the cardiac cats type of playing style does not last an entire season.
Yeah, you can save that for the movies. As long as you got Parker Meadows and Torque and Baez in a lineup, you got 9 free outs a night, maybe 10 or 11. And, again, Torque has got to be the Torque of the last couple months last year. And thus, look, spring training, he was awful. He's been awful in the opening month. I can give you the numbers, or you could take my word for it. Parker Meadows, if you had a better option, you just send him down. Baez, it's the same deal. Where is Harvey? I do think Ibanez can help you as a guy that, look, he hits the baseball.
Yeah.
But this world you live in where a Mark Canha is going to be your best player, no, I can be happy without being excited. Because excitement comes when you start to see things like Tarek Skubal. He is sustainable. I think this bullpen can sustain about 80% of what they've done. All right? But, on the opposite end, I haven't given up on Maeda because I know his career track. He's terrible in April. This is who he is. Why? No clue. Why was Mark Teixeira awful in April, yet he was like a 7-time All-Star?
Yeah.
I can't explain certain things. So I would like to ask everyone in this room.
Jim Layrich is just lights out in October.
Sure, certain guys, it's just who they are.
Yeah.
But what do you make of this way of looking at things? That, obviously, I sincerely hope they could take 2 out of 3 against the Cards, get to 18-13. And my whole point to you is I won't get excited until I start to see the data tell me to be excited. Yeah. And this is wholly unexciting to me.
And the thing is, I've never been one that got really into the baseball analytics of things because I think it takes away from the pure enjoyment of the game. But
it does.
This number right here says you're winning, but you're not winning the way you need to be winning. You're not dominating teams. There's no fear factor when teams play you. You're kind of that lucky team.
Yeah, you'll never play 650 baseball over a 162-game season or 625 baseball, winning 80% of your one-run games. It's just not going to happen. That's not baseball. It's not reality. And even if you have a first half, I remember it was several years ago now. I think it was the Nationals. I'd have to go back and look at this. But they were winning at this ridiculous pace in the first half of the year, winning every one-run game. You know what they couldn't do the second half of the year? They couldn't buy a one-run victory. Just couldn't. It normalizes. Mm-hmm. So I'd like to know where Tiger fans are at with it. We talked to David, Kenny. And again, you don't have to agree with this. I'm not asking you not to enjoy yourself. I'm not asking you not to go to a ballpark. None of this. There's no anger. There's no smarm. But accepting something and following it is different than being wholly excited about it. I can't get excited because this is a road to nowhere. 248-539-9797. Rico, a little bit of business. We'll get a little football today later in the hour, 97.1.
Specs at LTU can help you get that goal of becoming you want to get on the radio, you want to do television, or you're a graphic design artist. Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. It's very simple. You need to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, and you're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Guys, you've heard me talk about this. You need to get your name in on the next class because the beauty of Specs at LTU, you don't have to wait until the fall. You can get started now, and the sooner you start, the sooner you can have your own show, or you can be your own graphic design artist. You just
Wrong one, and I'd like to apologize. Carry on.
What are you waiting for? Be curious. That's the beauty of radio. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, and you're going to learn more. And then while you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
A lot of companies are out there advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. And look, nothing's really free. If you want a fair deal from the best in class, Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical's got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft is your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price. And if you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you'll save up to $2,000. You get fast installation, great same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, David, we'll get to the callers. And again, I don't think there's anyone upset. Keep playing above 500. Keep grinding these wins out. But my mind is on winning the division, and you're never winning it playing this way. And the data speaks to it. The last time you had a winning record, your OPS was almost 100 points higher as a team. You got about a 650 OPS right now. To win a division, you better be above league average at 735, 740. And as long as you have 3 everyday ball players that are absolutely unplayable, Torque, Baez, Parker Meadows, I can't help you. The excitement will begin when I start to see sustainable things. I think the bullpen can hold up. I think bullpen's good. I don't think they're the best bullpen in baseball. I think they're good. Skubal is a stud. I told you, we did the receipt segment. I'll look like a jerk if he's not top 3 in the AL Cy Young, but I think he will be.
No,
I think Skubal's a stud muffin.
I think that's probably one of the safest things. That's one where I didn't think that it would last this long, but yeah, when he goes out there, you know exactly what you're getting. I would even the bullpen, Mike. It may not be the best, but man, the thing about bullpens, they're starting to believe, so they're going to start getting better and better because they're just going to figure, you know what, we got to shut this thing down. We can't allow any more runs because I don't know how many more runs this team. I've seen bullpens. I mean, it's almost like the kicker in football. It's all about, you know, when you start believing in yourself, you start getting better and better. So
yeah, I'm fine with that.
I like where this bullpen is trending.
That's fine. There's no argument. But as long as your offense needs a blue pill on a daily basis to get to 2 runs, I can't help you.
We had 5 good days of Javi.
Wow. David, what do you think and what do the people have to say?
Here's what I think here, and you all just mentioned it, is about the bullpen. They're wonderful right now, but that's not going to continue all year. And at some point, they're going to have a regression. They're good. Overall, they'll probably have a really good year. But at some point, they'll have a bad month or they'll have a bad 3 weeks.
But I'm the deflator.
I'm just mentioning that you need your offense to do something. And when you have Torkelson, who's supposed to be part of the foundation of the future of this franchise, that can't happen. You can't have guys like Rogers and Torkelson and Baez in your lineup not giving you anything and expect the bullpen to just get it and we'll just score eight. We'll just score all our runs from the 8th inning on. That can't happen.
Yeah, you are missing guys. Parker Meadows not really showing. Like, you expected a lot more of these names to be there for you, and
there's time. That's why I'm staying with it here. I'm thrilled they're 16-12 versus 12-16.
Yeah, the hope is that they somehow can keep winning like this, and then the hitting just.
Dave, if you start to show me things that line up with winning this division, the excitement, I'm there. I'm there for it. Give me a few ticket texts.
There is nobody on the Tigers organization that can teach players how to hit, and that is the problem, even if you send them down to the minors. At least the Tigers are winning while they are playing bad. I have to accept that and be happy with that. Stealing games now will pay off later. Great pitching and great defense wins ball games, Rico. Yes, it's harder way to go and win ball games. Case in point, 1968 won the games this way.
Okay. All right. First of all, if you have to go to the 60s for your example, I'm going to need you to stand down.
And to put things in perspective, I wasn't born yet.
To put things in perspective, pitchers threw 300 innings.
Right.
You left out Rogers with that group of Tiger 9 hitters.
Fine.
You just keep collecting them, and we will struggle.
Yeah, I mean, if you add Rogers, it's 4 of your starting 9 that are useless. And whatever battery of catcher you have. I got to see it turn around.
Tigers are the Vikings of a couple years ago, 13-4, but like -10 in scoring. That's what the Tigers look like right now.
Yeah, and again, the Vikings, we all called them the fraud of the league.
I was about to say, we did call them fraudulent.
Now, after a month, I'm willing to accept slow offensive start. That's fine. But if we're sitting here at the end of May and it's still this.
They're still in single digits.
Yeah, it's a problem. Let's go to the people, see what they have to say. Let's go to Adam, who's in Dearborn. Adam, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good. What's on your mind?
I'm heading down to the game today. Hopefully they can either take one or hopefully both. But Mike, you're right on about Torque. Where is he? Honestly, I'll go one deeper. Where's Riley Green? These are your 2 foundational pieces that you guys drafted, to be the core foundation of the Tigers, and they're batting low 200s. This is not exciting. Sure, like you're saying, it's sustainable. But you're going to run into all these good teams later on in May and June, and you are absolutely going to get trounced. And next thing you know, you're out of the division race. So
yeah, the Torque thing, you got me. Listen, I'm with you on Torque. I'm not on Green because Green's getting on base. I mean, Green's OBP has got to be north of 370. I'm fine where Riley's at. Obviously, you always want more. Torque, I mean, I do have these numbers in front of me.
He's 383.
There you go.
And,
Torque is hitting 210. He's a negative WAR player. 0 home runs through a month of a season. It's very Alex Bregman. Down in Houston, it's the same thing with him, where you go, is this guy here? You know, like what am I watching this first month of the year? No, Adam, it's a huge problem.
Right. And that's why us fans were wanting Matt Chapman or a JD Martinez in the lineup. And you know what? The organization said, no, we're just going to stand pat because we want our young players up here. Honestly, I am so surprised Parker Meadows has not been sent down yet. I know he's up here for his defense, but he needs to be sent down. There are some things he needs to tweak, and I think there are some things that Torque needs to tweak. But also, here's my point. Torque, I think he can be a great foundational piece. But if you remind yourself, Austin Riley from Atlanta took him a long time before he absolutely started raking the ball.
Yep.
Took about, I think, at least 5 seasons. I'm not saying Torque's going to be him, but if he's going to start doing it, he's going to start doing it either this year or next year. Hopefully this year.
No, I listen, Adam, the thing with Torque, and I understand whether he was rushed up or not, you drafted a college bat, number 1 overall, advanced approach, and the reality is Torque still struggles to hit fastballs. That's a huge issue. I don't know. I mean, he gave you glimpses of it last year. He got on a nice hot run. You're hoping that's still in there. But the longer we go, the less faith I have that that's who he really is. Now, look, we are a month into the season. I'm not out of patience yet. That's not what I'm saying. But you do get to a point where you
feel bad because you feel yourself giving him excuses. Okay, well, it's only been a couple of weeks. Okay, it's been a month. Okay, after a while, it's like, man, I really need you to make me look good because I think everybody in this city wants him to. He's going to be one of the cornerstones of this team. But, yeah, you need him to do something because the excuses are going to start running out where all of a sudden now you're just going to say maybe this is who he is.
I got to tell you, too, great point brought up by the ticket texters and David. You do have to throw, just call it position catcher, into the lifeless thing. A 518 and a 535 OPS. I mean, you do that with Baez, with Meadows,
Rogers,
with Torque.
Yeah.
No, Rogers and Kelly
That's what I'm
together
saying.
This is why I don't think it's sustainable. We got a lot of people who want to rap about it, though. And again, gorgeous day to go down to a
Good pick
game.
up on Canna, so,
Oh, so I mean, that's it. No problem. We got one decent bat who, by the way, he'll sink to below league average by the end of the year. Well, take that. No, go to the ballpark. Have a beautiful time. But I'm just
beautiful day.
When you want to get excited about winning a division, I got to see some things change. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of the calls next. 97.1. All right, football season's over. Time to focus on some baseball. Trade that pigskin in for some pizza. It's simple. It's Hungry Howie's. The mix and match any 2 items starting at $6.99. You mix and match, it's never been easier. And they've got the full menu available for the deal. So whether it's medium 1-topping pizza, whether it's the salads, the sides, the breads, the dessert, they got it all. Mix and match, $6.99 each. You got dinner on the table in 20 minutes. Maybe you're going to the ball game today. You're going to come home. What do I do for dinner? I don't know. The kids are hungry. I hate everything. Hungry Howie's mix and match. Dinner on the table in 20 minutes and you're a hero. It's simple. 8 different flavored crusts. It's Hungry Howie's. Don't settle for less than the best. Order off that mix and match menu tonight. All right, we're going to get to your phone calls. A little Tiger baseball. We'll get you, a couple of winnable games today. Cardinals are not a good baseball team. Your pitching should be able to really contain them. Take 2 out of 3. Let's get to 18 and 13. Regardless of whatever misgivings any of us have about long term, keep winning games in the meantime. That's sure as hell better than losing pretty.
Stay interesting, stay above 500.
But you want excitement, well, the data's going to have to back it. And Rico's right in this regard. Analytics and math have killed sports. They have. I mean, it's killed NBA basketball. Why? Analytics. There's no value to anything other than a 3 or a dunk. And even the dunks, people will kick out a layup to take a transition 3. So it's killed that. Right. Baseball, we've seen it. I mean, why do you think pitchers are blowing out at a record rate? Everyone's got to throw 98 miles an hour now. Hitters, we don't care if you put it in play. Do you have launch angle? Do you have exit velo?
Hey, what's the exit velo? I don't know. He hit it to the outfield.
Sarsaparilla. But no, math has really hurt sports. I know that. You have a quick note you wanted to pass along before we get to the callers?
I do. LeBron James, next year's, if he leaves the Lakers, the odds are out for the team that he's going to play for next. They got 5 teams.
Okay.
Would you like to take a guess? Real quick. David. Kenny.
Lakers,
if he leaves the Lakers.
Oh, if he leaves. Okay, well, then I'm going to go with Phoenix.
Phoenix is not on the list. Mike.
Yeah, David, if Phoenix, I don't think Phoenix has a way to do it. They're in the second tax.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Yeah.
I have to Evan Jenkins
myself
because you already told me
but
the
there's
answer.
4 others.
Oh. Okay.
Hint.
A song as old as time. The New York Knicks.
Yes!
This has been a vision quest for the New York market.
Plus 600. They're number 3. Number 1, I already told Mike.
Philly
is on the list. They're number 5.
Yep.
They're tied. Well, they're tied with the Knicks at plus 600. The Bulls at plus 700. He can go back home to the Cavaliers.
Nope.
Plus 500. The Warriors plus 400. Clay, you can leave.
Makes
LeBron,
sense.
You're here.
Makes sense, David.
Yeah, according to reports, him and
Draymond's
Curry have been
trying
talking a lot.
Yeah, Draymond. Yeah. We all thought that Draymond was trying to go to the Lakers, but maybe Draymond was trying to say, come out here to San Francisco and play
Plus,
with
it would
us.
make sense. They could take Bronny. It wouldn't hurt him. Man, I'm just here to help.
Somebody's got to clean up the floor.
I know. Exactly. No, I'm just saying eventually, I think LeBron will hold on long enough to get that 1 year with his son.
He wouldn't answer the question last night. They said, LeBron, have you played your final game? And he basically said, I'm not going to answer that, thanks.
Yeah, because there was a report out yesterday before the game that the Lakers were not interested, but they would consider drafting Bronny.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, because Bronny's a package deal. Now, you know what? No, because all you're going to do is say some mean things to me. But
say a thing.
You know, you want to sell some tickets, David. You got draft pick. You draft Bronny here.
You can do it.
You know Dad's going to follow.
He won't. I think this is the one place where he'd go, son, I love you, but I don't love you that much.
He's not going to come to Detroit.
To quote Meatloaf, he will do anything for love, but he won't do that.
Go enjoy Detroit, son.
He drops Bronny off at the airport. The plane to Detroit's going one way, and LeBron's in his Rolls-Royce Wraith going the other.
Like, how about this? I'll go back to Cleveland. We're 2 hours away from each other. Okay?
we can FaceTime.
Right. Your mother can get a house in Toledo. She'll be equal distance between the two of us. Either that or he pulls a Manning and just says, no, Detroit, we're going to work out a trade. You're not going to draft Mike.
Yeah, it won't happen. Go to Matt, 97.1. Matt, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Good, Matt. What's up?
Well, the big thing I was looking at when you're talking about these metrics and everything else, I'm looking at Cleveland right now, and you're saying they have a plus 43 run differential. You don't think Cleveland Sports Talk is having the same discussion today going, is this sustainable? And when we're saying you're going with that, I mean, look at their playoff MO the last few years. They have great arms. Their bats go dry come October.
Right. You can always have the same conversation. Hold on. Here's my one point. If you were doing that, if you were plus 46, you're not as worried about that not sustaining as the fact that you have 4 dead bodies in your lineup. So we're talking about what's here.
And
now, if you hold on 1 second, Rio. Matt, if you don't like what I'm saying, we can have the conversation, but I really don't think it's relevant to talk about the team that is above you in the standings and who has owned this division for the better part of 15 years.
And I would say this real quick, Matt, even if let's just say the number comes down and they end up being plus 30, that's still pretty good. You're at 3.
It is.
Which
means you're not wrong.
If you have a bad day today, you're going to be in the negative.
Go ahead, Matt. I'm sorry. Please.
No, my bad for cutting you off. But at the end of the day, you're not wrong. But there's one thing that you've hit on that is encouraging about this team this year so far.
They're winning.
It is our bullpen.
Yes.
It is that too. So
yes.
Those are huge. Getting wins in April, I'll take that 7 days a week twice on Sunday. We got an off chance to potentially go pick up another stick in June or July. And with expanded playoffs, I mean,
the one thing
the AL East is going to control a lot of the division spots.
The one thing, Matt,
we got to fix those 4 dead spots.
I think you and I can agree on this, Matt. I don't think there'd be an argument. I think we could raise a toast to it. If this team can get to 4th of July and empower, motivate, force Scott Harris to add a bat, that we can all agree to that. Because I just believe this division, they'll be in touch. I don't think anyone's running away. Minnesota's had a rash of horrible injuries.
See, here's where I would get angry, Mike, because when you go to do this trade, then we're going to get the radio shows, well, who's the untouchable young guy that you just can't part with? It's like, all right, in order to make that trade, in order to add a bat, you're going to have to give up something. That's why free agency, you didn't have to do that. You could just go and get the guy and keep all your young guys.
Look, there's 2 untouchables in the franchise. And one of them's going to blow out just because it happens. There's Jackson Jobe and there's Max Clark. Everybody else has to be available. But again, I don't know that the type of bat would be available that you'd ever ponder it. You know, when you start talking about trading high-end prospects for a bat, well, first of all, if it's a rental, those are out. Mm-hmm. Is it a guy signed? If so, how much money? If so, how old is he? How about the underlying metrics? Like, I'm not worried about that part. There's only 2 guys in this that to me would be totally outer-worldly, untouchable.
To you. I'm talking to most fans, though. It's like, well, we can't get rid of this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, or this guy.
If Mike Ilitch were still alive and the Juan Soto thing went down last year.
That's different.
No, I'm saying, right. Then if you're giving me Juan Soto and I know the owner's going to spend $500 million to keep him, you could take Max Clark and put a bow on his head. See ya.
Right, that's different because you know Ilitch would have done anything for this team. I mean, he literally went to his grave trying to win one more title, either with the Tigers or the Wings.
And I'll go to mine waiting for the district to be done.
Now, Junior, yeah. Okay.
Let's go to I want to give Scott the last word. We got to do a football today. Scotty, you're up. What's going on, buddy?
Oh, just enjoying the weather. Hey, I loved your meatloaf reference. That was cool.
Sorry. I know. Us old people have some great references.
I hear you. So I'm not throwing Riley Green into this mix yet because, like you said, he's getting on base and he's still playing defense. But what do you think about the idea of taking Torque, Keith, and Meadows, setting them down and say, look, guys, you guys are our future.
Nope.
But we need you on the same page.
Okay.
We'll give you a vacation. We're going to send the 3 of you down to play together for 2 weeks.
First of all, I don't know who's – all right, I'll answer this. It's very simple. I don't know who's replacing any of those guys. Second of all, there's nothing wrong with Cole Keith. It will click for him. The at-bats are quality. I believe Cole Keith will be fine. Meadows stinks. You want to send him down? That's fine. You know, if I have to hear another intrepid report from Tiger Bally Media about, Meadows feels great up at the plate. Okay, he can feel great, but I know what the numbers look like. The Torque conversation and this idea of sending him down, it was the same thing last year. And I said, look, I'm keeping him up here. He's got the rest of the year to prove he's a major league player. He did. I'm not sending this guy down. I'm not doing a yo-yo effect. We are in the stage with Torque where it's bleep or get off the potty. That's it. And he's got to play every day. The only one of those guys I would send down is Parker Meadows because it's egregiously bad at the plate. Gold Glove defense aside, it's unthinkably bad. Torque, he's got to figure it out. I've seen it on paper. I saw it last year. He figured things out and he went on a tear. Keith will be fine. Give the kid a break. It's 30 days. And look, it's not like he came up and pulled a Jackson Holiday and went 1 for 50. Keith will be fine. No, we're not doing group rate hockey line changes and sending people down. Let's not do that.
We're not doing draft show?
No. In an instant.
Four new hosts at a time.
And an auto accident can put you in the worst financial position of your life. It is a must. You got to hire the right lawyer. Make sure the insurance companies pay what they owe you. Injury attorney David Femininio, him and his team, they've made insurance companies pay for over 30 years. They're going to help you with your case right now. David will speak to you personally right now if you call 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavid.getpaid.com. All right. A little bit of football. Abbreviated show, but we still get some ball in here. Let's do the mix. David, music.
So we now have the offers that were presented to the Patriots for their number 3 pick. The Vikings offered 11, 23, and their 2025 first rounder. And then the Giants offered the 6th pick and their 2025 first rounder.
Correct.
Smart move for the Patriots to not accept either.
No, it's idiotic.
Mm-hmm.
But you have a 95-year-old man who frequents massage parlors demanding a quarterback. That's the bottom line in all of this. It's idiocy.
Yeah. David, I honestly would have probably fleeced the Giants because I don't think that Drake May, because I still would have had a 6th pick, so I could have taken another quarterback, as you see, and I would have had your number 1 pick next year, meaning I don't think you're going to turn things around. I don't think you would have turned it to the Texans where that first-round selection becomes the 20th. So
Here,
I
do
would
it
have
this
made
way.
that.
Reverse engineer it. The Patriots, no matter who you take at 3, you're going to be right back there next year. True or false?
True.
So, of the 3 options I'm about to line up, the worst option is the one they took. You could have just taken Marvin Harrison Jr. because we're going to be back here anyways. Let's add a weapon. Let's get what we deem to be the best player in the draft, right?
Mm-hmm.
2, you just zap out of there. I'm out. Take 11, 23, and an extra 1 next year. Now, I could take JJ or Bo Nix or not. Mayo's a first-time head coach. We've redone the entire football department. We're going to stink. Or, we'll just take the QB. It's insanity.
No, but it's not even that. The fact that the Giants jumped in there, that's the one where I'm like, you said the Giants offered 6.
And next year's 1.
We moved down 3 spots.
Correct.
We can still go get JJ or Penix.
Or don't take a QB at all.
Right. And we still have the Giants pick because using your reverse engineering, they're going to be right back in the top 5 next year.
Correct.
Along with us. Now, we have enough capital that we can take the best quarterback
And
next
imagine
year.
if you had taken the Vikings offer. 11, 23, and a 1 next year.
Now you're rebuilding.
You're really rebuilding so that when you take a QB, you're going to bring him into a nurturing environment where they have a hope. Drake May, his career will likely be ruined because they have nothing there.
You basically will turn yourself into what the Minnesota Vikings are right now with JJ.
Right, but again, 90-year-old massage parlor addict as your owner.
He wants to keep proving that he's the one that's going to get this thing right.
Everything you heard was Robert Kraft demanded a quarterback.
I mean, he was like the opposite of Arthur Blanks in Atlanta, who had no clue. Like, wait, we just took what? Get me him on the phone.
So let's hit
Shut
on
those machines off.
Let's hit on this real quick because Bleacher Report did this where they said they listed 4 rookies that are going to be in the worst landing spots. I don't want to touch on all 4 because I was shocked by one of them.
Okay.
I want to know if you believe this. When they say Roma Dunze landed in the worst landing spot possible, reason, they says there's too many mouths to feed for rookie Caleb Williams, Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, Darnell Mooney, and DeAndre Swift. Wouldn't that be a good thing?
Yeah,
to have weapons?
That's an idiotic take. Now, if you're talking about fantasy football, maybe I'll listen to you. We're living in the real world here.
Well, see, and here's why I don't think that's even a problem because Odunze just came from a team where there were multiple receivers.
Polk, McMillan, and him.
So there may be games where he didn't have – there were games where he was just a decoy, and he was okay with that because they won. So I'm not really buying that one either, David, because –
that's stupid. Next.
That he's not a – if he turns into a diva receiver, I'll be crushed.
Well, he's going to throw the rookie the ball, okay? All this stupid stuff. Let's touch on changes on the TV side. For
Stop for 1 second.
Yeah.
Who else is in a terrible spot? Tell me Malik Neighbors.
They have Michael Penix.
Okay.
They have Blake Corum and Brock Bowers. They only did 4.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Corum's behind a star and Kyron Williams, but I actually think that helps Blake Corum. I think Corum, if he's just a little change pace guy, give him his cute little 6 to 8 carries.
Corum is he's a touchdown machine. Basically, I put him in on 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, and on the goal line. go score the touchdown. He's one-dimensional, but he can play that one-dimensional well. So, yes, that's what I would do with Corn.
I didn't mind where he landed. Go ahead. Next.
So let's touch on the TV changes here. First, let's start with the Kelsey brothers. You have Jason Kelsey, who is going to be on the ESPN Monday Night Countdown this coming season. They would announce his actual role coming up soon.
Don't care.
And then the CBS changes. They are changing their entire NFL Today look. Phil Simms, Boomer Esiason gone, J.J. Watt in, Matt Ryan.
He went younger.
Yeah, and the problem is the two guys they hired, personality of a brick. I don't know. They didn't do whatever they want. I think it's silly. But again, the guy who hired Boomer and hired Phil is gone. So now you get a new guy who's got to justify his employment. So here's his brilliant idea. We'll airlift in J.J. Watt. Look, Watt might have a future. Matt Ryan's got no future. Matt Ryan's terrible.
Well, I mean, it's a copycat industry. Everybody's trying to find that Manning brothers and the chemistry that they have. It works, but
your Manning brothers are the Kelseys when they retire.
Right, but
I won't watch it, but I understand if they would try it.
But it was a novelty that everybody liked. Now, if everybody keeps doing that, then it's no longer any fun because it's like, really, what is Jason Kelsey going to do? Just pound a beer?
Yeah, Brondo has electrolytes. That's who he's catering to.
Think about one-trick pony? Yeah,
okay, so think about how dumb the average American is and then realize half the people are dumber than that. They eat it up with the Kelseys.
Good George Carlin.
It's the best reference ever because it's sadly true. So the Kelseys cater to stupid, and there's plenty of it out there.
Well, that leads me into my final thing here. Maybe people aren't as stupid as you think. I want to know if the future is better here when you have Kansas City, the city, and the county denying them money for their stadium. Now in Chicago, there are rumors they have a $5 billion stadium they want. Half of it will come from the public.
Oh, of course.
But the public has been speaking up saying, we're not giving you this.
Yeah, in a state that's broke, in a city that half of the city's a war zone, we're not handing you $2.3 billion.
Well, I do think that voters and people are now starting to get smarter and say, you know what? Guess what? San Diego didn't go away. They just let their team walk, and they're still around. They're still available. They still live and head to the beach. We don't have to pay for billionaires to get free things anymore. I love it. I've often said that.
Right, because where are you taking your team? You're Chicago Bears. You ain't leaving.
We're leaving. Where are you going to go? I mean, if anything, where you going to go to Evanston? Oh, wait, they don't have a field there either. So what are you going to do? But yeah, the Kansas City thing was funny because they were like, the cities that they can go to. And like, you're not leaving.
But the state of Kansas now is trying to get them.
Right. You're a long way from 1984 with the Mayfair moving vans and the Baltimore Colts. You're not going to pick up and leave.
Kansas City, Kansas. That's where they're going to go.
That's what's attempted is. That's what they're trying to do, at least. That is in
Good
football
luck.
today.
All right, NBA Finals. The road to it starts now. New customers. FanDuel can get their own playoff run with $150. You place a $5 bet. You get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. You can use it all playoffs long, and prop bets clearly are the biggest thing in the NBA. Go enjoy it. Do it. You can bet the points, rebounds, three-point shots, whatever makes you interested to watch the game. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. You can get started today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. A second member from last year's Michigan basketball team is staying put. And Amari Burnett, who started every game for the Wolverines last season, has announced he's withdrawing his name from the transfer portal, with an ex-post saying, "One more year, I'm back." Burnett averaged nearly 10 points and 4 rebounds while shooting 35% from three. Jack Flaherty was originally scheduled to start the game tonight, but he will go in game 1 of the doubleheader. He gave up 4 earned runs on 7 hits in his last outing against the Rays. A.J. Hinch explains how things went wrong in Tampa. Flaherty carries a .491 ERA through 5 starts, but has continued to do a good job of limiting walks, surrendering just 4 while striking out 36. That's a walks per nine of 1.2, which is 2 under his career average. Matt Manning is the 27th man and will start Game 2 today. Both games can be heard right here on 97.1, beginning at 3:15 with the pregame show. Barry Sanders announced on Twitter last hour that he's decided to end his relationship with the EA Sports Madden brand and products. He said, quote, "I apologize for those that were expecting to see me in the games." At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, David, a couple of ticket texts will get you to Tiger baseball. I'm really hoping they can take 2 out of 3 here. Cardinals are in a bad way right now. They're not a good offensive team. I'd like to think you can get 2 out of 3 here. Let's get to 18 and 13 and get the month of May started right. So, listen, the metrics are what they are. It's going to have to get better if you're really going to win this division. But for right now, you may as well just keep on winning. Mm-hmm. And we'll deal with sustainability in the aftermath. Because I'll tell you one thing. I'll take a team that's 16 and 12 with bad metrics versus a team's 12 and 16 with pretty ones.
8 games under 500, and it's already April.
Right, just win. So that first part is done. If you miss the start of the show, we can take you through it. But you're just not going to do this with a run differential of, in essence, 0. With 4 dead bodies in your lineup. It has to change.
Because it boils down to you're almost flipping a coin every time you go out and play.
Sounds about right. Sounds about right, Rico. David, talk to me.
Yeah, Ticket Texter says, another problem I see is that the Tigers' offense is actually looking better than they should because Hinch has used the bench well in different spots to manufacture runs, but he can't throw a lineup that can produce 5 to 6 runs any given night.
He doesn't have the pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'm not going to be some blind faith defender of A.J. Hinch, but I have a very hard time complaining about him when he's been handed largely nothing. Now, he plays a role in that. I do think there's an element of smartest guy in the room that is pervasive through the Tigers with Scott Harris, this whole Brad Pitt Moneyball thing. But Hinch does not have a lineup card that anyone is jealous of. He doesn't have a card that is easy. I mean, the guy that's supposed to be the anchor of this thing is unplayable. Then you got a $20 million, $25 million ball player who's unplayable, untradeable, and you've already moved him to 7th or 8th. You got a Gold Glove center fielder who can't hit. You got a guy who can hit, but he can't field. It's a mess. And third base is a gigantic Frankenstein. I can't put a lot of that on Hinch.
4 teams in the AL Central are above 500 because we've all beat up on the White Sox. The Tigers are bad. That is from Jerry.
White Sox are, I mean this, like no exaggeration. They're going to struggle to win 50 games. 50. They are something. I think they're going to end up being what we thought the A's might be. Look, the A's are at least trying, and Lord knows if they have a lead, Mason Miller throws at 150 miles an hour and you're dead. But the White Sox are, oh boy.
6 and 20.
By the way, Reinsdorf wants a new stadium.
Dummy.
Is he going to team up with the Bears?
You know what I would say to him? Jerry, you can take the team to Nashville. You could take the team to Pluto. We're not building you a new stadium. No one likes you at all. I don't think anyone likes him politically. I don't think they like him personally.
Like, how would that work? Like, seriously, would they team up with the Bears and do like some joint effort?
On what?
I'm just saying. I'm like, city of Chicago going to build 2 new stadiums for 2 different franchises?
When half the city's a war zone? I don't think so. Not if anybody wants to get reelected.
Need money for schools and police, and you're going to build 2 stadiums.
The Bears.
Man.
But we had the first pick.
Go ahead.
I'm happy with the Tigers' record so far, but they haven't exactly played the best teams in the league either. They're barely scraping by with mostly average.
Let's be fair on this. Baseball's unique in this regard. It is a sport where almost 2/3 of the sport isn't trying. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of bad teams. You're going to keep playing bad teams. I'm not going to use that against them. That's not fair.
Yeah, and after they finish with the Cardinals and the Yankees and the Guardians, and they get some bottom feeding teams.
Again, there's always a bottom feeder on the horizon. Baseball has a competitive balance problem.
Right.
Look, now if the Tigers, if you want me to start using it against you, then we can comp out. All right, well, look, if you were in the AL East, here's what it would be. The AL East is a murderer's row. But it's not my problem. I play who's on the schedule. Now, I can both acknowledge you've played garbage, but I'd rather you beat the garbage than not. What's Houston's excuse? They might, in fact, be garbage. Mm-hmm. But baseball's messed up, man. They got a real competitive balance problem. A lot of these owners don't try.
Mike, I'm amazed you can give Torque the benefit of the doubt. I have pretty much come to the conclusion if he can't hit a fastball, then he's done.
Yeah, there's hold on, Adam, there's no benefit of doubt because I'm not saying he will turn it around. I'm saying he's going to play his way in or out of baseball. This is it. And the only reason I have some hope is the last 70, 80, 90 days of last year. That's it. But what am I going to do with him? You can't. What am I going to do? Send him down again? Send him down, bring him up. What am I going to do? You got to play him because it's not like you have anybody else.
Right.
There's no benefit of the doubt there. You're where you're at with it. We all want him to turn it around, but no, I don't have a lot of confidence.
Yeah, he'll have chances because they're going to play him. He's not going anywhere.
That's it. That's all. All right, let me take care of some business. We'll get you to Tiger Baseball. Get green and stay green with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Limited time only. You purchase a full lawn program, and you get the whole deal here. You get free grub control, free insect control. Just mention 97.1 The Ticket or the show, whatever works. And if you call, they will give you the best pricing of the season. Natural Ways offer the complete season of care. Again, professional applicators. You're getting a program designed for your lawn, not your neighbor Baxter, your lawn. And fewer harmful chemicals than anybody else. So all you need to do, get with Natural Way. Locally owned for over 30 years. Natural Way also pest control services, and they offer 100% satisfaction guaranteed. So get green and stay green with Natural Way. Just call 888-GET